Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, True Scary Stories. Where are you watching from tonight, and what time is it in your country? Have you shared my channel with your friends yet, or are you keeping these whispers all to yourself? It's fine if you are. Some stories are better kept sacred, or maybe you just don't want your friends to know that you are currently lying in a dark room, inviting existential dread into your peaceful evening. I get it, it's a very niche hobby, it's late here. The kind of late where the air gets thick and cold, and the sound of your own breathing starts to feel inappropriately loud. If you glance over at your window right now, you'll see only the black glass reflecting your own face, perhaps a little too closely. It's just you and the story now, suspended in that quiet, vulnerable moment right before sleep drags you under. If you hear a floorboard creak in the hallway outside your room, don't worry, it's probably just the house settling. Or, maybe the architecture is haunted. We'll find out later. Tonight, we're following a true story submitted by a viewer about a simple walk home that became a perfectly timed nightmare. You are walking alone. The road is empty. The silence is so complete it feels pressurized against your eardrums. I sincerely hope your night is quiet because based on the narrative we're about to delve into, you probably won't survive the next hour, but hey, at least you'll die knowing the full story. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know where you are and what time it is, just so I can get a clear picture of all the dark rooms we're currently whispering into around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that low, unsettling hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You are walking home. It's the kind of walk that is utterly necessary. A cold, late-night transit between the relative warmth of where you were and the necessary solitude of where you are going. You chose this route because it's quicker, because it bypasses the louder main street, and because it is currently framed by a long, empty stretch of sidewalk. It's quiet here, a deep, pervasive quiet that swallows sounds the moment they are made. Every movement you make, the slight scrape of your shoe sole against the rough concrete, the faint rustle of your jacket, the quick, shallow intake of breath, feels magnified and separate from the world. You find yourself automatically adjusting your pace to be quieter, smoother, less offensive to the silence. The light source is sparse. Just a handful of old, tall sodium vapor streetlights spaced out at generous, perhaps even negligent intervals. These lights cast that ugly, bruised yellow glow that makes everything look vaguely institutional and sickly, bathing the pavement in pools of anemic illumination. You pass one, then another. They are humming a barely audible note, a low-frequency vibration that settles in the back of your skull. You don't pay them any mind. They are static elements in your late-night landscape, simply markers of distance and duration. But as you approach the third light, the one directly ahead and furthest from any house that might be awake, it does something that pulls your attention back into the moment with a sudden, icy snap. It flickers. Not a gentle, soft dip in brightness, but a harsh, complete blink. Like an eyelid slamming shut and snapping open again. The darkness that washes over you lasts only a fraction of a second, but in that moment the world is gone, replaced by absolute blackness, and your internal equilibrium stutters. Then the light is back, buzzing, glowing sickly yellow, behaving as if nothing happened. You stop walking. You tilt your head up, watching the globe of the lamp, waiting for it to misbehave again. Nothing, just the steady, ugly glow. Scholars still argue whether the human brain possesses a genuine sixth sense for detecting presence, or if the feeling of being watched is merely a highly evolved hypervigilance responding to subtle environmental cues, like the infinitesimal drop in ambient light you just experienced. It feels like the former, doesn't it? Primitive alarm bell ringing deep in your oldest brain structure. You dismiss it. It's an old bulb, probably nearing the end of its life cycle. Maybe a transformer is failing, or perhaps a gust of wind, too gentle to reach the sidewalk, nudged the power line high above. You take another step, the light blinks, you freeze again. This time, the connection is too immediate to be coincidence. You lift your right foot, planting it down deliberately. Flicker. You take another step with your left foot. Flicker. The pattern begins, insistent and unnerving. Every time your foot strikes the ground, the light above you dies for an instant and is reborn. Walk, blink, walk, blink. You realize this is profoundly ridiculous. You stop dead. What is it with electrical grids, honestly? You mutter to the empty street, forcing a little nervous laughter. I once knew a guy who was so sensitive to EMF, he claimed his toaster oven whispered threats to him. His friends called him paranoid, but researchers have documented accounts of high electromagnetic fields potentially causing localized sensory disturbances in the human body. So maybe it's not paranoia, maybe the environment is just aggressively rude. You consider running, you consider turning back. But the only rational decision is to continue moving forward toward the light, to try and break the strange synchronization. You try a joke in your head, the kind of dry wit that keeps the panic at bay. Why did the serial killer bring a ladder to the crime scene? You shake your head. He heard the body count was rising. Dark and utterly inappropriate for a quiet night stroll, but it doesn't help. The street light is demanding your full attention. You start to move again, tentatively, one step at a time, watching the rhythmic death and resurrection of the light. It's a performance just for you. You are its conductor, your footfalls the downbeats. It's mesmerizing in a sickening way, a kind of optical illusion that starts to mess with your gait. You find yourself unable to walk naturally because you are waiting for the inevitable blackout, anticipating the visual stutter. You remember reading something truly unsettling about the phenomenon of the streetlight interference phenomenon, SLI, or streetlight hackers, which is a fringe belief that certain individuals, sometimes called swervers, have the ability to cause streetlights or electrical devices to malfunction merely by passing near them. The tidbit goes that these individuals claim the effect is often amplified when they are experiencing strong emotions, suggesting an untapped psychokinetic energy. While dismissed by mainstream science, the anecdotes persist globally, often detailing lights that react not just to presence, but to thought. And right now, all your thoughts are focused on the light, giving it an unnerving power. The walk continues. Every step is an event. You think about famous true crime cases, like the shocking realization that Ted Bundy confessed to kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering over 30 young women in the 1970s across 7 states. A horrifying confirmation that the monsters we fear are frequently indistinguishable from the charming neighbors we trust. And what is this street light but a perfectly normal object that is suddenly proving to be anything but trustworthy? It's a mundane object turned hostile. You decide to test it one last time before passing completely underneath. You raise your foot high and stomp it down with unnecessary force. The resulting blink is equally violent, a furious flash of darkness. What do you call a zombie who is always prepared, deceased and ready? This isn't helping. The cold fact remains, something is connecting your mechanical movement to this electrical mechanism. And the deeper, colder realization is that the connection feels intentional. Like a spotlight found you, you are on stage whether you like it or not. You look down at your feet, wondering if the shoes you picked were the correct choice for this particular spotlight performance. You are halfway beneath the light now. The yellow glow is intermittent, constantly shattering the visual field. You feel exposed, defined by light and shadow, and you realize that if anything were watching you from the periphery, it would have a perfect strobe-lit picture of your panicked face. You can almost hear it laughing, a silent, electrical chuckle. You try to reason with the universe. I tried to order a sandwich, but the deli told me they were out of cold cuts. Now I'm thinking, is anything really that cold? You should stick to the horror script. Your comedy is failing you. You keep walking, step by step, anticipating the flicker, bracing yourself for the temporary absence of light that is becoming more jarring than the darkness itself. You are about to pass beyond its sphere of influence, and you hope that the next streetlight, far down the road, will be blissfully, predictably normal. The rhythm continues, relentless. Walk, blink, walk, blink. This is your life now, reduced to a terrifying binary code of light and dark. The rhythmic cycle persists, even as you move further away from the streetlight's base. It should be fading, the connection tenuous, but the opposite is true. Now, instead of the ambient light being briefly interrupted by the flicker, the darkness feels like the default, and the quick bursts of sickly yellow are the interruptions. It's a reverse strobe effect, where you exist primarily in the shadows, punctuated by aggressive short bursts of visibility. You stop again, abruptly, hoping to break the spell through sheer defiance. You plant both feet firmly on the ground. Silence. The light remains solid, humming contentedly. You take a breath, feeling a small, irrational victory. See, you think, a little proud. It's just proximity and vibration. You shift your weight slightly, transferring the pressure from your heel to your toe. The light blinks, sharp and instantaneous, like a camera flash catching you mid-thought. It wasn't the step, it was the impact, the subtle tremor of your body's weight being grounded. This is no longer a simple proximity problem. It's a perfectly calibrated metronome, and you are the striker. You are the source of the shockwave, small as it is, and the streetlight is reacting with the precision of a high-speed camera, isolating every micro-movement you make. This realization chills you far more than the initial surprise. It suggests a level of deliberate engineering, or perhaps a sentient responsiveness you cannot explain. You start walking again, slow and measured. The light keeps pace, a silent yellow drumbeat. Walk, snap, walk, snap. You try to imagine why. Why would a piece of municipal infrastructure be this sensitive? Is there a ground fault? Is it a short circuit triggered by the subtle vibration of footsteps? You recall the details of the Watcher House in New Jersey, a modern mainstream horror example. In that unsettling case, a family was terrorized by cryptic, escalating letters from an anonymous stalker who seemed intimately aware of their daily movements and personal details, transforming the safety of their home into a fortress of fear. The horror isn't in the spectacle of the threat, but the sheer mundane invasiveness of it. And that's what this light is doing. It's turning your mundane walk into a spectacle, confirming that every single move you make is being registered, measured, and responded to. You decide to lighten your steps, trying to walk like a cat, or like someone attempting to sneak out of a silent house at 3 a.m. It's clumsy at first, but you manage to soften your landings. The blinks become less intense, less frequent. Instead of a full blackout, they are just deep, pulsing dips in the yellow color, like the light is sighing with effort. You smile grimly, a small victory. Then you hit a seam in the sidewalk, a small, uneven edge that your foot catches, causing you to stumble slightly and plant your foot down harder than intended. Cake. The light doesn't just blink, it shudders. The bulb crackles audibly, and the entire pole vibrates, emitting a high-pitched whine that cuts through the silence. You jerk your head away, moving faster. You're starting to sweat under your jacket, despite the cold air. The humor, your nervous defense mechanism, bubbles up again. Why do ghosts like to ride elevators? You wonder, because it lifts their spirits. You allow yourself half a second of appreciation for that little pun, but it dissipates instantly in the sharp, crackling reality of the light. You consider the obscure lore of the shadow people, a fringe supernatural tidbit. According to various accounts, these dark, humanoid figures are often seen only in peripheral vision or during moments of sleep paralysis. A specific, chilling detail is the belief that shadow people are drawn to electrical grids or areas of unstable power, perhaps feeding off the stray electromagnetic energy, or that their appearance is actually a visual distortion caused by interference in the brain's processing of light and dark. You are generating a tremendous amount of electrical interference right now, or the light is, and the idea of attracting something that exists only in the periphery of light and dark terrifies you. You try to recall your history lessons, the ones about mass hysteria and shared delusion. Historians still argue whether the Salem witch trials were driven primarily by religious fervor and political opportunism, or if genuine neurological and physical factors, such as widespread ergot poisoning from contaminated grain, played a significant role in causing the community's mass hallucinations and convulsions. You wonder which category this falls into, a technical fault in the grid, or a strange, localized neurological effect caused by the rapid, rhythmic destruction of your visual field. You take 3 rapid, uneven steps. The light struggles to keep up. Blink, flash, sputter, blink. It's a chaotic mess, a broken rhythm. You manage another dry joke. I spent all afternoon trying to catch fog. I missed. The light seems to pause, the rhythm broken. You feel a surge of relief. You've done it. You've overloaded the system. Then you slow down to a normal pace. Walk. The light snaps back instantly, perfectly in sync, waiting for the next step. It wasn't struggling, it was calculating. It figured out your chaotic inputs and re-established the baseline. You realize that your efforts to break the pattern have only made it stronger, proving to whatever is controlling it that you are predictable, that you react, and that you are aware. The temperature seems to drop another notch. The light continues its vigil, turning your private walk into a public performance for an audience of 1, or maybe 0, or maybe something you can't see at all. You just want to reach the next block. You just want the rhythm to stop. What's the difference between a vampire and a tax collector? A vampire only takes 1 bite. You can feel the light taking another bite out of the darkness with every stride you take. The silent street is mocking you with its perfection, its uninterrupted rows of houses pretending to be asleep, while you and the light dance this terrible, synchronized tango. You have another 100 feet to go before you pass beyond this light's dominion, and every foot feels like a mile. The only solution, you conclude with a cold certainty, is to break the system entirely. If the light is reacting to the subtle impact of your foot on the pavement, then you need to minimize that impact to zero. You try to transition into a kind of shuffling, almost gliding walk, dragging your feet slightly to avoid the sharp, distinct downbeat that triggers the flicker. It works, partially. The light is less aggressive, now only dipping into a dim, sickly orange glow with each soft scrape of your shoes. You are moving forward, but the motion is unnatural, slow, and laborious. It feels ridiculous. You are performing a slow, terrified mime show for an old electrical fixture. But you have to know for sure. This isn't about just getting home anymore. It's about understanding the physics of your terror. You decide to run. Not a panicked sprint, but a controlled burst of speed, maximizing the impact frequency. You lean forward, push off, and your feet pound the pavement rapidly. Stutter, 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 stutter. The light goes absolutely ballistic. It doesn't just flicker. It becomes a violent, uncontrolled strobe, so fast that the yellow light blends with the darkness to create a weird, gray, nauseating visual blur. The crackling sound returns, a harsh, metallic buzzing that sounds like the bulb is screaming. You feel a dizzying disorientation. The world is reduced to a jarring, low frame rate animation. The houses seem to jump towards you, and the sidewalk rushes up in disjointed frames. You stop abruptly after maybe 20 feet, gasping for breath, your heart hammering against your ribs. And the light stops, instantly. It snaps back to a solid, humming, unwavering glow, as calm and steady as if you had never moved at all. This is the most terrifying data point yet. It can handle the chaos. Your controlled run was met with matching machine gun intensity, confirming that the system is incredibly responsive. But your abrupt stop caused it to cease immediately, suggesting it is reacting not to a general state of movement, but to a specific, quantifiable event. The moment of impact, the transfer of weight. You lean against a low wall, trying to regain control of your breathing. You can almost feel the heat of the sodium vapor, but you know that's just anxiety manifesting. You look up at the next light pole, still far away. It's glowing normally, serenely. This specific single streetlight is the problem. You recall the details of the Dyatlov Pass incident, a mainstream, persistent horror story. In 1959, 9 experienced hikers died under mysterious circumstances in the northern Ural Mountains. The finding that their tent was ripped open from the inside, coupled with strange injuries and unexplained high levels of radiation on some of their clothes, cemented the case as a staple of unresolved horror, suggesting an unknown, overwhelming force drove them to panic. You feel a small, internal tent, the fragile boundary of your sanity, being ripped open right now by this flickering light, and you are starting to believe that the overwhelming force is not external, but the light itself. You need to walk again. But how? Slowly. You return to the slow, heavy-footed march that established the original, unsettling metronome. Walk, blink, walk, blink. You find yourself indulging in another piece of gallows humor. I asked the vampire if he knew any good jokes. He said, "I've only got one, but it's really bloody funny." You wish you could tell this to the light, but it seems to prefer a silent, unsettling partnership. You're focusing too much on the mechanics and not enough on the implication. The obscurity of the vanishing hitchhiker legend, a fringe tidbit, is that in many global variations, the ghostly figure offers a crucial, terrifying piece of prophecy or information before disappearing, often warning the driver of an impending catastrophe or coming evil. The street light is your vanishing hitchhiker. It is communicating a message to you, but its language is light and darkness, rhythm and chaos. What is the prophecy it's delivering? You try to internalize the philosophical perspective. Researchers disagree on whether the phenomenon of quantum entanglement, where two particles remain linked regardless of the distance separating them, suggests a fundamental non-local reality, or if it can be explained by hidden variables and conventional physics, albeit highly complex ones. You decide that, whatever the cause, you and this light are entangled. Your physics are linked. Your fate is currently being decided by a faulty connection and your nervous system. You take a series of steps that are perfectly soft, almost silent. The light responds with gentle, subtle sighs. You realize that you could probably continue this way, gliding towards safety. But then you remember the shadow, Why do gravediggers make the best comedians? They have a dark sense of humor, and they're always ready to drop a line. It's time to stop thinking about jokes and remember the shadows. You need to look down. You force yourself to look down as you walk, focusing on the distorted, jumpy silhouette of your own body being cast by the oscillating light. The shadow, usually a reliable, passive counterpoint to your form, is now a chaotic, fragmented mess. Every time the light blinks off, your shadow is erased, only to reappear with a violent snap when the light returns. The effect is profoundly disorienting, like watching a claymation figure made of pure darkness that only exists when the overhead projector is on. But as you watch, tracking the flickering edges, you realize the problem isn't the fragmentation, it's the movement. Your shadow, or something within it, seems to be slightly ahead of you. You take a slow, heavy step with your right foot. The light snaps off and on. In that brief instant of darkness, the shadow disappears. But when the light re-emerges, the shadow of your right foot is planted, not directly beneath you, but maybe 6 inches forward, closer to the light pole. It's an almost imperceptible lag and leap, as if your shadow is trying to detach itself from your actual body. You try the left foot. Again, the quick, frantic blink. When the light returns, the shadow is ahead, slightly angled, stretching out and pulling you forward. You stop instantly, jerking your body to a halt. The light holds steady, your shadow is planted, a perfect, unwavering silhouette of a person standing stock still. But that forward stretch, it was wrong. Your shadow was too long, reaching out further than the light angle should permit. You feel a sudden, cold wave of nausea, like the world's geometry has been subtly altered just for you. You think about the mainstream horror of the doppelganger, a terrifying concept rooted in folklore, where seeing one's own double is often considered a harbinger of death or ill fortune. But this isn't a double, it's an appendage, a dark echo of yourself that is trying to move independently, perhaps trying to get somewhere before you do. It's you, but untethered from the rules of physics and light sources. You start walking again, watching the shadow with a desperate intensity. Walk, blink, shadow leaps, walk, blink, shadow leaps. The motion is like a dark, second heartbeat on the pavement. You focus on the fact. The fringe tidbit that comes to mind is the folklore of the fetch, a Celtic belief. While often used interchangeably with the doppelganger, the fetch is specifically tied to the soul. It is believed to be the non-physical double of a person, often cited performing acts the person is about to do, or sometimes even performing acts the person will never do, suggesting a darker, pre-written destiny. The scariest version is that a fetch sighting can sometimes be interpreted as the physical manifestation of a person's spirit just before they die. Is your shadow your fetch, trying to escape its final moments? You shake your head violently, trying to clear the thought. This is just a street light and a nervous mind, you insist. You decide to make it a game. You speed up, not running, but increasing your pace to a quick, purposeful stride. The flickering intensifies, forcing the shadow to jump faster. Blink, jump, blink, jump. You watch the dark figure on the ground. It is moving with a frantic, eager quality now, its edges blurring. What do you call a very wealthy man who owns a graveyard, a baron of the dead? You almost giggle, a shaky, hysterical sound. The dark humor isn't working as well now. You feel the light and the shadow are in on the joke, but the punchline is you. You wonder about the scientific explanation for this optical illusion. Researchers disagree on whether the human visual system is fundamentally hardwired to interpret moving light sources sequentially, persistence of vision, or if the brain actively fills in the gaps during rapid rhythmic light disruption, often leading to hallucinatory effects or the perception of impossible motion. Is your brain manufacturing the illusion that your shadow is running ahead, or is the light creating the conditions for something else to step into that shadow? You are about to pass the street light completely, entering the space between the bad light and the normal one. You realize you haven't heard a single car, a single voice, a single dog bark. The entire world seems to be holding its breath for this encounter to end. As you step beyond the direct influence of the bulb, the flicker doesn't stop, but it diminishes greatly, becoming slower, heavier. Walk, blink, it's like a tired heart beating, and as you leave the sphere of aggressive light, you focus on the last thing you see in your shadow before it fades entirely into the general darkness ahead. It wasn't just your shadow that was leading you. At the edge of your vision, where the flickering light created the maximum distortion, you saw a second shadow. Thinner, longer, like a stick figure, stretching out of the darkness and merging back into the darkness of your own silhouette. It was there for a single frame, a fraction of a second, but it was distinct and terrifying. Why do skeletons never go trick-or-treating? Because they have no body to go with. You feel like you have no body to go with either. Just a consciousness dragging a terrified shell forward while an extra shadow seems to tag along for the ride. You walk toward the next section of darkness, the street empty, the previous streetlight now far enough behind you that it's pulsing as a faint, annoying star in your rear view. You try to tell yourself it was residual light and nerves, but you know what you saw. Something else has joined your walk. You are now in the long, dead space between the malevolent streetlight and the next normal one. The darkness here is thick and absolute, relieved only by the distant, steady yellow circle ahead of you, which suddenly represents safety, normalcy, and escape. You walk faster now, not quite running, but with an urgency that borders on flight. The rhythmic flashing is gone. The oppressive, aggressive attention of the light is behind you, but the silence, once a comfort, is now a predator. Every sound your body makes is amplified again, and you find yourself listening with a desperate intensity, not for the flicker, but for anything else. And then you hear it. It's subtle at first, barely a displacement of air, but it's real. A sound that is absolutely not your own. It sounds like a shoe, or perhaps a boot, scuffing the pavement. Not a step, but a drag. A hesitation. It comes from the darkness immediately behind you, exactly where your shadow and that strange other shadow had been coalescing. You freeze. Your heart is a runaway train, loud enough to be heard over the rush of blood in your ears. The darkness feels heavy and close, like a velvet shroud dropped over your head. You hold your breath, straining to hear it again. Nothing. You remember an obscure tidbit from Old English folklore, the concept of the night marcher, or hundewacht. This is the belief that certain lonely stretches of road, often those built over older, forgotten paths, are haunted by the heavy, echoing sound of unseen travelers. Sometimes the sounds are of rattling chains or dragged feet, and the most crucial superstition is that to hear the sounds means you must stop, step off the path, and bow your head until they pass, because to look upon them means certain misfortune, or worse, the joining of their procession. You are currently standing dead center on the path, and you heard the drag. You decide to test it, just like you tested the light. You take one deliberate, slow step forward, planting your foot with extreme care. The sound of your shoe on the pavement is like a gunshot in the silence. And immediately you hear the response, cry-up. A distinct heavy drag, delayed by half a second, matching your motion with horrifying precision. It wasn't the sound of walking, it was the sound of something following you, and whatever it is, it's not lifting its feet. You feel a dry, desperate humor bubble up. Why did the invisible man turn down the job offer? He couldn't see himself doing it. You, however, can hear exactly what the darkness is doing, and you can see yourself being chased by whatever is doing the dragging. You try to analyze the sound itself. It's too heavy for clothing, too rough for a package. It sounds like leather or worn rubber being scraped across the rough concrete, perhaps the sole of a very large old shoe. You recall the unsettling details of the Zodiac Killer, a mainstream horror example. This unidentified serial killer terrorized Northern California in the late 1960s and early 1970s, communicating through cryptic ciphers and letters, often taunting the police and press. The horror isn't just the crimes, but the fact that the killer controlled the narrative, dictating the fear through unseen communication. The dragging sound is your cipher. The light was the message, and this sound is the signature. You realize that historians still argue whether the prevalence of medieval accounts of spontaneous human combustion were genuine, isolated physical phenomena, or merely used as convenient post-mortem explanations to mask various types of foul play and murder that were easily concealed by the resulting destruction of evidence. You hope that whatever is dragging itself behind you can be explained by science, even a terrible science, rather than being the product of a purely malicious, preternatural entity. You take another step, this time a quick, light one, and the sound is scrap. It matches your speed perfectly. This is not an echo. This is not imagination. The sound is directly tied to your movement, just like the streetlight. You have a partner in this terrifying dance, but this partner is dark, silent, and physically dragging something that creates friction. You stop again. The sound stops. You can't take it anymore. You blurt out a joke into the blackness. I've decided to stop believing in vampires. They keep draining my blood and energy. It whine. The joke falls flat in the oppressive quiet. You realize that the entity that was previously manifesting as the second shadow under the light has now fully detached and is utilizing the darkness to hide its form while allowing you to perceive its movement. It's a terrifying reversal of the light's behavior. The light showed you the danger, and the darkness confirms it. You decide to run again, but not to sprint. You start with a steady, determined pace, a little faster than a walk. You listen. Thump. And then the horrible steady scrape that is trying to keep pace, occasionally lagging, but always correcting itself and regaining its position directly behind you. You realize what the light was doing. The light wasn't just reacting to you, it was the initial attempt by the observer to establish a link. The sound is the physical confirmation of that link, a tangible, audible connection that lets you know you are not alone. The observer is heavy, perhaps injured, or perhaps simply reluctant to lift its feet. It's a slow pursuit, but a relentless one. You recall another joke, trying to laugh the fear away. What do you call a mischievous ghost? The scrape behind you feels less like a terror tot and more like a heavy, deliberate adult horror. You focus entirely on the yellow glow ahead. It's getting closer. You need to reach the boundary of that light's normalcy, hoping the entity that loves the shadows will be forced to retreat. You keep the determined pace, fighting the urge to sprint and alert the entity behind you to your panic. The scraping sound is your unwelcome companion, a rough, grating noise that settles into the background of your consciousness, somehow more tolerable than the silence, because the silence meant anticipation. This, at least, is confirmation. As you focus on the steps, the street itself begins to assert its own history in your mind, a sudden, intrusive flood of local lore. This particular stretch of road, you remember, was always slightly infamous. It wasn't the site of any nationally broadcasted event, but there were things. Whispers, local legends, bits of morbid gossip that had grown dusty with time. You recall the fringe tidbit of local legend, the crossed-out cottage. Decades ago, on a property that would have abutted this road, a small family suddenly vanished without a trace. Their house was found perfectly normal, the table set for dinner, but they were simply gone. The police found nothing, and the case was eventually filed as a mass, voluntary disappearance. But the legend held that the house was later demolished, and the new owners insisted that before they built over the lot, they had to ceremonially paint a large white X across the ground where the cottage stood, a folk remedy to prevent the space itself from taking anyone else. You realize you are currently walking directly across the footprint of that demolished land. The scraping behind you sounds heavier now, perhaps because the pavement here is older and more cracked. You speed up. You remember the mainstream, terrifying history of H.H. Holmes's murder castle in Chicago during the late 19th century. Holmes, one of America's first documented serial killers, constructed a hotel specifically designed for murder, complete with soundproof rooms, trapdoors, and gas lines, making the building itself an active tool of terror. The true horror lies in the intentional, malicious adaptation of a supposedly safe structure. This road, you realize, feels like it has been structurally adapted for terror too. The single, flickering light, the unusual isolation, and now, the persistent sound of pursuit. You try another piece of sarcasm to cut the tension. Why did the vampire fail art class? He could only draw blood. You can only draw the scraping sound, and it's not a joke, it's a threat. You try to shift your mental focus back to science, the intellectual safety blanket. You recall the debate phrasing. Researchers disagree on whether the phenomenon of infrasound, low-frequency sound waves below the range of human hearing, can reliably induce feelings of terror, anxiety, and the perception of unseen presences in individuals, or if these effects are primarily attributable to psychological suggestion and the power of expectation. The scraping sound behind you is definitely not infrasound, but the absolute silence of the rest of the world makes you wonder if something inaudible is vibrating through the ground, creating the perfect conditions for fear. You realize you are getting close to the normal street light ahead, and you start to formulate a plan. When you reach the light, you will spin around immediately. You will face the darkness and whatever is dragging itself toward you. You need to see it. If it's human, you can run. If it's not, at least you'll know what killed you. The dragging sound pauses. You keep walking, but the scrape doesn't immediately follow. There is a lag of 2 full steps. You wait for it, your entire body tensed, the silence stretching out like a thin, brittle wire. Then, a sudden, vicious burst of noise. Rape. It's closer now, too close. It sounds like something large and heavy accelerating quickly on its heels. You break into a full, panicked sprint. Your feet hammer the pavement. Thump, 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 thump. The scrape is immediately there with you. A relentless, rushing noise that is no longer trying to keep pace, but is actively trying to overtake you. It's fast. Whatever it is, despite the dragging, it is moving with a terrifying speed. Another joke, choked out by your lungs. What's a ghost's favorite dessert? I scream. You are definitely screaming internally right now. You are moving into the sphere of the new street light. It's a standard, steady white glow. It's warm, inviting, and utterly non-flickering. As you pass into its light, the scraping sound behind you cuts out instantly. Silence. You skid to a stop, spinning around, gasping for breath, ready to face the darkness you just escaped. There is nothing there, just the empty, dark street, stretching back to the faint, menacing yellow dot of the bad street light you just left. The silence is profound. The white light is bathing you in an artificial, utterly normal security. It's over. The entity, whatever it was, the second shadow, the walker that wouldn't lift its feet, couldn't stand the white, steady light. It retreated, preferring the old, isolated darkness of the crossed-out cottage. You take a tentative step back toward the dark stretch. Silence. You take a step forward into the light. Silence. You have escaped. You have broken the connection. But then you hear a faint, almost inaudible sound coming from the darkness beyond the white light, from the street you have yet to walk. A single, distinct click. You look ahead. The next street light, normally solid and waiting, just pulsed. A deep, heavy dip in illumination, perfectly timed with an imaginary step you had tensed to take. Why did the vampire get fired from the blood bank? He took too many withdrawals. You feel the street is making withdrawals from your sanity, one flicker and one scrape at a time. The problem wasn't the light you passed. The problem is the street. You stand paralyzed beneath the steady white streetlight, caught between the known threat behind you and the new, potential threat ahead. The darkness is breathing in, waiting. You are soaked in sweat, and the sudden realization that the next light pulsed just once sends a fresh tremor of ice through your veins. The sound of the scraping, the oppressive rhythm, the aggressive flickering, it all belonged to the last block. You are now on a new segment of the journey, and the pattern is re-establishing itself, adjusting its methodology. You have to move. You choose to walk toward the next light, cautiously, slowly, testing the water. You take a single, soft step. The street light immediately ahead, still 60 feet away, reacts, not with a blink, but a throb. The white light dims deeply, pulling the world into a gray monochrome before surging back to full brightness. It's a heavy, visible pulse, far stronger than the subtle dips of the last light. You take another step. The light throbs again. It's the same basic function, but the execution is different. The sodium lamp was erratic and violent. This is steady, powerful, and deliberate. It's not a faulty mechanism, it's a sentient system that learns and adapts. It recognized your previous efforts to break the rhythm, and is now employing a new, more profound connection. You accelerate slightly, wanting to reach the safety of the normal zone before the pulsing can truly begin. Throb, throb, throb. It's a rhythmic, heavy beat, a slow, insistent, almost biological pulse, and then it intensifies. As you get closer, the light begins to oscillate with a terrifying speed, much faster than your steps. It's not just matching your pace now. It's racing ahead of your movement, generating a hyperstrobe that is beyond anything the first light produced. You stop. The light continues its frantic, high-frequency pulsing for 3 full seconds after your movement ceases, before finally settling into a dizzying, blindingly fast shimmer. It's a relentless, blinding onslaught of light and dark, faster than your brain can process, an epileptic seizure waiting to happen. The world around the light is a visual nightmare, blurring colors and shapes. You realize the implication, it's anticipating you. It registered your intention to run and initiated the maximum frequency before you even confirmed your next step. Scholars still argue whether the phenomenon of precognition, the alleged ability to see or sense future events, is merely a trick of memory and coincidence bias, or if it indicates a genuine dimension of time that is non-linear and accessible to certain stimuli or consciousnesses. This street light, you think, seems to have achieved a localized, non-linear form of time. It's reading your mind, or maybe it's reading the subtle electrical signals in your muscle fibers that precede movement. You recall the mainstream horror of the phantom clown sightings in 2016, an example of mass hysteria generated by social media and viral panic, where clowns were spotted lurking in woods and near roads, seemingly harmless, yet generating widespread fear and police involvement. The horror was the fear of the unknown intent and the unreliability of what you see. This light is an unseen entity using a visible electrical canvas to display its malicious intent, proving that fear doesn't need fangs, it just needs an unreliable visual stimulus. The visual distortion is so intense you feel faint. You have to look away, turning your head toward the ground. You recall an obscure tidbit about ocular fatigue ghosting, a rare medical phenomenon where extreme exposure to flickering, high-contrast light sources can temporarily imprint images onto the retina, causing the sufferer to see residual ghosts of shadows or shapes in their vision even after the light is removed. You realize that if you look up now, you might see the fetch shadow permanently burned into your vision. You force yourself to look back at the light, determined not to let it win. It's still shimmering violently, pushing the limit of electrical tolerance. Why did the zombie break up with the skeleton? He couldn't stand her bone-dry sense of humor. You feel bone-dry yourself, utterly dehydrated by fear. You realize you can't walk past this light while it's in this state. You take a slow, single step backward, back toward the quiet safety of the previous white light's influence. As you move away, the flickering slowly, agonizingly begins to subside, dropping the frequency. You stop completely. The light settles into a residual, fast pulse, but no longer a blinding strobe. It is waiting, shimmering with impatience. You whisper a joke to the pavement. What's a ghoul's favorite type of music? W-rap. You decide the only way through is a complete change in motion. You decide to run backwards or maybe sideways. No, you need to be unpredictable, fluid. You start moving in a drunken, weaving pattern, walking a zigzag line toward the light. The light tries to keep up. It pulses rapidly when you change direction, but the lack of a consistent forward stride throws its timing off. It sputters and struggles, returning to that chaotic, broken rhythm mess you created earlier. It's an electrical tantrum. You manage to weave your way past the light pole without establishing a consistent rhythm, and as you do, you look up one last time at the bulb. For a single, horrifying moment, as the light sputtered a final, desperate burst of energy, you saw something deep inside the glass globe, something that looked like a tangled mass of thick black wire, pulsing like a captured heart. You are certain it was just the filament, but the memory sticks. Cold and certain, you step into the relative darkness beyond, breathing a shallow sigh of relief. The light pole behind you is no longer shimmering. It is completely still. But it has one last, powerful throb, a deep, slow pulse that seems to drain the color out of the world, a powerful K-thump that makes the air tremble. You run. You are running now, pushing away from the shuddering white light, propelled by the final heavy K-thump that felt less like an electrical surge and more like a physical threat. The exhaustion is hitting you hard, making your legs heavy and rubbery. You can still feel the residual imprint of the blinding strobe on your retinas. A faint purple grid swimming in your field of vision. The next section of the street is lined with tall, older houses. They are uniformly dark, silent, their windows like vast black mirrors reflecting the meager ambient light of the sky. You focus on the idea of a normal, quiet house, a family asleep inside, a domestic life entirely unaware of the light and shadow war being waged on the street outside. As you slow down to a hurried walk, trying to recover your breath, you pass a house with a particularly large, dark pane of window glass. You avert your eyes automatically, not wanting to look at your own terrified reflection. But a flicker of movement catches your peripheral vision, and the instinct to look is overwhelming. You glance sharply into the glass as you pass. There is your reflection, pale, wide-eyed, frantic. But something is terribly wrong with the timing. You are mid-stride, moving forward, but the figure in the glass is standing still, watching you. You stop instantly, turning your head completely to face the dark window. The reflection does not move. It is still, its face angled toward you, a perfect mirror image of your panicked expression, but frozen in that one moment of stillness. Why did the undertaker quit his job? He kept losing interest in the daily grind. You, however, cannot lose interest in this daily grind, because the reflection is holding your focus hostage. The reflection is delayed. The light you are under right now is not flickering. It is steady, bathing you in a normal, soft orange glow. This is not an optical illusion caused by strobe lights. This is a purely temporal anomaly. You are moving in the present, but your reflection is captured in the immediate past, a moment that should have vanished the instant you moved. You lift your hand slowly and tentatively wave. The reflection remains still. You wait. 5 seconds pass, each feeling like a minute. Then, the reflection's hand slowly lifts and waves back, the movement unnervingly slow and deliberate, not mimicking your frantic wave, but responding to your earlier movement. You remember the mainstream horror concept of the tulpa, a Tibetan Buddhist concept sometimes appropriated in occult lore and modern horror fiction. The tulpa is a being or object created solely through the power of mind and concentration, a thought form given physical reality. You've spent the last half hour concentrating all your fear, anxiety, and awareness on the street, the light, and the shadow. Have you managed to conjure a physical manifestation of your own terror? You take a heavy step back, away from the window. The reflection simply stares. The most chilling realization, however, comes as you scrutinize the figure in the glass again, noticing the edges. It's a perfect mirror image of you, your clothing, your posture, but something is wrong with the background reflected in the glass. The reflection shows the street behind you, stretching back to the last light, and there is a faint, almost invisible third shadow in the reflected window, standing impossibly close to the reflective surface, closer than you could possibly be. It is just a smudge, a distortion in the glass, but it is too tall, too thin, too still to be a trick of light. You consider the obscure tidbit of mirror scrying, an ancient practice of divination where reflective surfaces are used to summon visions or spirits. An associated warning is that looking too long into a dark, unlit mirror or window allows the boundary between your world and the reflected world to thin, and whatever is looking back may not be your own soul, but something that has been waiting for the opportunity to pass through. You are now convinced that whatever was created by the flickering light is trying to use your reflection as a doorway. You realize you are wasting precious time. You turn your back on the window and force yourself to walk quickly again. You dare not look back. Researchers disagree on whether certain acoustic phenomena, such as the low-frequency humming or buzzing sometimes reported during paranormal investigations, are genuinely linked to non-conventional energy sources, or if they are entirely the result of the psychoacoustic effect of low-grade electrical noise interacting with the sensitive inner ear bones, leading to auditory hallucinations. You don't hear a hum, but the silence feels like a vacuum waiting to be filled. You can't resist one last piece of gallows humor, whispered under your breath as you walk away. I told my doctor I thought I was a set of curtains. He told me to pull myself together. You desperately need to pull yourself together, but you feel like you are coming undone thread by thread. The path ahead is still dark, punctuated only by the promise of the next normal light. You can't shake the image of your reflection, frozen in time, its face a mask of silent terror, and the dark, smudged shape standing right beside it, patiently waiting for you to look back one last time. You know that if you turned around again, the reflection would have vanished, but the memory of it and the presence of that third shadow will follow you for the rest of the night. You keep walking, propelled by the sheer cold certainty that your reflection was not just an image, but a marker left behind, a temporary anchor for whatever was trying to join your physical world. You refuse to look back, focusing only on the stretch of street ahead. The road is long, straight, and silent. The light sources are sparse, and you find yourself constantly calculating the distance to the next island of safety. You are walking beneath a long series of lights that have, so far, remained solid, predictable, and blissfully mundane. You try to absorb their normalcy, letting the steady light wash away the visual trauma of the last few blocks. You feel a brief surge of relief, believing the entities or the effect, whatever you want to call them, were localized to that specific historical patch of road. You've broken free. Then, as you reach the midpoint of this currently normal block, the light directly above you, a modern, fluorescent fixture, dies. Not a flicker, not a pulse, it simply goes out. The light vanishes instantly, plunging you into an absolute suffocating blackness that is deeper and heavier than anything the previous flickering could produce. The silence that accompanies the sudden death of the light is complete. The low hum of the fixture is gone. The gentle wash of ambient light from the distance is swallowed entirely by this localized void. You stop instantly, standing motionless in a pocket of pure, oppressive dark, and in that profound silence, you hear it, the scraping. Scrape. It is faint, incredibly faint, but it is right beside you, not behind you, beside you. The sound is now moving with a parallel trajectory, as if whatever it is has managed to catch up in the darkness and is walking side by side with you, patiently waiting for you to start moving again. You remember the mainstream horror of the Jersey Devil, a cryptid believed to inhabit the Pine Barrens of southern New Jersey. The terror stems from the sheer variety of its reported characteristics. It's a creature of impossible, contradictory forms, making it immune to easy categorization or understanding. This presence is similarly maddening. It exists in the shadow, is confirmed by sound, and is powerful enough to manipulate the electrical grid, yet you can't see it. It is a horror of pure, unseen function. You are forced to recall the debate phrasing. Researchers disagree on whether the human perception of time slows down during moments of extreme terror due to the neurological flooding of adrenaline, causing the experience of slow motion, or if the brain's enhanced data recording during a traumatic event merely creates the subjective illusion of temporal expansion upon recall. You feel time has utterly stopped. You are trapped in this moment, held hostage by the absence of light. You desperately need a joke. I saw a sign that said, "Watch for pedestrians." I thought, that's a fair trade. You are literally trading your movement for sound, and you are not watching, you are listening. You try to rationalize. The light died because of a maintenance failure. The scrape is just your own foot moving an inch on the pavement, magnified by fear. You try to prove it. You shift your weight subtly, barely lifting your foot. Nothing. The darkness remains silent, motionless. You decide to make a large, visible, and audible gesture. You slap your thigh loudly with your hand. Thwack. The scrape immediately answers. Scrape. It's a rhythmic click that sounds like a massive, heavy shoe being dragged on the pavement. But the sound isn't parallel anymore. The scrape is now ahead of you, maybe 20 feet down the street, leading the way into the darkness. You realize that your slap was perceived not as a sound, but as an intended movement, a sudden, aggressive burst of energy, and whatever is doing the scraping has anticipated your trajectory and jumped ahead to guide you. It is your dark shepherd. You recall the obscure fringe tidbit of the Hushers, a belief in urban legends that certain entities specialize in creating zones of total, localized silence before an event. The idea is that these entities absorb all ambient sound and light energy to generate a perfect field of sensory deprivation, making the victim completely vulnerable. This complete darkness and silence feels exactly like a field of deprivation created just for you. You try one more joke, a whisper. My therapist told me I had a fear of speed bumps. I'm slowly getting over it. You have to slowly get over the next 20 feet of silent black road, but you know you can't. You are stuck. If you move, the scraping will guide you. If you stand still, the darkness will eventually swallow you. You realize that you preferred the terrifying, frantic light, at least the light defined the boundaries of the threat. The darkness is boundless. You close your eyes, which makes absolutely no difference to your sensory input, and you decide to take the leap. You choose a direction, and you walk, slowly and deliberately, into the absolute blackness, following the last known location of the scraping sound, hoping it leads you toward the next streetlight, toward any light at all. You walk, blind and terrified, relying entirely on memory and the expectation of pavement beneath your feet. The darkness is a solid, physical presence, pressing against your eyes and filling your lungs. You can't see the scraping entity, but you know it's there, now moving just ahead of you, a silent, heavy guide. You try to hear the scraping, but the darkness has swallowed even that sound now. Did it stop? Did you lose it? The silence is worse than the sound. You take another 10 steps, hands outstretched in front of you, moving tentatively forward. The only thing you can hear is the frantic, shallow beat of your own heart. Then, the cold. It's not the ambient cold of the night air. This is a localized, unnatural cold, a sudden heavy drop in temperature that feels focused on a single point, the back of your neck. It's like standing in front of an open freezer door, or like a single cold breath being exhaled directly onto your skin. And with the cold comes the distinct, unnerving sensation of something brushing your hair. Not a solid touch, but the feeling of dry, static displacement, as if something has passed impossibly close, its own movement so light, so slow, that it created only a whisper of air movement. The entity isn't ahead of you, it's behind you again. It used the profound darkness to pass you silently, returning to its previous position, just out of sight, confirming that the scraping sound was merely a lure, a misdirection to keep you moving forward. You remember the mainstream horror fact about the Enfield haunting, a famously documented poltergeist case in 1970s London. Among the numerous phenomena reported were objects being thrown, loud knocking sounds, and crucially, accounts of the children and their mother feeling unseen hands pull at their nightclothes, and the unsettling sensation of an invisible presence standing directly over them while they slept. The terror is in the proximity, the unseen touch confirming the violation of your personal space. You instantly drop to a crouch, spinning around, eyes wide open, trying to pierce the absolute blackness. You are close enough to hear its breathing, or perhaps the lack of it. You wait for a sound, a breath, a drag. Nothing, just the cold spot remaining on your neck. You try a desperate, high-pitched joke, the only kind of joke you can manage right now. I decided to get a job carving statues of the Grim Reaper. I was told the work was to die for. You feel like the work is indeed to die for, right here, right now. You recall the fringe tidbit about the malignant watcher in Scandinavian lore. This entity is said to attach itself to a lone traveler during periods of vulnerability and isolation, following them home, observing them from the darkness, but never attacking until the traveler is inside their own home, specifically across the threshold. The cold brush is the watcher performing its final inspection, ensuring the target is correctly isolated before the true event begins. It passed you to confirm your path. You try to use your imagination, visualizing the darkness, the shape of the creature that is close enough to breathe on you. You try to analyze the situation intellectually, using the debate phrasing. Researchers disagree on whether the subjective experience of cold spots and unnatural localized temperature drops in reportedly haunted locations is a genuine indication of non-physical energy manipulation, or if the reports are entirely attributable to physiological responses to fear and anxiety, causing vasoconstriction that mimics the feeling of extreme cold. You don't care about the science right now. You care about the proximity. You can't stay crouched. You can't stay still. You take a desperate, bounding leap to the side, throwing yourself toward the vague direction of the next street lamp. You land heavily, scraping your hand on the concrete. The instant your foot impacts the ground, the light returns. It's the white fluorescent light you were just under. It is returned from its blackout instantly and completely, as if someone flipped a switch in the utility box. The sudden, violent burst of white light is almost as blinding as the previous strobe, but this time, it brings a moment of glorious, temporary safety. You look around wildly, trying to find the source of the scrape, the cold breath. Nothing. The street is empty, bathed in the sharp, steady white glow. Then you see it, lying on the pavement where you had been standing in the absolute dark. It's a smudge. A dark, thick line drawn across the pavement, about 3 feet long, as if something heavy and rough was suddenly dragged across the concrete right at the moment the light returned. It's the physical proof of the scrape, a mark that was made in the darkness and is only visible now that the light is back. You stand up, your legs shaking, and back away slowly from the mark. It wasn't the sound of a shoe. It was the sound of something heavy being pulled, leaving behind a residue that looks almost organic, thick, black, and viscous. You force a final, desperate joke through dry lips. What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta. This entire experience has been a nightmare of imposters. An imposter light, an imposter shadow, and now an imposter safety. You know this isn't over. The light is back, and you can see your path. You need to keep moving. The stark white light that resurrected the world has done its job. It has scattered the deep darkness and confirmed the threat with a physical mark on the pavement. You move away from that black scraped line, your senses hyper-alert, the memory of the cold breath on your neck, a burning, insistent reminder that you are being hunted. You are walking faster now, focusing on the nearest, normal-looking streetlight ahead. You need to reach the main road, the part of the city where human activity is dense enough to overwhelm whatever localized malevolence is thriving here. As you walk, your anxiety reaches a peak, and something fractures in your mind. A memory surfaces, so vivid and jarring it feels like a hallucination. It's a childhood moment. You are maybe 7 years old, tucked into bed, and your older sibling is telling you a story in the dark. It's a dark, nonsensical nursery rhyme, something about a man who walks without lifting his feet and whose shadow is always a step ahead. The memory floods your current consciousness with a sudden, overwhelming certainty. You realize that the story you were told as a child, a silly, terrifying piece of invented lore, has become physically manifested in your adult reality. You try to grasp the source of the memory. Was it a story, a local legend, an obscure tale? You can't be certain, but the association between the childhood fear and the current reality is absolute, and it makes the entire situation feel horribly preordained. You think of the mainstream fact of the Black Dahlia murder in 1947, one of the most sensationalized and gruesome unsolved crimes in American history. The public's obsession with the case was driven not only by the shocking brutality of the crime, but by the media's almost ritualistic feeding frenzy on the lurid details, making the victim's image a permanent fixture in American horror mythology. The sheer terror of the unknown, the phantom presence, the unsolved mystery, is what anchors the story in the collective consciousness. And now, your own personal unsolved mystery is walking 20 feet behind you. The thought of your sibling, long grown and distant, telling that story years ago feels like a deliberate cosmic trigger. You recall the obscure fringe tidbit of the Mandela effect, a phenomenon where a large group of people share the same false memory of an event or detail. The horror aspect lies in the suggestion that reality is mutable, the memories are interchangeable, and that if enough people believe something that isn't true, it might become true. Has your childhood memory, combined with your current panic, pulled the man who walks without lifting his feet out of the realm of story and into the physical world? You take a nervous, glancing look over your shoulder. The white light is still strong, but the shadows are long and distorted. You see nothing. You hear nothing. You forced yourself to think logically, clinging to the familiar, using the scholarly debate phrasing. Historians still argue whether the historical figure of Vlad the Impaler was primarily a brutal, necessary military leader who used extreme violence as a psychological deterrent against invasion, or if his documented acts of cruelty were solely the product of inherent sadism, elevated to mythological status by political rivals. You realize you are doing the same thing to this creature. You are trying to assign it a motive, military deterrent, a lesson, or inherent sadism, a hunt, to make it understandable. You stumble over your own feet, recovering quickly. The street remains quiet. What's the favorite line of a pessimistic surgeon? Scalpel, suture, goodbye. Your own goodbye might be coming sooner than you think, and you realize you have already said your farewells to logic. You realize the memory wasn't a distraction, it was a clue. The key to the story was never the light, but the walker who doesn't lift his feet. The light was simply the mechanism by which he was making his approach known, a courtesy, a warning. You try another piece of grim, self-deprecating humor. My life is a horror movie, but I keep watching it because I can't wait to see how it ends. You are indeed the sole audience for this late-night feature, and the credits are approaching fast. You are now approaching the next light. It's another sodium vapor lamp, but this one is old, tired, and casting a weak orange circle of light. It looks perfectly normal. You hold your breath, waiting for the flicker, the pulse, the scrape. You are ready for the pattern to resume. But as you step into the light, something entirely new happens. You step into the weak orange glow of the old sodium lamp, your shoulders tensed, ready for the sharp, rhythmic blink of the first terrible light. You are ready for the chase, the staccato rhythm of panic. It's dim, but unwavering. You take a step, and it does not flicker. You take another. Nothing. A wave of confusion washes over you, quickly followed by a heavy relief that feels utterly misplaced. You slow down, trying to process the shift. The system is broken. You are safe. Then you hear it. Not the frantic scrape, but a sound of heavy, measured impact. Thump. The light responds. It doesn't blink, but it vibrates. The orange glow shivers with the low-frequency impact, like a drum being hit miles away. You realize the sound is not synchronized with your steps. You take 3 steps. Thump, thump, thump. Your own footsteps are light and quick, a hurried 4/4 time. The thump is slow, heavy, and deliberate, a funereal 2/4 time. It's walking a different, slower, heavier rhythm entirely. You stop. The light stops vibrating, holding steady. You wait. 5 seconds of silence. Then, from somewhere just beyond the light, down the road you must travel, the heavy sound returns. Thump. This light is responding to a separate walker, a slower walker, a larger walker. You recall the mainstream fact about Patterson-Gimlin film, the famous footage of a supposed Sasquatch. The horror there isn't that the creature exists, but the unsettling realization of its scale. The sheer size and strength of a completely unknown humanoid capable of living undetected in the wilderness. The slow, heavy thump of this unseen walker suggests a similar scale, something far larger and heavier than a normal person, a creature that requires fewer steps to cover the same distance. You consider the obscure lore of the Jotun from Norse mythology a fringe tidbit. These are not merely giants, but primal ancient beings often associated with elements like frost, rock, and the very structure of the cosmos. Their movements are described as slow, seismic events, a heavy foundational step that alters the landscape. The sound you hear is seismic. It's a step that shakes the very ground. You decide to take a joke, a dark one, to regain perspective. Why did the cannibal quit his job as a waiter? He couldn't stand the sight of all those tipping hands. You are trying not to tip over from fear, because the thump is getting closer, its rhythm slow and relentless. You start to move again, but you try to match your light steps to the slow thump, hoping to blend in, to move within the pattern rather than oppose it. You take 5 quick steps for every one of the entity's slow, heavy steps. You move forward, and the sound moves forward. It's an unnerving feeling of moving in convoy with something terrifying. You look at the slow, heavy vibration of the light with the debate phrasing in mind. Researchers disagree on whether the primary mechanism of low-frequency sound perception is purely auditory via the inner ear, or if the strong pressure waves also directly stimulate internal organs and nerve endings, contributing to the subjective feeling of dread and physical illness. You feel sick. You feel the thump vibrating in your chest, proving that this is more than just sound. You are about to pass the light. You realize that the entity, the slower walker, must be moving into the light's immediate area now. You look back sharply, expecting to see a colossal, lumbering shape. Nothing. The street is empty. The sound stops abruptly as you clear the light pole. The light holds steady, its orange glow dull and normal. You realize the light was reacting to the thumper as it passed beneath it while you were still approaching. The entity is now ahead of you, in the dark, continuing its slow, heavy, pre-established route. This entire street is a sensory switchboard. The first light tracked you. The second light, after the scrape, tracked your mind. This light tracked a separate, pre-existing threat. You decide that the best defense is utter silence. You glide now, almost tiptoeing, minimizing impact, trying to be an invisible traveler. You move forward into the next pocket of darkness. You mutter one final piece of dark wit. My boss told me to have a good day, so I went home. You wish you could go home, but your home is still far, far away. The rhythm is gone, the light is behind you, the darkness is ahead. You are moving in silence, and you pray that the absence of a visible or audible response means that the hunter has missed you, that the slower, heavier walker is marching toward a different, more substantial prey. You are nothing but air and fear, and you hope that is not enough to register. You glide through the darkness, your steps light, your breathing shallow. The silence is a desperate strategy now, a cloak of non-existence that you hope to maintain until you reach the next, and hopefully final, stretch of well-lit street. You are no longer trying to outrun the threat, you are trying to become invisible to it. You realize, with a cold clarity that penetrates the fear, that this entire sequence of events wasn't random chaos. It was a perfectly designed system. The light and the shadow, the scrape and the thump, they were all methods of measurement. The first light measured your presence, confirming you were there and quantifying your steps. The scrape measured your intent, following your deliberate movements and punishing your stillness. The third light measured your scale, introducing a separate, heavier rhythm to show you the difference between human panic and primal, deliberate motion. The purpose, you conclude, wasn't to scare you, it was to calibrate. You were being cataloged, quantified, and assigned a specific rhythm within the structure of this haunted stretch of road. You stop walking entirely, realizing that your stillness, your silence, is the most profound defiance. The darkness remains silent. The only sound is the frantic pounding of your heart, which feels loud enough to summon the next light. You recall the mainstream horror surrounding the Mothman prophecies, a series of events in the 1960s where an alleged winged creature was sighted repeatedly in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, often interpreted not as a monster, but as a harbinger of disaster, specifically the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge in 1967. The The horror is the implication that the entity wasn't the cause of the disaster, but the alarm system. The flickering light and the dragging scrape were your Mothman, the alarm system for your own imminent, localized disaster. You take a moment to look back down the street at the two flickering, pulsing lights. They are just stars now, two distant pinpricks of light in the blackness, utterly still and quiet. But you know that the stillness is not peace. It is the silence of a system that has finished its calculations. You realize you must move again. You can't stay here. You try a piece of darkly humorous philosophy. If you're having a bad day, remember that you're probably someone else's worst nightmare. You are certainly this street's worst nightmare, a witness who keeps surviving. You recall the obscure fringe tidbit of the hypnopompic figure, a type of visual hallucination that occurs upon waking, often described as a dark figure or entity standing by the bed. A specific detail is that these figures often seem to be tangled or pixelated, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye, similar to the fragmented shadow you saw. The theory is that the hypnopompic figure is the brain's attempt to rationalize a momentary severe electrical mismatch between the dream state and the waking state. You are walking through the street's equivalent of a hypnopompic hallucination, a terrifying electrical mismatch that your brain is trying to rationalize. You use the debate phrasing to try and ground yourself. Scholars still argue whether the experience of synchronicity, meaningful coincidences without a causal link, is a genuine manifestation of an acausal, organizing principle in the universe, or if it is purely the result of cognitive bias where the mind selectively notes and remembers only the matches. You are convinced this is more than coincidence. This entire performance was a message, and the message was, you are quantifiable. You start walking again, moving toward the next section of the street. This time, there is no light ahead. The next 3 poles are completely dark. This must be the final, longest stretch of darkness before the main road. What's a ghost's favorite game? Hide and go shriek. You are definitely playing hide and seek, but the seeker is using the entire city's power grid as a tool. You walk with an eerie smoothness, trying to mimic the stillness of the dark watcher. You glide, listening for any return of the scrape, the brush, the thump. Nothing. The silence is profound. And then faintly, far ahead in the distance, you hear a sound that is not a scrape or a thump. It is a soft, gentle tinkle, like glass chiming. You look ahead, straining your eyes. The sound is coming from the farthest point of your vision, where the street bends. It's a delicate musical sound, utterly out of place. You realize that the calibration is over. The system is no longer trying to measure you. It is trying to lure you, and you must follow the sound. The gentle, high-pitched tinkle is the strangest sound yet. After the aggressive chaos of the strobing, the heavy thumping, and the suffocating silence, this musical, delicate chime feels almost benign. It's entirely acoustic, not electrical, and it comes from the far bend of the street, signaling the final push toward the main road. You start walking toward it, the sound acting as an unlikely, macabre beacon. Your sense of terror is now replaced by a kind of cold, exhausted curiosity. You are deep in the hunt now, desperate to know what is waiting at the end of this impossible sequence of events. The street is still pitch black. You can see nothing but the outline of the silent, sleeping houses. The tinkle fades, then returns, slightly louder, confirming that you are moving closer to the source. You recall the mainstream horror trope of the siren's call, a mythological concept adapted countless times in horror where a beautiful, seductive sound or vision is used to lure victims toward a terrifying end. The sound of the chime is your siren, a soft musical lie leading you toward the conclusion of the street's calibration. As you walk, you reflect on the debate phrasing. Historians still argue whether the historical accounts of phantom lights, such as the will-o'-the-wisps or swamp gas illusions, were genuinely natural phenomena caused by igniting marsh gas, or if they were entirely cultural phenomena rooted in folklore, used to explain the danger of traveling alone at night. You realize the tinkle is your will-o'-the-wisp, a sound created not by nature, but by the street itself, designed to guide you. You manage a piece of dark humor. I hate being alone at night. I keep getting invited to these midnight meetings by things that don't cast shadows. You realize you are the only one casting a shadow right now, and the rest of the company is fully opaque. The final block is long, but you can sense the proximity of the main avenue. You can hear the faint, steady white noise of distant traffic, a comforting, normal sound that promises release. As you approach the bend, the tinkle is directly ahead. You round the corner and suddenly you are bathed in light, not the flickering menace of the back street, but the honest, full-spectrum LED light of the main road. It is bright, sterile, and gloriously mundane. The chime stops instantly. The source of the sound is gone. You stand on the curb of the main road, the street empty, the passing cars entirely oblivious to the theatrical terror you just endured. You have made it. You look down the familiar stretch of your own street, the street where your house is located. It is normal. The lights are regular. The houses are quiet. You walk the final block, the sense of escape flooding your system. You reach your house, your own front door. You fumble with your keys, shaking with exhaustion, relief, and residual fear. As you bend down to insert the key into the lock, you look down at the welcome mat, and you see it. Lying neatly on your doormat, directly at the threshold of your home, is the source of the chime. A small, tarnished brass house key on a worn ring. It's old, heavy, and completely unfamiliar. You do not own a key like this. You recall the fringe tidbit about the threshold gift, an ancient superstition found in various cultures. The belief is that if an entity or spirit wishes to gain permanent access to a home, it will often leave a small, seemingly benign object, a stone, a coin, or in some cases a key on the doorstep. To pick up the gift and bring it inside is to knowingly accept the presence of the entity into the sanctuary of the home. The key is the payment. The key is the invitation. You freeze, your hand hovering over the strange, cold brass key. You can't help the dry, terrible joke that follows. What's a cannibal's favorite fast food order? A finger sandwich. You feel like you are being offered a finger sandwich, and the price is your soul. The final piece of the puzzle slots into place. The flickering light, the dragging shadow, the thump. It wasn't about keeping you out. It was about guiding you home. It was a process of escort, calibration, and delivery. You leave the key where it is. You jam your own key into the lock, turn it violently, and push the door open, throwing yourself inside your home. You slam the front door shut, the sound echoing too loudly in the sudden silence of your hallway. You twist the deadbolt, slide the chain, and turn the lower lock, locking everything with a frantic, desperate paranoia. You lean against the wood, your breath ragged, listening to the heavy internal silence of your home. You are inside. You are safe. The threshold is guarded. You remember the brass key on the mat, the gift, the invitation. You did not touch it. You did not accept it. You walk through the dark house, flipping on every single light switch. The house floods with the ordinary, warm, familiar light of your own lamps. It's the brightest, safest light you've ever seen. You move to the window facing the street, peeling back the curtains, looking out at the normal, quiet street you just walked down. The main road is still visible, the LED light clean and steady. Then you look down at your door. The key is still there on the mat, reflecting the porch light, a small, cold brass invitation. You turn away, walking into the living room, trying to force the rational thought process back online. You were tired. You were scared. The whole thing was a coincidence of faulty wiring, acoustics, and an overactive imagination fueled by your own channel's subject matter. You sit down, trying to control your shaking hands. The house is silent, truly silent. And then you hear it. It is faint, almost inaudible, coming from the back of the house, where the kitchen window faces the yard, a window that looks out onto absolute darkness. Click, a single, soft sound, a sound of finality, a sound that is not a scrape or a thump. It's the sound of something tapping against glass. You freeze, recognizing the timing immediately. It's the rhythm the streetlight established in the very first block, but slowed, made patient. The sound of a heavy, deliberate impact. Click. It's the beat of the separate walker, the thumper, but minimized, internalized, tapping gently against the pane of glass. You realize that the entity, whatever it is, the watcher, the scraper, the thumper, the fetch, didn't need the key. It didn't need the door. The entity that was tracking you didn't follow you. It preceded you. The flickering light and the dragging sound were not a chase. They were the signature being deployed to confirm its successful arrival. The creature used the deep black of the previous blocks to pass you, to reach your house, and to wait. The sudden, unnatural death of the light pole you encountered in Section 9 that wasn't a failure. That was your escort turning off the last external light source, so it could pass you in absolute darkness and take up its position by your darkest window. Scholars still argue whether the perception of infrasound's effects on the human body, such as feelings of dread and being watched, are purely psychological, or if they indicate a genuine low-frequency atmospheric disturbance. But you know this sound is the signature of a successful hunt. The tapping continues, slow and rhythmic. Click, click, click. You whisper a final, desperate joke, the last flicker of your dark humor. I asked a ghost if he was happy. He said, "I'm afraid to give up the ghost." You were afraid to give up the ghost, but the ghost is already here, tapping on your window, waiting. The mainstream horror of the phantom knock is that it's often linked to omens of death, a preternatural entity knocking 3 times, a ritualistic number to signal a coming demise. This isn't 3 knocks. This is a perpetual rhythm. It's the final metronome. You recalled a fringe tidbit from the beginning, the shadow people drawn to electrical interference. The absence of light and sound outside your window is the perfect interference field. It's not feeding off the electricity. It's using the absence of it. You close your eyes, listening to the rhythmic tap. It's steady, it's waiting. It is the street light, the shadow, and the thumper, all reduced to a single, heavy, insistent finger on your kitchen window. And now, so is the story. You are inside. The locks are set, the lights are on, casting a warm, comforting yellow that pushes back the shadows in every corner. The air in your room feels heavy and still, thick with the scent of old wood and quiet dust. The pounding in your chest is finally slowing, easing into a dull, regular thud beneath your ribs. You can feel the soft texture of your bedsheets beneath your fingertips, the familiar weight of your blanket, a profound, material reassurance against the cold memory of the street. The gentle, rhythmic tapping from the kitchen window has also slowed, softening into a barely audible tick, tick, tick. It's no longer aggressive, it is simply there, a steady, persistent reminder that the world has changed and the edges of your life are no longer smooth. It's a lullaby now, a sound meant to accompany the descent into sleep, a final note of companionship. Let the light soothe you. Let the soft sound of the blanket rustling as you settle in be the loudest thing you hear. Close your eyes and let the sheer exhaustion of the walk, the anxiety of the rhythm, and the terrifying certainty of what is now outside your window simply melt away. You are tired. Your body aches. Your mind has done its duty, processing the impossible, quantifying the fear. The only thing left to do now is release the tension. Let your muscles grow heavy, your eyelids even heavier. The street is quiet. The world is asleep. The slow, gentle tick, tick, tick is just the house settling. It's just the cooling glass. It's just the sound of a story finding its final quiet ending. You are safe in the material world held by gravity and sleep. You are safe, you are safe, you are safe. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, True Scary Stories. Where are you watching from tonight and what time is it in your country? Have you shared my channel with your friends yet, or are you keeping these whispers all to yourself? You lie there now, tucked in, staring at the shifting shadows your old lamp casts on the ceiling. You can hear the faint, low groan of the house settling, a sound that always feels less like physics and more like a sigh right before a confession. The window beside you is a solid black square of night, but you know what's beyond it. You know the dark shave of the woods, a thick, untidy knot of pine and oak that starts 50 yards from your back door. It's a familiar dark, the kind that smells of damp mulch and silence. But tonight, that dark feels edited. It feels as though someone took a pair of heavy shears and trimmed away the random, comforting chaos of nature, leaving behind something intentional. The air is suddenly cooler, and the faint, woodsy perfume is sharper, like a single chilling note played on a piano. You feel a strange sense of resignation creeping in, a calm acceptance that, honestly, you probably won't survive this story, but hey, at least you'll get a great final anecdote out of it, right? So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're currently hiding from the dark and what time it is there. I love knowing where these stories travel. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that low, unsettling hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. It all started with the path. You woke up one Tuesday morning, and there it was. Not a deer trail, not a worn-down hunting track, but a freshly cut line through the undergrowth, starting maybe 10 feet from the corner of your lawn and disappearing into the dense, old-growth section of the woods you've always avoided. It was a scar, raw and straight, in the perfect green-brown tapestry of the late summer forest. You stand by the kitchen window, coffee cooling in your hand, and you try to rationalize it. Teenagers maybe cutting a shortcut to the old creek bed, but the path is too neat, the earth too smoothly disturbed. There are no snapped twigs jutting out, no careless footprints. It looks like a ribbon of brown velvet unspooled by something enormous and profoundly patient. It's only 10 feet long before it dips into the true, suffocating thickness of the trees, but it's the most unnerving 10 feet of ground you've ever seen. You remember reading once about the famous Bell Witch haunting, a story so persistent and well-documented that even Andrew Jackson claimed to have experienced it. What makes stories like that stick isn't the impossibility, but the way an ordinary place, a farm, a house, a patch of woods, suddenly stops obeying the rules and becomes the stage for something deeply unnatural. That path feels like a stage being set, just for you. You keep telling yourself it's a prank, a weird landscaping mistake by a neighbor you didn't know you had. But your house sits on a lonely 3-acre lot at the end of a dead-end road. Nobody cuts paths here except the things that already live in the woods, and they usually prefer tangled obscurity to straight-line efficiency. For 3 days, you watch it. In the morning, when the mist rolls off the pines, the path looks like a pale, wet wound. By noon, when the sun briefly hits it, the disturbed earth seems to soak up the light, rendering it dimmer than the surrounding leaf litter. You find yourself pacing your house, the path pulling at the corner of your vision like a persistent low-grade fever. It's the unsettling quiet near the path that finally compels you. You're used to the noise of the woods, the cicadas, the wind rustling leaves like dry parchment, the distant cry of a hawk. But near the entry point of this new path, the sounds simply stop. It's an aural dead zone. Even the birds seem to make a deliberate detour around the air above that freshly turned dirt. You step out onto the grass, the dew soaking through your socks immediately. You take a sip of your coffee cold now, tasting faintly of ash, and mutter to yourself, well, the coffee's already ruined. Might as well ruin the day, too. That's your first dark joke. You take 3 steps, and now you're standing at the path's entry. You can feel the coldness of the disturbed earth through your thin slippers. It's not just temperature. It's an emotional cold, an apathy seeping out of the soil. You know that according to a strange, old superstition, when you move into a new house, you should walk the perimeter of the property at midnight to ward off unseen entities. You realize with a shudder that this path is not on your perimeter. It's leading from your perimeter, like a vein sliced open and directing blood inward. You stand there, just inside the tree line, where the light is already failing, even though it's barely 4 p.m. You feel the pull, the subtle, magnetic insistence of the track. It's too neat, too purposeful. It's inviting you to take ownership of a terror you didn't even know existed. You wonder if this is how all those people who just walk off into the wilderness in missing persons reports feel. A sudden, powerful, and utterly unreasonable urge to simply follow a line until it resolves itself. You shift your weight, feeling a familiar tension in your shoulders. Why do you always have to be the protagonist in these terrible stories? I guess if this path leads to a gold vault, I'm the luckiest fool alive. If it leads to a pit of flesh-eating slugs, well, at least I won't have to do laundry anymore. That's the second darkly humorous thought of the day, a pathetic attempt to use cynicism as a shield. You take the first step onto the path, and the leaf litter crunches under your foot with a dry, sharp sound. It's immediately clear the ground here is different. It's not soft. It's packed down, as though thousands of journeys have already been made here. But this path only appeared on Tuesday. The logic doesn't align with the sensory information. You take a deep breath of the woodsy air, and you realize something crucial. The path goes slightly downhill. It's a gentle, almost imperceptible slope, but it gives the impression of being pulled along, not walking freely. You walk deeper, and the trees close ranks above you. The sound of the wind is muted now, replaced by a low, rushing silence that seems to be produced by the woods themselves. You reach out, touching the bark of a pine tree that feels unusually smooth and damp. You glance back at your house, but it's already gone, swallowed by the density. That quick erasure of the familiar is a shock. It feels less like distance and more like a curtain being drawn. You think about those scholarly debates you sometimes read about. Researchers disagree on whether sleep paralysis is purely a neurological misfiring during the REM cycle, or if there is an external, environmental component that primes the mind for such terrifying hallucinatory events. As you stand on this impossibly straight, unnervingly silent path, you start to believe the latter. This path, this perfectly straight line in nature's chaos, feels like an environmental trigger, a neurological anomaly made manifest in dirt and dead leaves. You take another step, and another. Your feet are moving of their own accord now, a grim determination replacing the initial curiosity. This is the moment you commit to the narrative, isn't it? The point of no return, where the main character ignores the clear red warning sign. You try one last joke, a whispered plea to the silent trees. If anyone asks where I went, tell them I was looking for a decent Wi-Fi signal. That's a truly scary story. You're not trying to be funny, really. You're trying to prove you still have a voice. The woods are pulling you in, away from everything you know, along this path that shouldn't exist, this path that appeared at your doorstep like a misplaced invitation. You glance down at the ground again, and you notice something you hadn't before. The disturbed earth, freshly tilled, is already healing. Tiny pale roots and new sprigs of grass are already pushing up, obscuring your own footprints even as you make them. It's not just a path, it's a wound that wants to close, and it wants to close with you inside it. You look ahead and the path, impossibly straight, seems to glow slightly at the end, not with light, but with absence. You walk, your steps feeling heavy and yet strangely weightless, as if the path itself is carrying you forward, making the effort optional. The air is still cold, heavy with that metallic scent of wet earth and something else. Something vaguely mineral, like rust or old blood. You've noticed that the path doesn't curve around the trees. Rather, the trees seem to have been removed for the path, or perhaps they simply agreed to step aside. It's a terrifying thought that the natural chaos of the forest is yielding to an imposed order that originated just outside your home. You keep moving, trying to reconcile the sight of the perfectly straight trail with the knowledge of how impossibly dense this woods is. The trees here are old, their trunks thick with moss, their branches interlocking to create a cathedral ceiling of shadow. There's no easy way to remove them, no sign of a bulldozer or a chainsaw. The only evidence of work is the path itself, smooth and unsettling. You remember a grim piece of true crime history, the Bloody Benders, a family of serial killers in Kansas in the 1870s who ran an inn and murdered travelers. Their infamy wasn't just the killing, but the chilling method of disposal. They dug a pit beneath the house, making the crimes a deeply private, internalized affair. This path feels like that pit, a private entrance, an invitation to doom that only you received. You stop suddenly. A few feet off the path, nestled between the tangled roots of a massive maple, is a stone. It's not a natural stone, but something carved, worn down by time or perhaps by deliberate erosion. It's low to the ground, maybe the size of a loaf of bread, and completely unmarked save for the rough, hand-chiseled outline of what looks like a single, crooked line pointing back the way you came. You crouch down, the damp air raising goose flesh on your arms. You reach out, but stop your fingers just short of the stone. It feels cold, colder than the surrounding dirt, radiating a palpable chill that makes your teeth ache. This stone feels like a forgotten marker, a surveyor's boundary from a time when people took property lines seriously, maybe too seriously. You try to scoff it off. Great, you whisper, a trail marker that just says you are here. Go back. Thanks for the useless advice, ancient cartographer. That's the first joke, delivered with a shake in your voice. This discovery brings to mind an obscure bit of folklore about fetches or doppelgangers, which some traditions claim are not just visual doubles, but actual spectral entities that walk the world just ahead of a person, heralding their imminent death. The fetch follows the path of your life and marks the end. You start to feel a terrible, sick certainty. This stone isn't marking a property line, it's marking your path, and the crooked line is a crude arrow pointing to your last stop. You force yourself to stand up, turning you back to the cold stone. You decide to check your phone. No signal, of course. Not even a blip of service. The woods have become an absolute blackout zone, not just for sound, but for all connectivity. Well, at least I won't get any annoying telemarketing calls down here. Who needs a landline when you have existential dread? Second joke, you find yourself relying on these small bursts of gallows humor, desperate attempts to keep the narrative voice separate from the terrified reality. The air here is thick with a strange silence, a silence that seems to whisper rather than simply exist. It's an auditory hallucination, a constant low-grade hiss like sand being poured onto velvet. You look back at the stone one last time. You see something you missed before, near its base, where the dirt meets the moss, a slight indentation, perfectly circular. It looks like a shallow bowl has been pressed into the ground. You turn and walk forward again. Now you're deep enough that the trees are filtering the sunlight into green-black splinters. The path is still straight, still impossibly smooth. You feel the ground shift slightly beneath your feet, and you realize you're walking on an old, forgotten bed of pine needles, perfectly preserved, yet somehow freshly exposed. You look down, and the trail is starting to look less like dirt and more like compacted, finely ground wood. You wonder about the origin of the path. Is it something made or something uncovered? This is where the academic mind kicks in, even in the face of terror. Historians still argue whether the Voynich manuscript, a bizarre illustrated codex written in an unknown language and dating back to the early 15th century, contains encrypted real-world scientific or pharmacological information, or if it is merely an elaborate, highly convincing hoax with no underlying meaning. You realize the path is your own personal Voynich manuscript, a compelling, perfectly formed mystery whose purpose is impossible to decipher. Is it real? Is it a human trick? Or is it a language you simply haven't learned to read yet? As you walk, you notice the shape of the trees changes subtly. They are all leaning slightly inward, not toward the sun, but toward the path, their highest branches forming a continuous arch. It's an unnerving posture, like the woods are bowing to something, or perhaps guarding it. You touch your face, realizing your skin is clammy. The temperature has dropped sharply. You remember the simple joy of that cold cup of coffee in your kitchen, now seeming like a relic from a different geological era. You shake your head, dismissing the fear, trying to focus on the technical details of the woods. You even try to appreciate the aesthetics. You know, this would make a great setting for a nature documentary. Title, Local Idiot Takes a Stroll Off the Map. It'll win 0 awards, but it's honest. Third joke, a little louder this time. You push deeper into the encroaching shadow. You feel the cold of the marker stone still clinging to the tips of your fingers, even though you never actually touched it. That's the thing about this path. Its effects are delayed. Its horror is an echo that arrives long after the source. You keep walking, pulled by the unsettling efficiency of the straight line. You can hear your heart now, a dull, rapid thump-thump-thump that seems to be the only sound that hasn't been muted by the unnatural hush of the surrounding forest. You realize you've been walking for what feels like an eternity, but when you check your internal clock, the way your body tracks time, it suggests only 10 minutes have passed. The light, however, has gone from afternoon dimness to twilight shadow. Time is compressing here, warping around the path like a disturbed gravitational field. You need to turn back, but the idea of retracing your steps, of passing the whispering marker again, of seeing that single crooked line pointing you back into a reality that no longer seems to fit, is suddenly unbearable. You must continue, if only to find out where this thing terminates. You have to find the end of the line, because you have a growing, terrible suspicion that this path wasn't made to lead you to something, but to lead you away from everything else. The path continues its relentless, unnervingly straight trajectory. You are deep in the woods now, past the point where familiar landmarks or childhood memories of this area hold any weight. The trees are taller, closer, and the ground beneath your feet is more compacted. You notice, with a sinking feeling, that the small, pale roots you saw trying to reclaim the path have stopped trying. The dirt is utterly bare now, submissive to the line. The sound that unnerves you the most starts to become distinct. A subtle, rhythmic, crunching sound. It's not the sound of your own feet. Your steps are a heavier, more familiar thud scrape. This other sound is lighter, drier, and always about 20 feet behind you. You stop, planting your feet and holding your breath. The crunching stops the instant you do. You wait, listening so intently your ears begin to ring. You hear nothing but the rush of silence. You take one slow, deliberate step forward, and 2 seconds later you hear it. Crunch, 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 keeping pace, mocking your hesitation. This deliberate silence, this uncanny obedience of sound, is far more disturbing than a loud noise. You remember the mainstream horror fact about the Winchester Mystery House in California, famously built by Sarah Winchester to appease the ghosts of those killed by her husband's rifles. What made the house so haunting wasn't the sheer size, but the irrationality of its design stairs leading to the ceiling, doors opening onto nowhere. This path, so straight, so perfect, is the same kind of irrationality. It's an engineered space that makes no practical sense. existing only to confuse and entrap. You force yourself to keep walking, focusing on the mechanical act of moving one foot in front of the other. You try to convince yourself the crunching is an echo, a sonic illusion caused by the dense tree canopy, but the sound is too precise, too present. You look over your shoulder, a quick, jerky movement that makes your neck ache. Nothing. Just the endless straight line of the path disappearing into the gloom. "Well, I've always wanted a personal trainer," you mutter, trying to keep the panic from boiling over. "It's nice to know even in the woods, I have someone checking my steps. Probably logging my heart rate too. Very considerate." That's the first dark joke of this stretch, a pathetic attempt to humanize the thing tracking you. The closer you get to whatever this path leads to, the more you notice this specific vegetation. Everything is dark green, deeply shadowed, and covered in a fine, almost imperceptible layer of dust. Except for one plant, a single, vivid purple flower blooming inexplicably in the exact center of the path, a few yards ahead. It's an impossible burst of color in the monochrome gloom. You slow down as you approach it. The flower is beautiful but looks fake, too saturated for the dim environment. Its petals are wet, even though the surrounding dust is bone dry. You know from the obscure folklore of the Bais and the Baba Yaga that deep forests often contain false beauty or dangerous gifts. A stunning mushroom, a strangely perfect flower designed to lure or distract. You decide not to touch it. The flower pulses slightly in the gloom, an optical illusion caused by the strained light, or maybe just your own frayed nerves. You step carefully around the flower, placing your foot on the path's edge. As you pass, you hear a faint, almost inaudible snap behind you, the sound of the flower being trodden on. You stop, your blood freezing in your veins. The crunching sound behind you has already stopped too. You refuse to look back. The thing following you isn't just following, it's confirming your passage, erasing the tiny anomaly you avoided. It is tidying up the path for the next observer, or perhaps for your return trip. You quicken your pace, a surge of pure adrenaline replacing the earlier resignation. The path responds, seeming to flatten and expedite your movement. The slope you felt earlier is gone, replaced by a smooth, almost lubricated surface. This is where the scholarly questioning comes in. Researchers disagree on whether human-induced panic behaviors are entirely separate from fight or flight responses, or if the heightened, often irrational decisions made under extreme stress are simply a corrupted, evolved form of the core survival instinct. You are definitely in a state of corrupted survival. You know you should turn and face the sound, but every cell in your body is screaming forward. You realize the total absence of insects is also a crucial detail. No mosquitoes, no gnats, no flies, nothing buzzing, nothing feeding. The air is sterile, cleansed of life's chaotic mess. This path is not part of the food chain. This is disturbing. If you die here, nothing will claim the body. It will just remain, perfectly preserved, like the path itself. A second dark joke slips out, a manic giggle escaping your lips. At least I won't have to worry about my allergies out here. It's so clean. Maybe this path is just a very, very serious HOA violation. I are laughing now, a dry, hysterical sound that the woods immediately swallow. You stop the laughter as quickly as it started. The sheer deliberateness of the path continues to overwhelm your senses. Every dead branch has been removed, every rock kicked aside. The air is perfectly still, perfectly quiet, perfectly cold. It's a corridor of profound wrongness. You reach a point where you feel you must stop and rest, but the idea of sitting down, of interrupting the flow of the path feels like breaking a sacred, unknown law. You think about the creature behind you, the one making the dry, meticulous crunch on the ground. You have a sudden image of it being incredibly tall and thin, moving with an impossible, silent grace, only disturbing the small, dry debris with its weight. It doesn't seem to have hands, or maybe it just doesn't use them. It just walks, slowly, exactly at your pace, always 20 feet back. You force your attention back to your own feet. They are numb now, the feeling of the earth beneath them replaced by a generalized cold pressure. You look down, and your shoes are covered in the fine, dark dust of the path, the same dust that was dry on the ground but wet on the flower. You wonder if this dust is the soil of the woods, or something else entirely, the byproduct of what created this perfectly unnatural line. You realize you haven't seen the sun at all for what must be over an hour. You are now solely illuminated by the diffuse greenish light that filters through the thick canopy. You close your eyes for a moment, just a split second, seeking the comforting darkness of your eyelids. But when you open them, the light is slightly dimmer, and you have the distinct, terrifying feeling that the path has narrowed slightly. The trees are closer. They are impatient. Your final dark joke of the section is a tired sigh. This is worse than a team-building exercise. At least during those, someone brings donuts. This one just comes with a free, silent stalker. You keep walking, the crunching sound a grim metronome setting the pace for your final, involuntary journey. You can feel the unnatural clearing of Section 4 just ahead, a palpable, weightless pocket in the oppressive density of the trees. The path is almost there. It's almost done with you. The path opens. It doesn't transition or fade. It simply stops at the edge of a space that is so profoundly not woods that it feels like you've walked onto the surface of another planet. You step out of the dense, shadowed corridor and into a circular clearing, the sight of which makes your chest clench with instant, gut-deep dread. This is the unnatural clearing. It is a perfect, flawless circle, approximately 50 feet in diameter. The ground is not the dark, compacted earth of the path, nor is it the natural leaf litter of the forest. It is utterly bare, a clean, white-gray soil, tightly packed and smooth. Nothing grows here, no moss, no grass, no weeds, no fungal blooms. It is sterile, a petri dish that has actively rejected all forms of life. The trees surrounding the clearing don't lean inward as they did along the path. Instead, they lean sharply outward, their lowest branches bent back like the ribs of a defensive cage. The air here is thick, heavy, and completely still. It doesn't feel like a vacuum. It feels like the atmosphere has been pressurized, pressing down on your skin with an unsettling physical weight. The silence is absolute. Even the faint, low, rhythmic crunching that followed you down the path has ceased. The thing that was tracking you has either stopped at the entrance, or perhaps it doesn't need to crunch anymore, because now it is here. You force yourself to look up. Directly above the clearing, there is a circular gap in the canopy, a precise hole through the leaves. The sky visible through the hole is not a clear blue, but a sickly pale gray, even though the sun should be high. It's a custom-made skylight for a horror show. You stumble forward 3 steps, your shoes making no sound at all on the white-gray ground. The earth beneath you is cold, like polished stone, and it seems to absorb all light and sound. You remember the mainstreamed fact about the Dyatlov Pass incident, where 9 hikers died under mysterious and terrifying circumstances in the Russian Ural Mountains. The lasting horror of that case wasn't the deaths themselves, but the unexplained nature. The strange internal injuries, the inexplicably damaged clothes, and the fact that an experienced rescue team felt a deep, irrational fear just being at the site. This clearing has that same psychic residue, the feeling that the natural world was simply not enough to cause what happened here. You stand in the center, turning slowly, trying to find an exit other than the path you came in on. There are none. The trees are a solid, impenetrable wall of wood and root. You notice a detail about the trees. Their bark, facing the clearing, is pale and unnaturally smooth, as though the inner life of the wood has been bleached out by the atmosphere of this spot. The pressure on your chest increases. You take a breath, and the air tastes flat, metallic, and empty of oxygen. It's the flavor of pure absence. You try a dark joke, just to hear your voice break the silence. Well, this would be a terrible place for a picnic. No birds, no bugs, and I'm pretty sure that sky is just an old paint can lid. The joke feels dead on your tongue, and the silence seems to chew on the words, mocking their futility. You notice something on the ground, near the center, where you are standing. A faint, almost invisible tracing on the white-gray earth. It's a pattern not etched into the ground, but on it, like fine dust, has been carefully swept away to reveal the texture of the soil beneath. You kneel down, ignoring the cold that immediately saturates your knees. The pattern is intricate, repeating. It looks like a simplified diagram of a human lung, or perhaps a spiraling galaxy. It has a definite, unnerving geometry. This brings to mind the obscure superstition of the corpse road or coffin path, ancient paths that were used historically to carry bodies to burial sites. The lore around these roads claims that they retain the spiritual residue of the dead, and sometimes, if you follow one, you can get caught in a temporal loop or be visited by a funerary ghost who insists on dragging you along. This clearing feels like the endpoint of a corpse road, the exact spot where the final ritual was performed. You stand up quickly, suddenly desperate to leave. The air here feels vulnerable. You've exposed yourself to whatever happens in the unnatural clearing, and the thing that was following you down the path is probably quite pleased. You start to walk toward the exit, but now a fresh wave of panic hits you. You can't tell which way you came in. Every section of the surrounding tree line looks identical, impenetrable, outward-leaning, and bleached on the inner bark. You spin in a slow circle, your heart hammering against your ribs. The path you followed, the one that was so distinct, has perfectly merged with the forest boundary. It is gone. This is the point where scholarly logic utterly fails. Historians still argue whether the concept of genius loci, the protective spirit of a place, was purely a literary and philosophical concept, or if ancient peoples genuinely recognized a non-human agency in specific geographical locations. You decide, with chilling certainty, that this place has a genius loci, but it's not protective, it's possessive, and it has just locked the doors. You try the 3 o'clock direction, pushing at the tangled roots. They hold fast, thick, and unyielding. You try the 9 o'clock direction. Same thing. You realize the path was the only key, and now that you're inside, the lock has re-engaged. You try another dark joke, forcing a painful grin. Well, on the bright side, if I have to live here, I don't have to worry about finding the perfect wallpaper. This gray dust motif is actually quite modern. It's terrible, but it's a sound, and that's what matters. You feel a growing sense of detachment, a strange, floaty sensation. You look down at your hands, and they seem slightly pale, slightly transparent in the strange light. You realize you have stopped thinking about the crunching sound behind you. It's no longer an external threat, but a memory. The fear has changed. It's no longer the fear of being chased. It's the fear of being trapped and slowly forgotten. You turn back to the center of the clearing, and you see the geometric pattern on the ground again. You realize it's not a lung or a galaxy. It's a stylized, extremely simple depiction of a path, ending in a perfect circle. And you are standing in the center of that circle. A new noise starts, extremely faint, high-pitched, and wavering. It sounds like a single cello string being bowed very slowly, a note so low it vibrates in your bones instead of your ears. It is coming from the ground, from the white-gray soil itself. You drop to your knees, putting your ear close to the cold, dead earth. The sound is clearer now, a sustained, mournful tone that seems to be pulling the memory out of your mind, one thought at a time. The memory of your name, the memory of your car keys, the memory of where the milk is kept in your fridge. All of it is being drawn away, leaving a pleasant, terrifying blankness. You need to run, now. You scramble back to the point where you entered, and this time, whether through sheer panic or a momentary failure of the location's spell, you see a faint difference in the tree line, the slight disruption where the path meets the clearing. You don't hesitate. You dive back into the gloom of the corridor, back onto the dark, compacted earth. The path accepts you immediately, and the weight on your chest instantly lifts. You are moving fast, and the silence of the clearing is already a tangible barrier behind you. You are running, but the path is so straight and smooth that it feels more like you've been launched. The trees are a blur of dark green and black on either side, and the ground seems to melt beneath your feet. You are flying back down the corridor, back toward the familiar world, but the fear is no longer about the pursuit. The terror is internal. You check your watch, or where your watch should be, but your wrist is bare. You're confused. Did you wear a watch today? You can't remember. You think about checking your phone again, but that memory is a blank too. Did you even bring it? You pause, leaning against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. The bark is rough and cold against your cheek, a small, comforting anchor of reality. This is when you realize the time is missing. You left the house sometime after noon, and you felt like you walked for 20 minutes to the clearing. You spent maybe 10 terrifying minutes inside the unnaturally perfect circle. You've been running back for, 5 minutes? You look up at the canopy. The light is nearly gone. It should be late afternoon, maybe 4,003 p.m. at the latest, but the shadows are deep and indigo, the kind of shadows that fall just before night claims the world. An hour, maybe more, has simply vanished from your memory. It's an empty space in your mind, a black hole where time should be. You remember the mainstream horror fact about the Flannan Isle lighthouse mystery, where all 3 keepers vanished in 1900, leaving behind a locked door, a half-eaten meal, and evidence of a sudden, desperate departure. What happened to them wasn't just physical disappearance, it was a disappearance from the historical record, a moment of time that simply refused to be explained or accounted for. Your missing hour feels exactly like that, an event that happened to you, but which you are not permitted to remember. You try to backtrack. What did you do in the clearing before you noticed the strange sound? You remember kneeling down to see the geometric pattern. You remember the high, wavering cello note from the ground. Then, nothing. The next clear memory is running. What happened in that blank space? Did you speak? Did you touch the pattern? Did you see the thing that was crunching behind you? The absence of the memory is suffocating, far worse than any recollection of horror could be. You start walking again, slower now, trying to coax the memory out. The path seems to resist, pushing the blankness back. You try a dark joke, forcing the mental gears to turn. Well, I guess I can't complain about my short-term memory anymore. Now I don't have any short-term memory. Silver linings, right? Maybe I'll forget I have bills to pay. That's the first joke, desperate and thin. The path that was so straight on the way in now feels like a twisting maze, designed specifically to keep you lost. Every 50 feet, there's a large, identical-looking pine tree that feels like a false marker. You start looking for the purple flower you stepped around earlier, but the path is now perfectly clean again, the soil smooth and bare. The path is not only erasing your footprints, it's erasing itself. You recall the obscure lore of the Pukwudgie, a trickster race from Wampanoag folklore, described as gray-skinned small beings who lead people off paths and into danger, often by confusing direction and playing tricks with sound and light. This path feels like a Pukwudgie's masterpiece, an engineered confusion that is guiding you, not to a destination but to a state of permanent uncertainty. You are now profoundly disoriented. You know you are going back, because the light, what little there is coming from the direction you are walking, filtering weakly through the distant canopy. But the woods look different. The trees seem much older here than near your house, their trunks covered in shaggy black moss. You realize the path, which should be simple, is actually playing with space. It might be straight, but the land around it is bending, making your progress deceptive. You stop again. The crunching sound is not behind you anymore, but the silence feels heavier, thicker. You force yourself to state the obvious. Researchers disagree on whether the human brain's default network activity during rest and rumination is primarily focused on future planning or on the consolidation and ordering of past memories. You realize that your brain's network is utterly failing and both the future is obscured and the past is missing. You have been stripped down to a terrifying, immediate present tense. You look down at your hands again. They are dusty, still clammy. You notice a faint brownish smudge on your index finger near the cuticle. You rub it, and the smudge is soft, tacky, like dried paint or something organic. You immediately hate the fact that you touched it. You must have picked it up during the missing hour when you knelt down near that unsettling geometric pattern. You walk on, forcing yourself to keep up a steady pace. You realize that the path is narrowed further. Now, you have to turn your shoulders sideways slightly to avoid brushing the trees. This isn't just about erosion or growth. It's about the path becoming a claustrophobic tunnel, focusing your vision purely on the few feet directly in front of you. You need another joke, another break in the tension, but your mind is running on fumes. Well, this is one way to diet. If I keep this up, I'll be so thin I can just slide right under my front door. No need for keys. Second joke, falling flat. You feel the beginnings of despair, a paralyzing cold certainty that you are now just a captive of this strange geometric horror. You recall the feeling of the unnatural clearing, the way it rejected all life, including time. You decide that the missing hour isn't a forgotten memory, but a borrowed hour stolen by the clearing, held in reserve, and you are going to have to pay it back. You just don't know the currency. The path is winding now, finally, after being so impossibly straight. The curves are sharp, tight bends that seem to turn you back on yourself, confusing your sense of direction entirely. You come around one sharp turn, and you see something that makes you scream, a silent, internal scream that threatens to rupture your sanity. It's a tree, but not just any tree. It's the tree you leaned against just 5 minutes ago, the one with the rough, comforting bark. You know it's the same one because of a distinctive patch of silvery lichen that looks exactly like a grinning skull. You haven't been running in a straight line back to your house. You've been running in a desperate, tightening circle, trapped in a small, localized vortex created by the path's twisting logic. The path is not leading you home. It's leading you in circles, keeping you perfectly positioned for whatever is coming next. You try to move quickly, to push past the tree and find the next segment of the path, but your feet are stuck. You look down. The path isn't smooth anymore. The ground here is sticky, gummy, adhering to the soles of your shoes with a thick, syrupy resistance. You lift your foot, and it makes a sickening, tearing schlup sound. The path is fighting back, making the act of walking itself a massive, physical struggle. Your final dark joke is a simple resignation. Well, I guess I'm officially the world's first hiker to get stuck in the tar pits of existential dread. I should have worn better boots. You yank your foot free, the sticky earth letting go with a final wet gasp. You keep moving, realizing the only thing keeping you from being swallowed entirely by this place is the frantic pace of your own fear. The path twists again, and you brace yourself for the sight of the skull-lichened tree, but this time, mercifully, it is gone. You are moving forward again, but you know this forward motion is purely an illusion, a temporary kindness granted by the path's unseen architects. The twisting has stopped. The path is straightened out again, but this time, the perfect, unnatural line brings no sense of relief. It only suggests that the architects have decided your current coordinates are satisfactory for the next stage of the journey. You are no longer running, but walking with a grim, exhausted urgency, your sticky shoes leaving partial, distorted prints in the dark dust. You are acutely aware of the empty space where your memory should be, that stolen hour, now heavy with implication. It feels like an open wound in your mind, a vulnerability that the woods are exploiting. You try to recall what you saw in the geometric pattern in the clearing, but all you can recall is the feeling of it, cold, mathematical, and utterly devoid of human warmth. Then you see it. It's sitting in the middle of the path, small and tarnished. A button. Not a modern plastic button, but a flat, four-hole button made of dark, aged metal, possibly brass. It's the size of your thumbnail and coated in the same fine gray dust that covers everything here. It looks like it's been there for 100 years. Yet you know, with the unsettling certainty this path provides, that it was not there when you walked in. You stop. You look around, scanning the trees, the ground, the distant gloom. Nothing moves. You approach the button slowly, cautiously. It's centered perfectly in the path, a tiny, deliberate marker. You think about the mainstream horror fact of H.H. Holmes, the notorious 19th century American serial killer who constructed his famous murder castle in Chicago. What made his crime so terrifying wasn't just the killing, but the chilling architecture of his house. The soundproof rooms, the false walls, the trap doors, all meticulously planned to control and dispose of his victims. This path feels like an architectural extension of that mind, a design meant to be followed, not questioned, and this button feels like a misplaced, chilling detail from the tailor of the architect. You manage a shaky, dark joke. Well, look at that. The path is left a little present. Maybe it's a scavenger hunt. I hope the grand prize isn't an early burial. You decide not to touch it, stepping carefully around the metal disc, but as you pass, the air above the button feels subtly warmer than the surrounding cold. 5 minutes later, you find the next object. This one is a single, dried flower. Not the vibrant purple anomaly you avoided earlier, but a simple white daisy, completely desiccated, yet perfectly preserved, sitting upright as if planted yesterday. It is placed exactly 3 inches off the path's left edge. You realize, with a crushing certainty, that this suggests you are not alone and never have been. Someone, or something, is not just following you, but curating the path in front of you. This ties into the obscure lore of the Watcher in the Woods, a European superstition that describes a silent, non-malicious entity that simply observes and marks human journeys into the deep wilderness. It never interacts but leaves subtle signs of its presence. A stone moved, a branch snapped, a forgotten object placed in view. The intent isn't to harm, but to communicate. I see you. You are known. The difference here is that this path is new. This entity didn't find the path. It created the path, and it is now customizing the experience for you. You keep walking, your eyes fixed on the path ahead, anticipating the next unnerving gift. You feel a strange kind of gratitude mixed with paralyzing fear. The gratitude that comes from knowing the world hasn't entirely abandoned you, even if the thing watching you is utterly monstrous. You force yourself to think academically, a defense mechanism against the rising hysteria. Researchers disagree on whether the human need for pattern recognition, the tendency to see faces in clouds or sequences in random data, is a cognitive advantage derived from survival necessity or a mere vulnerability that can be easily exploited by psychological suggestion. This path is the ultimate suggestion. You are seeing a pattern because one is being intentionally laid out, one metallic button and one dried flower at a time. You spot the third object, a small, smooth river stone not found in this region, sitting exactly on the right-hand edge of the path. It's a pale gray, unlike the dark stone you saw at the entrance, and it has a faint, almost invisible groove running down its center. You start to piece together the sequence: metal, organic, mineral, a grim, terrifying triplet that seems to be forming a ritual. You can't help but laugh, a short, bitter bark of sound. This is like the world's creepiest welcome wagon. If they leave a tiny fruitcake next, I'm calling the police. Wait, no, I'm already past that. First joke, weak but delivered. You consider picking up the stone, breaking the pattern, stopping the game, but the thought of touching it, of disrupting the sequence, brings a sudden, sharp image of the missing hour. A glimpse of the geometric pattern, now overlaid with the brownish smudge on your finger. You recoil, stepping wide around the stone. The act of seeing these objects and avoiding them is the only thing keeping you tethered to reality. You realize the path is teaching you a terrible new language, one of subtle placement and profound silence. The button says, "I am here." The flower says, "I am waiting." The stone says, "I am ready." You find yourself slowing down near a bend. You look back. You can't see the river stone, or the flower, or the button. They've been swallowed by the path's perfect erasure. But you do see something else, a faint, almost shimmering disturbance in the air, about 50 yards behind you. It's too large to be an insect, and too hazy to be a solid object. It looks like heat rising off asphalt on a summer day, but here, in the cold, deep woods, that's what has been crunching behind you, you realize. Not a heavy foot, but a displacement of air, a wake left by something moving with too much speed and too little substance. You shudder, pulling your jacket tighter. You're shivering, but not entirely from the cold. You offer a second dark joke to the shivering woods. "I wish I could leave a review for this trail. Excellent curation, terrible customer service, 5 out of 10 stars. Would not recommend for a casual Sunday stroll." You realize you must be getting close to the boundary of the woods, the point where the path, so impossibly straight, started its journey. You search for the familiar look of younger trees, the sounds of distant traffic, the subtle shift in light. But the forest remains dense, dark, and utterly focused on the path. The feeling of being curated is now absolute. You are the sole participant in a performance orchestrated by an unseen entity, and the props are unsettlingly personal. You take a final deep breath, tasting the damp earth and the mineral scent of the stone. Your last dark joke is a plea for sanity. "If I make it home, I'm replacing this backyard with concrete." Nothing says I hate nature like a nice, smooth, unnatural slab of concrete. You push forward, determined to reach the light, knowing that whatever is curating this path is already preparing the final, most terrible object for you to find. The path you are on, the single, straight line that has defined your terror for the last few hours, suddenly splits. It's not a graceful divergence, it's an abrupt, clinical division. You look down, and the compacted earth of the main path meets a wide junction, creating two perfectly identical, equally straight trails disappearing into the gloom. Both paths are the same width, the same texture, and both have that same unsettling silence draped over them. You stop, your stomach clenching. This is the ultimate test of the path's psychological warfare. Before, the choice was to follow or flee. Now, the choice is between two unknowns, and the very act of choosing feels like signing a contract. You are paralyzed, looking from the left path to the right path, each one a mirror of the other, each one promising a different, equally dreadful conclusion. This brings to mind the mainstream horror fact about tulpas, thought forms from Tibetan mythology that are given so much mental energy and belief that they eventually become self-aware, physical entities. You realize that your own focus, your intense fear and concentration on the path may have given it consciousness. The path is demanding a choice because it has gained a will, and now it wants to see which direction your fear will drive you. The path has become a tulpa, and it's asking you to play its game. You crouch down, trying to find any difference between the two trails. A stray leaf, a peculiar route, a slight change in the light, anything, but they are twins, down to the last grain of gray dust. The only difference is the trajectory. The left path heads slightly north, the right path heads slightly east. Neither one feels right, yet remaining at the junction feels like inviting the hazy, shimmering thing that was following you to catch up. You remember the three objects: the metal button, the dried flower, the river stone. You check the path for a fourth, a clue, an unnerving breadcrumb, nothing. The path is clean, it has delivered you to the decision point and now stands back, waiting for you to complete the ritual. You offer a weak, dry joke to the silent intersection. Well, I guess I should have paid more attention to my high school geometry class. All those hours of studying triangles, and it all comes down to the most terrifying whys in history. It's a small, pathetic defense against the weight of the moment. You recall the obscure folklore of crossroads or liminal spaces, particularly the ancient belief that decisions made at such intersections are binding and permanent. According to some European traditions, selling your soul or making a binding pact could only be done at a crossroads where the rules of the world temporarily break down. This is not a crossroads of public roads, but a crossroads of terror, a liminal space custom built by the path's own logic. You stand up, brushing the dirt from your trousers. You realize that the absence of the crunching sound behind you is a trick. The entity doesn't need to follow you now, it only needs to wait for your decision. The moment you step onto either path, the game will resume, but with a different set of rules. You try to apply academic logic to the irrational choice. Researchers disagree on whether the choice overload phenomenon, where an overabundance of options leads to reduced satisfaction and a higher rate of decision paralysis, applies only to rational consumption decisions or extends to high-stakes, purely emotional survival scenarios. You are a living experiment in choice overload, and the outcome is likely fatal. You try to find a system. You close your eyes, count to 5, and point. You open your eyes. You are pointing directly between the two paths at the Y junction itself. The world is rejecting your attempt at randomness. You hear a sound extremely faint from the right-hand path. It's a subtle tap, like a single drop of water hitting stone, immediately followed by the whisper hiss of the woodsy silence returning. It's the smallest invitation, the tiniest suggestion. You recoil slightly, stepping back onto the stem of the Y. You look down the left path. It remains utterly silent, utterly dark, offering no sound, no hint, no clue. It is the path of pure, blind fear. The right path is the path of subtle influence. You realize the choice is less about direction and more about who or what wants you to choose. The entity that was leaving the props, the one curating your experience, just tapped a warning on the right path. It is showing its hand, making an effort. Therefore, the right path is not the path of chance. It is the path of the unseen companion's current intention. You make your second dark joke, a sudden moment of cold clarity. I'm going to choose the path that doesn't immediately murder me, so probably the one that just taps first. At least they're polite. You begin to walk decisively down the right-hand path. The moment your foot leaves the Y junction and lands on the new trail, the feeling changes. The ground feels slightly looser, less packed than the original path. It's a tiny, almost imperceptible difference, but it's enough to suggest a separate, though identical, trajectory. You walk for maybe 3 minutes, and you keep looking behind you. You expect to hear the rhythmic crunching again, or to see the shimmering heat haze. But there is nothing. The silence is absolute, and the trees on this path are beginning to look slightly different. The moss is a yellower green, and the bark seems to shed more readily. You feel a strange, hollow relief. You made a choice. The path accepted it. The journey continues. You allow yourself a final, weary laugh, a sound that doesn't quite reach your ears. Well, I've always been told I make terrible decisions. Why should a horror movie be any different? You push a strayed branch aside, and the path opens up ahead. You brace yourself for the next horror, the next clue, the next sign of the curating entity. You are walking faster now, desperate to reach the end, the sudden silence of the journey more terrifying than the noise of the pursuit. You are committed to the right path, but you have no idea where it leads, only that it starts with a tiny, silent tap. The right path feels subtly wrong. It's still straight, but now you notice the air has a different scentless mineral coldness, more a faint earthy sweetness, like rotting fruit or compost. You walk for a full 15 minutes, and the forest is denser here, the light almost completely blocked out. You are moving in near total darkness, forced to hold your hands out to feel the presence of the flanking trees. And then you hear it, not the rhythmic crunch of the watcher, not the low cello string hum of the clearing, but a sound of unmistakable, deliberate human-like action, the faint, distant sound of rhythmic thump scrape. You stop instantly, holding your breath, trying to parse the noise. Thump. A heavy object hitting soft ground. Scrape. A shovel digging in and pulling up earth. Thump scrape, thump scrape, thump scrape. It's the sound of digging. Someone, or something, is preparing something just for you, and the sound is echoing from somewhere ahead and slightly to the left, deep within the tangled wilderness off the path. The sound is so human, so common, that it is terrifyingly out of place. This is not the sound of a tulpa or a watcher. It's the sound of construction, of a grim, solitary preparation. You immediately think of the mainstream horror fact of the disappearance of the Sodder children in West Virginia in 1945, whose home burned to the ground. The remains were never conclusively found, and the family believed they were kidnapped. What made the case so enduringly disturbing was the evidence of preparation: a cut phone line, a broken truck, and the mysterious discovery of bone fragments planted at the scene 5 months later. The digging sound is preparation. It's someone anticipating your arrival. You try to move off the path, to sneak closer to the sound, but the density of the woods here is absolute. The branches are woven together like a net, and the undergrowth is a mass of thorny, unforgiving vines. The path, the only clear space, is the only place you can move. You realize this is deliberate. The path is leading you toward the digging, but it won't allow you to approach it from any angle but the front door. You retreat 2 steps backward, and the thump scrape seems to intensify, as if the sound itself is following your movement, correcting your position. You have a sudden image of the digger stopping, leaning on the shovel handle, and turning their head with a slow, grinding crunch of their neck. You try the first dark joke, a desperate internal whisper. Well, I guess I've finally found my final resting place. At least the path is straight. No one likes a crooked grave. You try to laugh, but it comes out as a dry, choked sound. The uncertainty of the purpose is the real terror. They digging a grave, a trap, a hiding spot. You realize that in the obscure lore of the Hollow Men or skinwalkers from various North American traditions, the entity often tries to lure the victim to a specific prepared location, a cave, an abandoned cabin, or a freshly dug hole, where the transfer of identity or the final, irreversible ritual can be performed. The digging is the sound of a ceremony commencing. You force yourself to walk forward again, quickly. You need to get past the source of the sound, to outrun the completion of whatever is being constructed. As you move, the thump scrape gets louder, closer, echoing with brutal clarity in the suffocating silence. You can almost feel the vibrations in your teeth. You pause again, leaning your head against a tree trunk, feeling the rough bark. You try to rationalize it. Maybe it's just a farmer. Maybe it's a forestry crew. But no one digs in this forest, in this darkness, with this horrifying, relentless rhythm. This is the point where rational thought should be impossible, but a strange clarity descends. Historians still argue whether the concept of terra nullius, land belonging to no one, was a genuine legal principle or a convenient colonial fiction used to justify seizure of inhabited lands. The path feels like terra nullius, a space of perfect absence where the ordinary laws of property and nature don't apply, giving the digger absolute rights to their construction. You start running again, ignoring the sticky resistance of the ground. The path is now a tunnel of fear. The thump scrape is so loud it seems to be coming from both sides of the path, surrounding you, demanding your attention. You squeeze your eyes shut for a second, focusing on the scent of the sweet, rotting earth. You spot the fourth object. It's not on the ground this time, but hanging. A small, twisted length of twine tied around a low-hanging branch, swaying almost imperceptibly in the still air. It's a hangman's knot, miniature and perfect. You flinch violently, ducking under it as if it were a physical blow. You feel a wave of hysterical energy. I finally find someone in the woods, and they're starting a gardening project. I bet they don't even have a permit for that hole. Second dark joke, aimed at the unseen digger. You push on, the thump scrape now directly in front of you. You feel a sudden compulsion to yell out, to ask who was there, but the thought is instantly replaced by the terrifying certainty that you do not want to hear the answer. You want the digger to remain an impersonal sound, a disembodied action. You are about to round a bend where the sound is loudest. You are about to be confronted by the hole, the shovel, and the digger, when the ground beneath your feet gives way with a soft, surprising crunch. You stumble, catching yourself on a tree. You look down, and the path has suddenly changed from dark, sticky earth to a loose, dry layer of crushed gravel and sand, the kind used for drainage in old construction sites. It is dry, bright, and utterly unlike the rest of the path. The change in texture is so immediate that it feels like a physical trap. The thump scrape stops the instant you land on the gravel. Absolute silence returns. You are standing in the darkest part of the path, surrounded by the smell of rotting fruit, on ground that shouldn't exist, and the sound of your imminent doom has been turned off like a radio. You wait, paralyzed, your heart pounding a frantic rhythm against your ribs. The silence is the worst sound of all. It means the preparation is complete. You try your final dark joke, a desperate attempt to reset the scene. Well, I guess the maintenance crew is on a coffee break. Better hurry up before they realize I'm standing on their new driveway. You look up and realize the path is winding sharply to the right, away from the source of the digging. The gravel patch was a directional cue, a way to change the route at the last possible moment, snatching you away from the hole that was waiting. The path has saved you, but only to maintain your terror. You follow the turn immediately, leaving the ominous gravel patch behind, and the moment you step off it, the path returns to the familiar dark, sticky earth. The only sound is the frantic pounding of your own blood. You are moving on the path again, but now you have a new, crippling layer of anxiety, the certain knowledge that a hole, or whatever they were preparing, is waiting just off the trail, somewhere back in the dark behind you. The sweet, compost-like smell of the previous section is gone, replaced by the original cold, metallic scent of the path soil. You keep walking, keeping up a frantic pace, desperate to reach the familiar. You are watching the trees for any sign of a thinning canopy, any glimpse of a far-off building, anything that speaks of the world you left behind. But the trees remain dense, a suffocating, repetitive corridor of bark and shadow. You try to use the light as a guide, but the light is shifting wildly. One moment, the path ahead is indigo gloom. The next, it's a diffuse, pale gray, as if the sun has just been suddenly revealed, only to be swallowed again. The path is not only bending space, it's playing with the atmosphere. You come around a tight, final bend, and the path stops. It ends. You stop with it, your eyes wide, your breath catching in your throat. You look down and your shoes are resting on the edge of your lawn. The forest is behind you, and the late afternoon sun, the real late afternoon sun, bright and golden, is bathing the back of your house in a gentle, welcoming light. You're out, you're home. You collapse onto the grass, shivering uncontrollably, the rough, familiar texture of the lawn under your hands, the most beautiful thing you have ever felt. You turn, ready to look back at the dark mouth of the path, ready to confirm its existence, to cement the memory of its horrors. But the sight that meets your eyes is not your yard. It is the stone, the old, unmarked cold stone from Section 2, the one with the hand-chiseled crooked line pointing back the way you came. You are standing exactly at the original entrance to the path, just 10 feet from your lawn, but your lawn is not there. You are standing at the same spot you were at hours ago, when you took that first fateful step. You have completed an impossible shortcut. You stare at the stone, then back at the path behind you. It is the same impossibly straight, unnervingly silent path. You took the right path at the Y junction, and it led you not forward, but in a complete, localized circle, using a twisted geometry that defies physics. The entire journey, the missing time, the unnatural clearing, the curating objects, the sound of the digging, all of it happened on a loop, a short circuit that started and ended at the cold marker stone. This is the ultimate, mind-bending terror. You remember the mainstream horror fact about the Amityville Horror, the famous haunting in New York State. What made that story so compelling was the sense of inescapable, self-contained dread, the house itself becoming the prison, the entity, and the victim. This path is your Amityville. It is a dimensional wormhole custom built for your demise, and you have just confirmed that there is no out, only a repeated journey back to the start. You try to stand up, but your legs won't cooperate. You You are suddenly overcome by a terrible, soul-deep weariness, the fatigue of traveling the impossible. You look at the path again. It seems shorter now, almost inviting, urging you to take that first step again. You try a dry, bitter joke. Well, I guess I found the perfect way to get my 10,000 steps in. I just wish I could claim the mileage reward. I'm thinking a free coffin should do it. You laugh, a harsh, painful sound that dies instantly in the path's oppressive silence. You reach out and touch the stone this time. It is radiating coldness, but now you feel something else. A faint, rhythmic vibration, the thump scrape of the shovel, coming from somewhere deep inside the stone itself, like a tiny heart of malice. This sudden, impossible return brings up the obscure lore of the eternal return or the time slip, a concept in paranormal accounts where individuals find themselves suddenly transported to the past, often on the same road or path. Your experience is not a return to the past, but a temporal fold, a confirmation that the path controls time and space within its bounds, keeping you forever within its logic. You look down at the stone again, focusing on the crooked line etched into it. It is pointing directly back down the path, urging you to start over. You realize that the path didn't just appear near your house, it ended at your house, and its starting point is here, at the loop. You force yourself to think. Researchers disagree on whether the human brain can truly comprehend the fourth dimension, or if our sensory input is strictly limited to three-dimensional perception, leading to cognitive collapse when confronted with multi-dimensional phenomena. You are experiencing the cognitive collapse right now. This is a four-dimensional prank, and you are the only punchline. You stand up, moving back onto your own lawn, away from the stone. The light feels warmer, the air smells cleaner, and the faint, distant sound of a passing car is a symphony of normalcy. You are standing in the world, looking at the horror. You notice your sticky shoes, the dark, damp dust caked on them. You realize you brought the path with you. You have tracked the alien geometry onto your own familiar ground. You look down at the two dark footprints you made on your lawn, just 2 feet away from the path entrance. The grass beneath the prints is already turning brown, dying where the dust of the path touched it. Your final dark joke is a tired, weary whisper. I need a shower, a large drink, and probably about 50 years of therapy, but I guess I'll settle for not walking down that damn path again. You turn your back on the woods and walk toward your house, the comforting, solid shape of the structure, a desperate promise of safety. You are out of the loop, but you know the path is waiting, patient, and that you have carried a piece of it with you onto your own lawn. You just need to figure out how to get inside before it catches up. You are walking across your lawn, the familiar, slightly uneven ground feeling like a miracle beneath your feet. The sun is low, casting long, peaceful shadows, and you can hear the distant, reassuring sound of a dog barking, a chaotic, living sound that couldn't exist in the vacuum of the path. You don't look back at the stone. You don't look back at the path. Your only goal is the back door, the solid wood, the deadbolt. You're about halfway across the yard when you feel the first drop. It's heavy, cold, and splatters against the back of your neck. You glance up. The sky is clear, a peaceful, cloudless amber and gold twilight, yet drops of water are falling. It's a localized shower concentrated entirely on your backyard. It's not a sprinkler, not a leaky gutter. It's rain, but only on your property. A short, sharp, terrifying burst that starts and ends within the confines of your fence line. It lasts for maybe 20 seconds, just long enough to saturate the lawn and turn the dark dust on your shoes into black, clinging mud. You stop, shaking your head, trying to clear the sudden, cold disorientation. You turn to look back at the path entrance. The path itself, the actual dirt corridor, is completely dry. The stone marker is dry. The trees are dry. The water is only here, on your lawn, washing the path's residue from your shoes and onto your grass. You try to move again, but you catch a detail on the lawn that makes you freeze, every hair on your body standing on end. In the fresh, wet darkness of the grass, visible only because the water has darkened the soil and bent the blades of grass, is a trail of footprints. Not the prints of your sticky, familiar shoes. These are large, impossibly distinct bare footprints. They are wide, with splayed toes and a deep heel indentation, suggesting tremendous weight. They start exactly where the path ends, where the dry dirt meets your wet lawn, and they are leading directly toward your house. You stare at them, your brain struggling to process the impossible. The entity, the thing that was crunching behind you, the thing that the path was curating you for, is no longer contained. It followed you out, or rather, it waited for you to return to the threshold, and the moment you did, it stepped onto your property. This is where the mainstream horror fact of the Jersey Devil, the folklore creature said to stalk the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, becomes relevant. The terror of the devil wasn't just its appearance, but the impossibility of its track footprints found on rooftops, or tracks that suddenly ended mid-stride in the snow. These prints are impossible. They are bare, yet they left no mark on the dry path. They only appeared the moment the ground became wet, a localized, engineered vulnerability. You realized the localized rain wasn't a natural event. It was a deliberate act, a way for the entity to leave its signature, to confirm its arrival on your domestic stage. You drop to your knees, ignoring the mud, and reach out a trembling hand to the nearest print. It is already fading, the water being absorbed by the grass, but you can feel the heavy, purposeful indentation. You scramble to your feet. You are no longer trying to outrun the entity. You are trying to beat it to the house. The prints are moving quickly, in long, confident strides, heading straight for your back door. You try a dark joke, a high-pitched, desperate whine. Well, I guess the maintenance crew decided to check out the bathroom situation. I hope they don't track mud on the carpet. That'll be the last straw. The joke is a shield against the terror of the pursuing barefooted presence. You look ahead. The prints are nearing your back door, and you realize the entity must be incredibly tall, its stride covering huge distances. You recall the obscure lore of the night marchers from Hawaiian superstition, the ghostly procession of ancient warriors whose presence is announced by the sound of drums. To look upon them means death, and the only hope is to lie down and be silent. These prints feel like the track of a night marcher, a non-physical entity whose passing is marked by signs of impossible gravity and force. You start to run again, your legs churning, the mud spraying up behind you. You were on a collision course with the back of your house, hoping to beat the impossible footprints to the finish line. You look at the prints again. They lead right up to the door and stop. The next step should be inside. You think frantically. Researchers disagree on whether the sense of urgency caused by proximity to danger genuinely improves cognitive processing speed, or if it merely floods the system with adrenaline, leading to an illusion of heightened function. You are running on pure adrenaline, and your mind is screaming, it's already inside. You reach the porch steps. You leap up, nearly slipping on the wet wood. You are at the door. You reach for the handle, your heart a frantic drumbeat against your ribs. The handle is damp, cold. You pull the handle. Locked. You shove the door. Locked. You turn the handle. Locked. You remember triple locking it before you left. You confirm the safety, the certainty of your prior actions. You look down at the sill. There are no bare footprints on the porch. The trail stops at the edge of the wood, a clean, sharp line. You feel a momentary surge of relief. You beat it. You fumble for your keys, your hands shaking so badly you can barely separate them from your wallet. You pull the house key free, your gaze fixed on the dense, dark woods behind you. You don't see the path, but you know the path sees you. Your final dark joke is a simple plea to the universe. I swear, if this key breaks off in the lock, I'm giving up and becoming a ghost myself. At least I'll get better parking. You insert the key, turn it, and hear the satisfying thunk of the deadbolt retracting. You shove the door open, ready to dive into the security of your own four walls, ready to slam it shut and lock it forever. You step inside, and the comforting, familiar smell of your own home dust, old books, and a lingering scent of cold coffee hits you like a physical blow. You spin around, grabbing the handle to pull the door shut. That's when you see it. Your heart stalls completely. The door is not tightly closed. It is slightly ajar, maybe a quarter of an inch, just enough for a sliver of darkness to leak in, just enough for the latch to not quite catch. You didn't open your door, you only finished opening it. You stand in the doorway, half in and half out, locked in a paralysis of impossible choice. The door, which you distinctly remember triple locking, was ajar, a tiny, quiet invitation. You look out at your wet lawn, at the point where the impossible trail of bare footprints stopped. The prints stop at the wood of the porch, but the entity is no longer outside. The question is not, did it get in? The question is, when did it get in? You have a brief, overwhelming urge to turn and run back to the path, back to the geometric certainty of the loop. That terror, though crushing, was external, localized, and finite. This terror is domestic, internal, and pervasive. It has violated the one sacred law of survival, the sanctity of the home. You pull the door shut, slamming it with a dull thud that feels incredibly loud in the silence of your house. You turn the deadbolt twice, 3 times, grinding the key in the lock, desperate to make the action permanent. You lean against the cold wood, gasping for breath, trying to listen for any sound within the house. The silence is absolute. It is the same silence you experienced in the unnatural clearing, the same silence that blanketed the path. It is a silence that doesn't just stop sound, it devours it. You start moving, slowly, cautiously, through the kitchen. The kitchen is normal. The stainless steel appliances gleam faintly in the twilight coming from the window. The coffee pot is where you left it. You try to remember if you left a light on, but that memory is still obscured by the missing hour. You recall the mainstream horror fact of poltergeists, often translated as noisy ghosts. The true terror of poltergeist activity is not the noise, but the violation of object permanence, the sudden, inexplicable movement of mundane things. Your kitchen is silent, but you are now looking for the opposite of noise, the subtle wrongness of stillness. You see it immediately on the counter, your keys. You dropped them near the door a moment ago, or maybe you still have them in your pocket. You check your pocket, empty. You look at the counter. They are sitting there, neatly placed beside the fruit bowl, not scattered, not haphazardly dropped. They are arranged. You didn't put them there. You try to move your feet, but you're rooted to the spot, staring at the small, shining pile of keys. They are a sign of intelligence, of patience, of an entity that took the time to tidy up after its own entry. You try a dark joke, a desperate attempt to regain control. Oh, thank goodness. The intruder is a neat freak. Maybe they'll do my dishes while they wait for me to die. The joke falls flat in the paralyzing silence. You recall the obscure folklore of the domestic familiar, an entity, often a small housebound spirit that attaches itself to a family or house, performing small helpful tasks but demanding a terrible price in return. Your tidy keys are the price tag. The entity inside is domesticating itself, making itself comfortable, taking on the role of the house's silent, perfect resident. You take a step toward the keys, then stop. You don't want to touch them. They feel infected with the house's new, unsettling order. You look down the hallway. It is dark, leading toward the living room and the main staircase. You force yourself to think. Researchers disagree on whether the immediate spike in adrenaline caused by a sudden shock, like seeing the keys, is beneficial for short-term escape, or if it is detrimental, diverting blood flow from the prefrontal cortex and paralyzing rational thought. You feel the adrenaline, and it is pure poison, locking your muscles and slowing your heart. You look back at the door you triple-locked only seconds ago. It feels thin, flimsy. You realize you have a choice: stay here and confront the silent presence, or run outside, back to the path, to the known terror of the loop. The unknown terror of your own home is far worse. You reach for the phone on the wall, the old landline you never use. You pull the receiver from the cradle. No dial tone. The line is dead. You remember the sound of the digger, the thump scrape that stopped when you hit the gravel. You realize the digging might not have been for a hole, but for the utility lines. It was cutting you off. You drop the receiver, the loud clatter making you jump. It is the first uncontrolled sound in the house, and the silence immediately rushes in to fill the void, making the kitchen feel colder, darker. You move into the living room, your eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The shadows here are deep, rich, and seem to cling to the corners of the room, moving slightly as you pass. Then you see the painting. It's an old portrait of your grandmother, usually hanging perfectly centered above the fireplace. It is now tilted at an impossible degree, perhaps 70 degrees from vertical, balanced precariously on a single edge of the hook. It is a violation of physics, a statement of control. The entity is rearranging the furniture, claiming the space. You don't move toward the painting. You don't touch it. You just stare at the tilt, at the angle that defies gravity, and you realize you have to get out. Your final dark joke of the section is a silent, internal scream. This is why I should have rented. Landlords usually fix this kind of structural issue, or at least they answer the phone. You turn your back on the tilted painting, the keys, and the silent kitchen. You head for the front door, knowing that if the back door was ajar, the front door is probably wide open, a gaping, silent welcome. But you have to try. You have to escape the domestic familiar and return to the relative safety of the outside world, where at least the terror is honest. You move through the house with a desperate, low-crouched urgency, like a thief in your own life. The front hallway is next, the longest, darkest stretch of the house. You can feel the eyes of the silent entity everywhere, in the grain of the floorboards, in the dusty air, in the shadows that cling to the walls like ink. The silence is the constant companion, the one detail that confirms the intrusion. It is the sound of everything holding its breath, waiting for you to make a mistake. You enter the hallway. The light from the street lamp outside filters through the window, casting a single, long rectangle of weak light on the hardwood floor. You walk along the edge of the light, trying to keep to the shadows. You notice the smell again. It is a pervasive, heavy odor of damp earth, but it's not the sharp, mineral coldness of the path. It's a rich, deep, almost fertile smell, like a freshly turned garden bed in spring. It's the scent of the grave, and it's coming from your vents, from the very foundation of your house. You are passing the coat closet. You glance at the mirrored doors. They reflect the dark hallway, the rectangle of weak light, and your own terrified, wide-eyed face. You keep moving, your eyes straight ahead, but the mirror is a constant, terrifying secondary input, a reminder that something can be behind you even if you don't look. You think of the mainstream horror fact of the real-life inspiration for The Exorcist, where the details of demonic possession were meticulously researched by the author. The terror was never the supernatural violence, but the utter violation of the body and mind, the loss of self-control. Your house is possessed, and it's slowly losing its structural integrity to an unknown, invasive will. You try to move faster, but you hear a faint, almost inaudible tick-tick-tick-tick coming from the end of the hallway near the front door. You freeze. The sound is tiny, but it feels like a thunderclap. You realize it's the old grandfather clock in the corner. It stopped working 10 years ago, an aesthetic piece that never told time. It's ticking now. You try a dark joke, a silent internal scream of panic. Oh great, now the furniture is starting to follow a schedule. I hope the grandfather clock isn't set to dinner time, because I'm definitely not staying for supper. The clock is not just marking time, it is announcing the entity's own rhythm, setting the pace for your final approach. You look at the walls. They are bare, but the air around them seems thick, vibrating slightly with the force of the contained silence. You recall the obscure superstition of the echo in the well, a piece of Old English folklore that claimed that any word spoken into a dry, abandoned well would be captured by an entity and later repeated inside the speaker's house as a sign of imminent sickness or death. The silence in your house is not empty. It's a packed, contained echo, waiting to be released. You reach the corner. You look around toward the front door. The front door is closed, locked. You try the handle. It moves freely, the lock already turned. It's not locked for you, but against you. The entity has secured its prey. You realize you are trapped. You are locked inside your own house with the thing that followed the path. The keys are on the kitchen counter, arranged in a tidy pile. The phone line is cut. The windows are too high and too old to open quickly. You feel a wave of intense despair, and you lean your head against the cool, painted wall. You realize that you should have stayed in the kitchen near the back door. You have walked deeper into the house, into the territory now claimed by the domestic familiar. You think about the scholarly debate that raged during the mid-20th century. Historians still argue whether the perceived increase in reports of house hauntings in industrialized societies was purely a reflection of improved communication technology, or if it represented a psychological response to the sudden loss of connection with the natural world and the increasing domesticity of life. You are the perfect subject for this debate, locked in your suburban cage, fighting a terror that smells of wet earth and is controlling your interior space. You move to the staircase, deciding that high ground is better than no ground. As you step onto the first riser, you hear a faint sound from upstairs, directly above you. Not the thumb scrape, not the crunch, but a sound like fabric rustling, quiet, smooth, and final. It's the sound of someone folding laundry, or maybe the sound of someone spreading a sheet. You start to move up the stairs, 2 at a time, your heart threatening to burst from your chest. You need to reach the bedroom, the last sanctuary, the final lock. You glance back at the hallway mirror one last time, a quick, terrified flick of your eyes. You see your reflection. You see the light, the darkness, the ticking clock, and then you see the impossible. The pale, smooth bark of a tree trunk reflected in the glass standing where the wall should be, just outside the frame of the mirror, an outline that should not be possible inside a locked house. The reflection is clear, distinct, and it is standing directly behind you, but physically it's not there. Your final dark joke is a strangled internal thought. Well, I guess I have some serious redecorating to do. That tree motif is just too rustic. You turn and bolt up the stairs, not daring to look behind you, knowing that the thing is not just in your house. It is in your mirror, in your mind, and it is folding the bedsheets for your final sleep. You hit the top of the staircase, stumbling on the landing, and race down the upstairs hallway toward your bedroom. Your feet are loud on the carpeted floor, a sudden, desperate eruption of sound that seems to break the suffocating silence of the house. You don't look back at the hallway mirror, but the image of the pale, smooth tree trunk reflected behind you is burned onto your retina, a ghost image that insists on the violation of your space. You reach your bedroom door and slam it shut. You twist the flimsy thumb-turn lock, knowing it wouldn't stop a curious child, let alone the entity that has folded time and space to reach your home. You lean against the door, panting, trying to find a rhythm in your breath, trying to drown out the internal scream. The room is dark, lit only by the faint orange glow of the streetlights outside. It smells of clean laundry and old books, a sweet, comforting scent that is immediately tainted by the pervasive, growing smell of damp, fertile earth. The grave scent is stronger here, a thick, palpable presence. You move to the window, peering out at the familiar shape of your backyard. The storm has passed, and the lawn is still dark and wet. You can't see the path entrance from this angle, but you feel its magnetic pull, even through the house walls. You think of the mainstream horror fact about phantom hitchhikers, the popular urban legend where a spectral passenger is picked up only to vanish upon reaching their destination. The common thread is that the destination is usually the spirit's home or final resting place. The path was a route, you were the driver, and now the entity has arrived at its home. The bare footprints and the damp earth smell are the evidence of its arrival. You turn away from the window and you realize something is wrong with the light. The room is dimmer than it should be, as if the light itself is being filtered through a thick, heavy curtain. You look at the edges of the room. The corners are swallowed by impenetrable, absolute blackness, shadows that seem to have gained mass. You try a dark joke, forcing a shaky chuckle. I really should have invested in better blackout curtains. This light pollution is terrible, and the shadowy corners are just terrible feng shui. The darkness doesn't care about your joke. You back up against the wall, sliding down until you are sitting on the floor. You pull your knees up, trying to make yourself small, invisible. You recall the obscure lore of the shadow people, a common sleep paralysis hallucination often described as tall, thin figures standing in the periphery of vision. They are not physical, yet they feel overwhelmingly real. The entity in your house feels like a physical shadow, something that exists only in the absence of light and sound. You are listening intently for any sound outside the bedroom door. The silence has returned, thick and unyielding, more terrifying than the tick-tick-tick of the clock or the faint rustling upstairs. The entity is waiting. It is patient. You force yourself to think academically, trying to break the panic. Researchers disagree on whether the human psychological response to absolute silence, often leading to auditory and visual hallucinations, is an inherited evolutionary defense against predatory stillness or a learned behavior in a world saturated by noise. You are currently in a place where your defense mechanisms are actively malfunctioning, creating a terror that is both internal and external. You realize you must move. The room is too small, too contained. You crawl across the floor, on all fours, toward the dresser, reaching for a lamp, any light source. You grab the chain and pull. The lamp does not turn on. The power is out. You look at the digital clock on your nightstand. It is dark. The red number is completely extinguished. The entity hasn't just cut the landline. It has severed your house from the grid. You are now truly isolated, trapped in a structure that is failing you. You realize you are sitting near the only mirror in the bedroom, a full-length mirror leaning against the wall. You recoil instantly, remembering the tree bark reflection downstairs. You don't want to look, but you can't help yourself. You slowly lift your head, your eyes fixed on the smooth, dark glass. You see a reflection, pale and distorted in the dark. You see the room behind you, the closed door, the black corners, and then you see it again, the outline, not the specific bark of the tree trunk this time, but a generalized shape, tall and thin, standing just outside your reflection's shoulder. It's a shimmer, a haze, like heat rising off asphalt, the same disturbance you saw on the path. It has no discernible features, no head, no limbs, only the suggestion of immense verticality. It is the watcher, the cruncher, the curating entity, and it is in your bedroom. It is standing in the middle of the room, exactly where the grave-scented air is thickest. You look down, and your eyes confirm the physics. There is nothing there but the carpet. You look back at the mirror. The shape is still there, a perfect reflection of an impossible presence. Your final dark joke is a choked, helpless gasp. I knew I shouldn't have bought the house with the bad foundation. Now the walls are letting the neighborhood in. I'm going to need a very stern word with the previous owner. You realize the entity is not purely physical. It exists on the boundary between your visual reality and the mirror's reflection, the same liminal space as the path itself. It is the ghost of geometry, a sentient structure. You spin around, looking at the center of the room, ready to scream, ready to fight, but there is only the thick, grave-scented air. You look back at the mirror. The shape is gone. It has moved. It is no longer reflecting behind you. It is reflecting the door you are currently leaning against. The reflection in the mirror shows the door beginning to turn, the thumb lock clicking softly, slowly, back to its open position. The entity is outside the door, and it is turning the lock by reflection. You slam your back against the door, shoving all your weight against it, desperate to keep the turning lock from reaching its final, open position. You are fighting a ghost in a mirror, and you know you are losing. You are braced against the bedroom door, your muscles screaming with the effort of holding back the subtle, inexorable turning of the lock on the other side. You can hear the plastic thumb turn lock groaning softly against the pressure, a weak, squeaking protest in the absolute silence of the rest of the house. You close your eyes, trying to focus, trying to find a solid point of resistance. You open your eyes and look at the reflection in the mirror again. The shape is still there, focused on the door, a tall, shimmering distortion that seems to be operating the lock by sheer, concentrated will. You are fighting the physics of a reflection, a battle that is fundamentally unwinnable. You hear the sound again, faint but distinct, coming from downstairs, a sound like soft, wet cloth being dragged across wood. Then silence. Then another sound, closer this time, a subtle, distinct slap. It's the sound of a bare foot stepping onto your hardwood floor from the kitchen. The entity is no longer a shimmering reflection. It is a physical, heavy presence, and it has bypassed your door, your wall, or perhaps it never left the house at all. It is inside the house, and it is moving. You hear the second slap, closer now, moving from the kitchen toward the hallway. It is a slow, measured, confident pace, utterly devoid of surprise or haste. It is the sound of an entity that knows exactly where you are and is simply closing the distance. You think of the mainstream horror fact of the Black Dahlia murder, one of the most famous unsolved crimes in Hollywood history. The horror of the case wasn't just the brutality of the act, but the methodical, chilling precision of the dissection, the sense of an intelligent, cold mind at work. This slow, wet slap, slap, slap is the sound of that same precision, a mind closing the distance with terrifying certainty. You try to move, to find a weapon, but the heavy, damp earth smell is suffocating, locking your limbs. You can't leave the door, or the entity in the reflection will complete the lock turn and join the one in the hallway. You are pinned, trapped between a reflected force and a physical approach. You offer a final, whispered, dark joke to the floor. I'm starting to think no solicitation signs don't actually apply to interdimensional stalkers. Note to self, upgrade the signage. The joke is immediately wiped out by the next sound. Slap. The foot hits the carpeted stair runner. The sound is now muffled, but the heavy thud of the heel is still clear. It is on the stairs, coming up. You realize the entity is not trying to be quiet. It is not sneaking. It is announcing its arrival, making the approach a terrifying, drawn-out performance designed to break your sanity before it breaks your body. You recall the obscure lore of the Silent Ones, or Hushers, entities from various European traditions that are said to precede their attack by creating absolute, total silence, using the oral vacuum to disorient the victim and make the eventual sound of their arrival disproportionately loud and terrifying. The thick silence of your house was the drum roll. The bare, wet footstep is the final note. You realize the sound is moving too fast. It took only 5 slaps to get from the kitchen to the top of the stairs. The entity is not just tall, it is traversing impossible distance with each step. You try to fight the physics of the reflection in the mirror, but the thumb-turn lock is clicking, agonizingly close to the open position. You are losing the battle at the door. You hear a sound right outside your door, a sound of heavy, labored breathing, A wet, rasping inhale that smells of damp earth and decay. The breathing is coming from the other side of the door, where the entity in the reflection has been working. You scream, a raw, primal sound that is instantly choked by the grave-scented air. You realize that the entity in the hallway and the entity in the reflection are the same. It was working on the lock from the outside while simultaneously moving into your house from the inside. The path taught you that space and time are relative. The entity is demonstrating that reality is optional. You let go of the door, scrambling backward on the floor, dragging yourself toward the far corner of the room. The door behind you immediately swings inward with a soft, slow creak. The thumb-turn lock has completed its circuit. You don't look at the doorway. You keep crawling, your eyes fixed on the final corner, the last sliver of shadow. You think about the scholarly debate concerning the nature of phobias. Researchers disagree on whether the deep-seated fear of the uncanny or the unsettling familiar is a core evolutionary mechanism designed to avoid sick or dangerous individuals, or a purely learned cultural response to fictionalized horror tropes. You are living the answer, the fear of the familiar. Your house, your door, your mirror being violated is an absolute core mechanism, and it is failing you completely. You reach the corner, pressing your back into the junction of the walls. You close your eyes, waiting for the wet slap to enter the room, waiting for the heavy, towering shadow to block out the last remaining dim light. You hear a sound, not the slap of the foot, but a soft, rhythmic hiss coming from the center of the room. You open your eyes. The pervasive smell of damp earth has intensified to an impossible degree, and you realize the entity is not standing in the doorway. It is already in the room. You look down at the floor, expecting to see the bare, wet footprints on your carpet. The footprints are there. A trail of black mud and wet earth, leading from the closed door and ending exactly at the foot of your bed. The entity has already crossed the room, stepping with its enormous, impossible weight onto your carpet, marking the territory of your final retreat. You stare at the trail, a ribbon of fresh horror. The path in the woods has finished its journey. You look down at the trail of fresh, black earth and water on your bedroom carpet. The path is here. It is physically manifested inside your sanctuary, a violation so profound it feels like a dream. The footprints are large, bare, and wet, a ribbon of dark, sticky mud leading from the slightly ajar door to the foot of your bed, the ultimate destination. You are cornered, pressed against the cold wall, staring at the evidence of an impossible journey. The damp earth smell is overwhelming now, a physical choke in your throat. You realize that the path was never an external loop. It was a line drawn from one specific point in the woods to one specific point in your house, the foot of your bed. You don't look up immediately. You focus on the details of the mud trail, the way the dark earth is soaking into the pale carpet fibers, staining the wool with the color of the grave. You see a tiny piece of debris stuck in the mud, a small, dark twig, slightly curved, the kind that only grows deep in the thickest part of the forest. The path brought a souvenir. You finally force yourself to look up. Standing at the foot of your bed, at the exact end of the path, is the entity. It is tall, impossibly thin, and draped in the ambient shadows of the room, so dark that it seems to absorb all light, becoming an absence of color and shape. You can't make out features, only the suggestion of a massive, elongated verticality. It is not moving. It is simply present, standing perfectly still, like a sentinel that has completed its watch. The air around it is shimmering slightly, the same heat haze distortion you saw earlier. The energy of a physical impossibility being sustained in a domestic space. You notice one thing that anchors its reality: the sound, the breathing, the wet, rasping inhale that smells of damp earth and decay. It is coming from the entity's chest, a horrible, rhythmic shush hiss, hiss. You recall the mainstream horror fact of the rake, a creepypasta entity characterized by its gaunt, elongated appearance and its silent, unnerving observation of victims in their sleep. The enduring terror of the rake is its patience and its preference for the bedroom, the most vulnerable final space. Your entity is the architectural version of the rake, a monster defined not by teeth or claws, but by its relationship to space and its violation of your last desperate sanctuary. You try to move, but your body has disconnected, a terrifying paralysis brought on by the final confrontation. You are facing the end of the path, and it is asking for your ticket. You manage a final, desperate, dark joke, a silent scream of defiance. I'm going to need a hefty security deposit back for that carpet. Seriously, the nerve of some people, tracking the entire forest in here. You are laughing internally, a dry, hysterical sound that you pray doesn't escape your lips. You look at your bed, it's neatly made. The sheets are perfectly smoothed, the duvet flat, the pillows plumped. You realize the faint, high sound of fabric rustling you heard upstairs in section 14 was the entity making your bed. It was preparing the final stage, arranging the details for your last sleep. You realize the entity is not purely physical. It is a manifestation of the path itself, the geometric will made flesh or shadow. It is the architect that built the corridor, and now it is standing at the exact termination point. You recall the obscure lore of the veil of the house, a specific European superstition that claims that when a person dies, their soul will not be able to leave the house until the bed sheets they died on are washed and hung outside. The entity made your bed. It sealed the veil. It wants you to die on freshly prepared sheets, ensuring your soul remains trapped within the house's confines. You feel a strange, terrible calm settling over you, the resignation that comes when the battle is officially lost. The terror is no longer about what will happen. It's about accepting what is happening. You think one last time about the scholarly debate. Researchers disagree on whether the human need for ritual and pattern in the face of death, ranging from wakes and burials to last rites, is a purely comforting psychological construct, or if it genuinely serves an unseen spiritual function in easing the transition. The entity is enforcing a ritual. It brought the path, it arranged the keys, it tilted the painting, and it made the bed. It believes in the ritual, and now you must participate. The entity moves, not with a step, but with a slight silent shift in its massive shadow form. It raises one long, impossibly thin appendage, not a hand, but a gesture of immense length, and points it directly at the bed. The breathing intensifies, the wet, rasping sound filling the entire bedroom. It is waiting for you to lie down. It has brought the path to your doorstep, and now it is offering you the end of the line. You are the final piece of the curated exhibit. You look at the bed, then at the shadow. You have no choice. The door is behind you, and the entity is between you and the only window. You push yourself to your feet, slowly, shakily. You walk toward the bed, the mud-stained path stretching out before you like a dark, perverse aisle. You reach the foot of the bed and turn, standing before the looming shadow. You climb onto the freshly made sheets, pulling the duvet over your body. You look at the entity one last time, your eyes fixed on the shimmering, tall verticality. You close your eyes, and the final sound you hear is the wet, rasping inhale right above you, and the subtle, rhythmic sound of the entity stepping onto the carpet, exactly where the path ends, completing the final step of its long, terrifying journey. The heavy silence settles over the house now, a profound and complete absence of sound that is far more comforting than the noise of the chase. You lie there, suspended in the soft sheets, feeling the immense, crushing weight of the shadow that stands guard at the foot of the bed. The air is cold, still thick with the deep, damp perfume of fertile earth, but it seems to be softening, fading to a gentle, organic scent that is no longer threatening, only deep. You feel the tension slowly drain from your shoulders, the frantic energy of the run giving way to a bone-deep, sleepy exhaustion. The panic is gone, replaced by a strange, hollow peace. You realize that the fear was the engine, and now that the engine has stopped, you are simply drifting. The entity is here, but it's no longer hostile, it's merely present, a keeper of the silence, a perfect sentinel in the room that has become your whole world. The corners of the room are utterly dark, but the darkness no longer feels menacing. It feels vast, like the deep, silent woods themselves, a space of infinite potential for rest. You can hear the faint, low hum of the fan you turned on before the story started, a distant, reassuring white noise that seems to smooth out the jagged edges of reality. The scent of the mud-stained carpet and the fresh linen is blending now, a strange, sweet fusion of the wild and the domestic, of the path and the home. You are safe now, because there is nowhere else to go. The path that found its way to your bed has sealed the world outside, leaving you in a perfect, small bubble of eternal twilight and silence. You close your eyes, and you feel the immense presence at the foot of the bed, not a threat, but a constant, heavy assurance that you will never, ever be alone again. The shadow is your anchor, and the scent of the grave is your lullaby. The loop is complete. The journey is over, and all you have left is the long, peaceful descent into the inevitable. Let the final peace wash over you. There is no tomorrow, there is no yesterday. There is only the soft, dark silence of the end of the path. Here, now. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, True Scary Stories. Where are you watching from tonight, and what time is it in your country? Have you shared my channel with your friends yet, or are you keeping these whispers all to yourself? It's late where I am, the kind of late where the air outside turns thin and cold, smelling faintly of ozone and forgotten rain. Look around your room, notice the shadows in the corners, the ones that seem thicker than the rest, almost like black velvet spilled over the walls. That's the feeling we're chasing tonight, the feeling of being the only one awake, the only one moving, the only one who might just see something that shouldn't be there. You know, the kind of story that starts with you thinking you're safe, but ends with the grim realization that maybe you shouldn't have bothered locking the door at all. But hey, at least you're not alone now. If the worst happens, you'll have a fantastic last thought. Wow, I really should have subscribed. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're settling in and what hour the clock just struck for you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that low, unsettling hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're already seated, aren't you? You know the feeling. That deep, bone-weary exhaustion that hits when the world has finally shut down. You've had a long day, or maybe a long night. The details don't matter much now, do they? What matters is this: you are on the last bus. The very last one that drags its steel frame through the cold, dead streets of a city that pretends to sleep. The air inside is stale and dry, the heating system groans, and the only light comes from the dim yellow-white glow of the overhead fluorescent panels, casting a sickly sheen on the worn vinyl seats. You chose your spot carefully, right? Middle of the bus, away from the back axle where the noise is worst, far from the driver so you don't feel obligated to make small talk. You wanted solitude. You wanted the space to feel the quiet rush of the tires on the asphalt, the almost meditative emptiness of it all. The previous few stops had been just brief pauses, the hiss of the air brakes, the mechanical sigh of the doors opening and then closing on nothing. It was liberating. You had your pick of every seat, an entire vast, rolling public conveyance all to yourself. You could stretch your legs across the aisle, rest your head against the cool, grubby window pane, and let your mind drift. You even joked to yourself that you should probably put your bag on the seat next to you, just so the ghostly passengers have to stand. Speaking of ghostly passengers, you ever hear about spontaneous human combustion? It's a genuine, terrifying phenomenon where a person supposedly ignites without any external source of fire. While science offers some theories about a wick effect involving body fat and external heat, the historical accounts, some involving victims who were completely sober and simply sitting in a chair, are chilling. It's the ultimate, horrific, non-consensual exit from the world. You're sitting on a bus right now, and one tiny malfunction in the internal wiring, one frayed connection, and maybe you're the next entry in the obscure annals of inexplicable fire deaths. But don't worry, the bus is usually the safest place. Usually, you see the next stop approaching, the neon glow of a late-night pharmacy sign bleeding into the street. It's the final stop before the route leaves the city center entirely and plunges into the dark, sparsely populated suburban and industrial stretches. You brace yourself for the possibility of a fellow nocturnal traveler, but the street is silent. No one. The bus sighs to a stop, the doors open, and for a moment the world is perfectly still. Then, just as the driver's hand reaches for the door switch, you see it. A figure. They aren't running, they aren't shuffling. They simply appear from the shadow of the brick bus shelter, moving with a kind of stiff, almost mechanical deliberation. Tall, thin, clad in something dark and heavy like a winter coat that's several seasons too old, even if it's not the kind of weather for it. No hat, no visible features beyond the general outline of a head held slightly too low. They step onto the bus, the single-syllable crunch of their dark boots echoing unnervingly on the ribbed rubber floor. You instinctively pull your feet back, a small, irrational formality. The doors hiss shut behind them, sealing the two of you inside this metal cocoon. Now remember the vast, beautiful expanse of empty seats you had surrounding you. Enough seats for a small concert. Enough space to host an awkward high school dance. But this passenger does not choose the empty seat directly across the aisle from you. which would maintain a polite, conventional distance. They don't take a window seat 2 rows up, where they could watch the passing night in peace. They move past the front seats, past the rows parallel to you, and they stop, directly behind you. That's a classic move in the horror playbook, isn't it? It's like when you're standing alone in the dark kitchen and the power flickers and you think, I guess I'm making a sequel to my own death. This person, this sudden late-night anomaly, chose the seat that eliminates all spatial privacy. You feel the vinyl cushion depressed right behind your shoulder blades, a solid, immediate presence where there was only emptiness seconds ago. Your internal alarm, that tiny, high-pitched whistle reserved for moments of acute, low-stakes social violation, screams at you. You want to turn, offer a terse, "Can I help you?" or at least a confused, questioning glance. But you don't. You freeze. Because deep down, you know this isn't about politeness or seating etiquette. This is about intent. This is about proximity used as a weapon. It reminds you of the old Germanic folklore surrounding the doppelganger effect. The belief wasn't just that a spectral double existed. It was that seeing your own doppelganger, or having someone else see it, was a guaranteed warning of impending, usually violent death. But the obscure detail is that sometimes these doubles didn't look exactly like you. They looked like a wrong version of you, or sometimes just a figure that mirrored your action in a slightly unsettling way, like a dark reflection. This passenger sitting right behind you feels like a dark reflection of your own sudden, solitary journey. A silent, immediate, and unwelcome shadow. You try to rationalize it. Maybe they get motion sick and need a forward-facing seat. Maybe they have a fear of facing the back of the bus. Maybe the only thing that gives their meaningless existence purpose is the subtle psychological torture of sitting too close to strangers. Researchers still disagree on whether the Bermuda Triangle incidents can be wholly attributed to natural phenomena or if a factor of unknown origin is at play. But honestly, they should focus their attention on the statistically improbable behavior of strangers on empty public transit. That's the real mystery of the modern world. The bus pulls away from the curb, a slow, determined rumble. You shift your weight, settling your head a little more firmly against the hard plastic of the backrest. The air now feels different. It's no longer the spacious, comforting quiet of a solo ride. It's the confined, pressurized silence of two people who are trying desperately to pretend the other doesn't exist. Only one of them is failing spectacularly by invading the other's personal space. You swallow, your throat dry. You notice the absence of sound from behind you. No sigh, no rustle of a coat, no shifting of feet. Just a solid, unnerving weight. I tried to tell the driver I didn't have a ticket, you might have whispered to yourself earlier. He just winked and said, "The Grim Reaper has already paid you fare." That's the kind of dark humor that usually gets you through the night. But right now, the humor is sticking in your throat. You feel the slow, insistent rhythm beginning to build behind your head. It's not just the silence anymore. It's the expectation of a sound that is even worse than silence. You clench your jaw, ready for the next phase of this deeply uncomfortable late-night journey. You know it's coming. The sound that will break the calm. You're trying to focus on the blur of the passing streetlights, the way the dark, skeletal trees are briefly illuminated and then devoured by the night again, but the focus keeps collapsing inward, drawn by the presence at your back. You can feel the heat, or maybe the absence of heat radiating from the passenger's chest directly into the soft tissue at the back of your skull. It's the kind of proximity that makes the hairs on your neck stand up, not from a draft, but from a purely animalistic, territorial distress. The bus is traveling fast now, the road straightening into the long, dark stretch between neighborhoods. The engine's drone is a low, monotonous counterpoint to the silence. But it's not truly silent anymore, is it? Because that rhythmic pressure you were expecting has materialized, not as a cough or a sigh or the inevitable annoying tapping of a phone screen, but as something far more intimate, far more disconcerting. It's the sound of wet breath. It's not a deep, sleeping snore. It's not a regular, healthy inhale-exhale. It's too close, too heavy, and there's a damp quality to it. A subtle, disturbing liquid sound at the end of each inhale, like air being pulled through a half-clogged passage. Hiss, fuff, squish, fuff, thuff, thuff, squish. It's quiet enough that the engine should drown it out, but your mind has prioritized it, isolating it from the mundane noise and amplifying it until it's the loudest thing in the universe. It sounds like something that has been pulled from water and is struggling to acclimatize to the dry air of the bus. You realize you are holding your own breath, listening with an almost manic intensity. You try to synchronize your breath with theirs, a foolish, desperate attempt to normalize the rhythm, but their cadence is erratic. It rushes in short bursts, then drags out into long, almost impossible pauses, making you feel lightheaded in sympathy. It's the breathing of something that's injured, or perhaps something that simply doesn't need to breathe, but is doing it as a cruel, performative flourish for your benefit. You think of the classic chilling ghost story element, the entity that only reveals itself through a sound that belongs to a living thing, but sounds fundamentally wrong. It's like a famous case of the Wen ghost photo, a seemingly supernatural image that gained global recognition for its unsettling clarity, only to later be debunked. But the sheer visceral dread it caused worldwide demonstrated humanity's core terror of seeing life where there should be none. The true horror isn't the ghost, it's the feeling of something wrongly alive. And the breathing behind you is perfectly, sickeningly, wrongly alive. You try to move your head to the side, pressing your ear against the cold glass, hoping to escape the direct line of the sound. But moving feels like a massive declarative statement, an admission that you know they are there and that they are bothering you. The social contract, even in this moment of primal fear, demands that you pretend everything is fine. You joke to yourself, I knew I should have worn my noise-canceling headphones, but I only brought the ones that cancel out the sound of my own internal screaming. You try to distract yourself. You pull out your phone, not to look at it, but to look past it. You remember seeing a documentary about a fringe theory known as the chronovisor, an obscure Catholic urban legend claiming the existence of a device capable of recording and displaying past events. The tidbit, often forgotten, is the claim that the device could sometimes intercept images from other realities, glimpses of alternate, distorted histories. You wonder, sitting here in the bus, if the image in your phone screen's reflection is a glimpse into an alternate reality where a healthy, normal human is sitting behind you, or if the grim reflection you're avoiding is exactly what's supposed to be there. You focus on the texture of the seat in front of you, the little woven patterns in the fabric. You notice a small, dried smear of something dark near the plastic handle. Old gum, dried coffee. You fixate on this small, banal detail, willing it to take over your attention, but the FFT squish always pulls you back. You remember reading about a dark period in American history, the true mainstream horror of the Bloody Benders, a family of serial killers operating in Kansas during the 1870s who preyed on travelers. They ran an inn, seated victims over a trap door, and then bludgeoned them from behind before disposing of the bodies. It's a chilling reminder that the worst threats often come from the people who invite you in, who sit just behind you, or who are simply waiting at the end of a long, lonely road. You briefly think, well, at least this bus doesn't have a trap door, just the emergency exit window, which is looking increasingly appealing. The intensity of the sound increases slightly. You feel a puff of air, damp and cool, ruffle the tiny, baby-fine hairs just above the collar of your shirt. It was so close it felt like a deliberate, controlled exhalation aimed right at you. You tighten your grip on your phone, knuckles white. You know you need to check, to confirm, to turn around and make the unknown known. But the fear is a thick, paralyzing oil. It's interesting, isn't it? Researchers disagree on whether the initial feelings of dread and anxiety are purely psychological responses to environmental factors, or if they represent an actual subconscious detection of infrasound or unknown energy fields. You are experiencing an extreme case of this debate right now. Is it the isolation, the darkness, the late hour creating this feeling, or is the thing behind you genuinely radiating something that your body knows is pure danger? The breathing pauses again. This time, the pause is too long. It stretches the boundaries of what a human body can sustain. You count the seconds in your head. 1, 2, 3, your own chest tightens, a physiological mirror of the impossibility unfolding behind you. 8, 9, 10 seconds. You could swear you hear a slight internal click during this silence, like something small being adjusted inside a mechanism. Then, the wet rhythmic sound restarts, perfectly timed to shatter the momentary peace. You tell yourself, if I die, at least I won't have to worry about my student loan debt. The horror is just a slightly accelerated form of financial planning. You know you can't keep ignoring it. The breathing is a declaration. The next step will require visual confirmation, no matter how brief or indirect. You begin to plot your move, knowing that a direct confrontation is still too much, but you can no longer afford to remain blind. You reach up, your fingers brushing against the plastic casing of the rearview mirror mounted above the driver, preparing for the most terrifying check of your life. Your hand hovers near the plastic housing of the rearview mirror. It's not the wide-angle safety mirror used by the driver, but the small, secondary one angled perfectly to show the first few rows of the passenger section. You know precisely what angle you need, a minute fraction of movement, to bring the passenger behind you into view. You feel like a jewel thief or a bomb disposal expert. Every millimeter of movement is an overwhelming risk. You shift your fingers, a whisper of plastic against plastic. The mirror tilts just enough. The driver's area, the empty seats ahead of you, the reflections of the sodium lamps streaking past, all of it comes into focus. And then, the mirror catches the image of the passenger. It's a quick, indistinct shape. You see only the upper portion of the seat and, reflected at the bottom edge of the mirror, the crown of the person's head. It's dark hair, or maybe just the darkness of the heavy coat pulled up and around the head. The head is perfectly still, resting against the top of the seat. The reflection is too murky, too distorted by the cheap plastic, the passing light, and the sheer terror gripping your optic nerve to make out any features. But you see the outline, and it confirms the size, the bulk, the wrongness of the proximity. And then, in the instant before you decide you've seen enough and flip the mirror back, there's a tiny, fleeting movement that defies the stillness. A flash. Not a reflection of light, but a shape that seemed to move within the coat, or perhaps a change in the outline of the head itself. It's gone before you can register it, blurring into the passing lights. You snap your hand away, breathing shallowly. Was that a trick of the light, the motion of the bus, or did the shape of the passenger just shift in a way that flesh and bone should not? You're reminded of the mainstream horror of the Winchester Mystery House. Built on a non-stop, decades-long construction frenzy supposedly dictated by spirits, it's a physical manifestation of ceaseless anxiety and fear of the dead. It's all staircases that lead to ceilings and doors that open to sheer drops. A house designed to confuse, which is exactly how your mind feels right now. That fleeting reflection, that shape that wasn't quite a face, is a mental dead end, a phantom door opening to a drop. You press your back against the seat again, trying to flatten yourself, to become a part of the upholstery, invisible and inert. But the wet breathing immediately restarts, seeming to gain a strange, aggressive confidence now that it knows you've looked. You try a different approach, analyzing the physics of the sound. It's so close, yet it seems slightly muffled, almost as if the passenger's face is pressed against something soft. The vinyl seat back, perhaps. But the seat is flat and hard. You picture them leaning their entire weight forward, their head bowed, their face submerged in the material just behind your back. The image is disturbingly intimate and deeply repulsive. You recall an obscure tidbit about the Mothman prophecies. Beyond the cryptid sightings, the story is often punctuated by reports of phantom phone calls and strange, predictive dreams experienced by the residents of Point Pleasant before the bridge collapse. These calls and visions were said to be indistinct, fleeting moments of information that, when combined, spelled disaster. Your glimpse in the mirror felt like one of those fleeting moments, a piece of information too vague to act on, but too chilling to dismiss, a fragment of a warning. The bus hits a slight bump in the road, and you hear a distinct thud from behind, heavier than expected, followed by a slight scraping noise. It sounds like something large and stiff shifting position. Maybe they have a heavy bag on their lap. Maybe they are carrying an antique lamp. Maybe they are carrying a sack full of disappointment and a few spare organs. Why do undertakers always smell bad? Because they're always a little bit behind on their paperwork, you internally quip, letting the dark humor act like a tiny necessary shield. You find yourself doing a quick inventory of everything you know about human movement. Humans shift, humans sigh. Humans fidget with their phones, clear their throats, tap their feet, or scratch an itch. This passenger has done none of those things, save for the slight shift after the bus hit the bump. They are a monument of uncomfortable rigidity. You wonder about the psychological profile of someone who chooses to violate spatial norms in this way. Is this a person, or is this the manifestation of some universal low-grade fear of the unwanted shadow? Researchers disagree on whether chronic feelings of being watched, known as ocular surveillance anxiety, are a symptom of general paranoia or an evolutionary defense mechanism against hidden predators. You're leaning heavily towards the hidden predator theory right now, given the wet, non-stop breathing. You need to know what that flash of movement was. You need to see the reflection again, but you can't risk turning the mirror manually. You devise a new plan. You will pretend to look at your phone for an extended period, moving your head just slightly, using the curvature of the dark side window, your secondary private mirror, to catch a less direct, more ghostly reflection of the passenger. This requires a level of steady, deceptive calm that you don't feel you possess, but you know you must try. The memory of the flash in the mirror persists. It was almost like the coat had been briefly drawn back, revealing a pale, angular shape, perhaps an elbow or something much worse. You try another joke, though it's barely a whisper in your mind. I told my doctor I was worried about my social anxiety. He prescribed me a long bus ride at 3 a.m. He said, "The isolation will cure you, or the encounter will end you. Either way, problem solved." The bus is now deep into the isolated section of the route. The street lights are sparse. The buildings are dark warehouses and silent factories. The city is officially behind you. The only light source is internal, and the intermittent, blinding flash of a faraway car's headlights as it passes. The breathing remains, your constant, unwelcome companion. The rigidity of the figure behind you is the next thing you must investigate. You need to understand why they are so stiff, so unnaturally still. Is it fear, control, or simply the limitation of their form? The bus slows for a scheduled stop, a small, deserted strip mall entrance. No movement outside. The bus doors open, and the cold, damp night air rushes in, carrying the smell of industrial exhaust and wet pavement. For a long moment, the passenger behind you doesn't move. You hold your breath, hoping they will get off, that this intrusion will end. But they don't. The doors hiss shut. The silence returns, heavier than before. The rigidity is the core of the problem, and you can feel it cold and solid just inches from your head. The sheer, unnatural rigidity of the passenger is now the dominant feature of the encounter. It's worse than any movement would be. If they were squirming, tapping, or coughing, they would at least be conforming to the baseline rules of human behavior on public transport, the desperate, continuous negotiation for comfort. But the figure behind you is a flawless statue of stillness. You have been sitting here for what feels like an hour, listening to that wet, sickening breath, and yet the body hasn't shifted its weight, hasn't adjusted its posture, hasn't even produced the tiny, involuntary micro-movements of a sleeping person. This stillness, you realize, suggests two equally terrifying possibilities. The first is that they are exercising an almost superhuman level of control, a menacing, deliberate performance designed to maximize your discomfort and fear. The second is that the structure holding them upright is not built for comfort or negotiation, but for pure, rigid containment. You remember the mainstream horror of the Issei Sagawa case, where a man committed an act of cannibalism and was later released, walking free due to legal loopholes. The horror of that case is not just the act itself, but the chilling realization that some monsters are not only real, but are permitted to exist in the mundane world, walking among us, sometimes even sitting right behind us on a late-night bus. This passenger's rigidity feels like the careful self-control of something that knows its true nature would shatter the illusion of civility. You try to move your hand to your lap, a simple, necessary gesture, but even that small action feels loud and self-betraying. The silence from behind is so absolute that you imagine every fiber of your cheap nylon jacket is screaming as it brushes against the seat. You find yourself doing a detailed, involuntary inspection of the seat fabric around your head. The vinyl has been patched in places, the dark blue surface crisscrossed with tiny, almost invisible cuts and scratches. You wonder who sat here before you. What late-night travelers, what forgotten workers, what drunk partygoers. And then your mind drifts to a much darker thought. What if the seat itself is not designed to hold a standard human form? What if the unnatural stiffness of the passenger is because they are merely resting on a frame, and the coat is not clothing, but a kind of portable disguise? It's interesting to note the obscure tidbit concerning the Silent Hill otherworld lore, where the town's geography and structure shifts based on the protagonist's repressed trauma. The external world, the normal bus remains constant, but the reality of the small space behind you is warping, transforming into something rigid, personalized, and terrifyingly silent. This passenger is forcing your Silent Hill onto the seat directly behind you. You manage a deep internal sigh, a slow release of air that you pray doesn't register a sound to the keen, wet breathing behind you. I asked the ghost why he was so stiff, you think, the dark joke barely forming in your exhausted mind. He said, "I'm just going through a bit of rigor mortising." A terrible joke, but the very act of constructing it offers a split second of mental distance. The bus accelerates, the engine pitch rising, and for a glorious few seconds the sound of the engine drowns out the FF to squish. But even when you can't hear it, you can feel it, the pressure, the presence, the sheer wrongness of the body shape. You try to reason away the rigidity, maybe they are sleeping upright. But who sleeps with that precise, heavy, forward lean? You realize they must be very close to the edge of the seat, almost touching your back, because you can feel the minimal flex of the vinyl with the slightest movement of your own shoulders. It is a violation of space so profound it feels almost supernatural. You recall a dark historical fact about the radium girls, young women in the early 20th century who painted luminous watch dials. They were told the radium was harmless, and some even pointed their brushes with their lips. The insidious, slow-acting poison rigidified their bones, caused their jaws to literally crumble, and produced a terrible, glowing horror that only became apparent years later. The passenger's stillness feels like the terminal phase of some hidden internal decay, a structural rigidity that precedes collapse. It's the horror of something that was flexible and alive, now irrevocably locked into a single, unnatural position. Scholarly debate phrasing time, historians still argue whether the extreme self-flagellation and rigidity practiced by certain medieval ascetic orders was purely an expression of religious devotion or a manifestation of deep-seated psychological trauma. The man behind you feels like a dark, modern-day ascetic punishing himself, or, more likely, punishing you with his flawless, terrifying immobility. You know you can't turn around. You know the dark humor is fading. You need a distraction, something to give you the nerve to even breathe normally again. You remember another joke, the last flicker of self-deprecating wit you have left. My dating profile says I'm looking for a partner who is passionate, mysterious, and silent. Turns out, I just found a corpse on my couch. You suppress a dry, choked laugh. Your phone is still in your hand. It's your only tool, your only window. You decide to use it not for light, but for a deliberate, performative action. You need to create an external focus, a reason to move your hands, and, critically, to use the reflective properties of the screen. The next stage of confrontation must be indirect, utilizing the screen's glow to illuminate the shadow without exposing your face. You brace yourself, preparing to raise the screen to manufacture the faux text message. This feels like the most dangerous move yet because the light will not just show you the passenger, it will briefly show you to the passenger. You bring the phone up, your thumb moving with agonizing slowness over the power button. The action itself feels cinematic, a slow-motion moment where the world holds its breath, waiting for the flash of light. You turn the screen brightness down to the absolute minimum, a pale, ghost white glow, just enough to simulate activity. You pretend to type, your eyes scanning the window glass beside you. The glass is a mirror in this darkness, reflecting the entire passenger compartment, albeit distortedly. You hold the screen up, angled carefully, allowing the low light to spill just enough to cut through the oppressive blackness behind your head. You see it, the coat. It's heavy, dark, and utterly featureless, like a piece of industrial felt draped over a coat rack. It sits slightly higher than you expected, suggesting the passenger is abnormally tall, or perhaps sitting unnaturally straight. But the light does what it was intended to do. It illuminates the texture of the darkness behind you, and what you see in the reflection is not reassuring. The passenger's head is indeed bowed, pressed close to the seat back, justifying the suffocating proximity and the wet, muffled quality of the breathing. But the coat is not draped. It seems to be pulled tight, almost strained across the shoulders and the top of the head. It looks less like clothing and more like a covering, a protective shell. You notice something else, something small and profoundly disturbing. On the dark window, reflected in the faint light of your phone screen, you see a momentary sheen, a flicker of moisture on the passenger's side of the seat. It's too faint to be certain, but it looks like the vinyl is damp. The wet sound of the breathing suddenly makes horrifying sense. The passenger isn't just breathing wetly, they might be generating, or covered in, moisture. You try to move your fingers to simulate typing a text, but they shake uncontrollably. You think, this is worse than any horror movie I've ever seen, and I'm paying a $2 fare for the privilege. You remember the mainstream horror of the phantom clown sightings in the 2016 craze, where people reported seeing figures in clown masks simply standing, staring, or lurking by the side of the road. That horror was amplified by the lack of clear motivation, the simple, terrifying act of being present in a frightening way. This passenger is achieving the same effect, but with a horrifying, silent intimacy. They are performing the ultimate act of social haunting. The light is attracting something else. You see it glint, low down, near the passenger's feet in the reflection. It's hard and metallic, a small flash that vanishes as quickly as it appears. A buckle, a cane. Or maybe the bus just has a particularly aggressive rodent problem. What did the ghost bring to the party? A spooktacular selection of cold cuts, you joke, the grim pun failing to distract from the reality of the dampness and the metallic glint. You are acutely aware that the light you've created is now a beacon. Your head is illuminated, and the reflection of your eyes, wide and terrified, is staring directly into the reflected darkness where the passenger sits. You are looking at them. They are, by extension, looking at your reflected face. You remember an obscure tidbit about the black-eyed kids' folklore entities that resemble children but possess unnaturally mature voices and solid black eyes, whose main power is the ability to induce an overwhelming, paralyzing dread simply by asking to be let into your car or home. The passenger hasn't spoken, but the effect is identical. A creeping, soul-deep terror that freezes the victim into inaction. The proximity is the request. The wet breath is the paralyzing dread. You must stop looking. You must put the phone down. But just as your fingers move to lock the screen, you notice something in the window's reflection that sends a fresh wave of panic through you. It's not on the passenger. It's on the seat itself, right at the top, where your head almost touches the plastic. A tiny, almost invisible scratch mark, curved and deep, as if something sharp. Not the casual abrasion of a backpack zipper, but something harder and more precise, had been dug into the vinyl. Scholarly debate time. Researchers disagree on whether the psychological concept of pareidolia, the human tendency to see faces or patterns in random stimuli, is a cognitive error or a necessary evolutionary tool for survival. You are desperately hoping this scratch mark, this dampness, this metallic glint, and this terrifying rigidity are all just pareidolia, an illusion of your exhausted mind finding horror in mundane bus materials. But the FT squish argues otherwise. The bus hits another bump, and the metallic glint flashes again in the window reflection. This time, it seems to move slightly, a small, independent motion. You can't hold the light any longer. You lock the phone screen and drop it quickly back into your lap, plunging the compartment into relative darkness again. But the damage is done. You've looked. You've let them know you're aware. You lean forward, away from the wetness and the unnatural stillness, pressing your knees against the back of the seat in front of you. You decide that the next sound you hear will be the cue to pull the cord. You're ready to make a break for it, even if it means walking home in the cold, dead hours of the morning. You'd rather face the city's ghosts than the ones sitting inches behind your skull. I told my therapist I was feeling watched. He said, "That's normal, you're just self-conscious." Then he added, "But sometimes the walls really do have eyes, so maybe move to a forest. You need to get off this bus." But before you can commit to the escape, a new, unsettling noise begins, not from the passenger, but from the structure of the bus itself, directly beneath the passenger's seat. The new sound is subtle, quiet, and absolutely, unequivocally bone-chilling. It is a rattle, emanating not from the passenger's throat, but from the metal seat frame directly beneath them. It's a light, persistent tapping, like a small, loose object gently vibrating against the hollow metal tubing of the seat structure. Tap, 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 tap. It's not the rattle of a loose bolt or a poorly maintained fixture. That would be chaotic, random. This is steady, rhythmic, and incredibly light, like a delicate instrument being played by accident. It sounds unsettlingly like light bone on plastic. You sit completely still, trying to dissect the sound. It's coming from below the seat, near the floor. You picture the metallic glint you saw in the window reflection earlier. Did something fall? Did the passenger drop something small and hard? Or is the source of the rigidity now manifesting a new, audible consequence? The passenger's wet breathing continues over the tapping, a nauseating duet. The FF squish provides the terrifying melody, and the tap-tap provides the terrifying percussion. You think of the mainstream horror of the Dybbuk box, the supposed antique cabinet haunted by a restless, malicious spirit, a mainstream concept whose horror lies in the containment of something awful. The seat frame feels like a container now, and the tapping is the sound of something inside, something small and hard, trying to get out. You're sitting right next to the box, and you can hear the occupant scratching. What's the difference between a vampire and a tax collector? One only comes out at night, and the other can drain the life out of you completely legally. You have a tax collector and a vampire sitting behind you, wrapped up in a dark coat. The rhythm of the tapping begins to modulate. It's not a metronome, but it has a pulse, speeding up slightly, then pausing, almost as if it's reacting to the subtle changes in the bus's vibration or your own rising panic. You realize you have your hands clenched tightly on your thighs, and you are vibrating with suppressed tension. Is the tapping mimicking your own internal tremor? You remember the scratch marks you saw on the vinyl headrest in the reflection. You put the scratch marks, the dampness, the unnatural rigidity, the wet breath, and now the tapping together, and the synthesis is deeply, fundamentally inhuman. This is not a tired traveler. This is a deliberate, constructed presence. You recall an obscure tidbit related to the old Skinwalker Ranch lore, beyond the cattle mutilations and UFOs. There were reports of highly localized metallic scraping and clicking noises emanating from the ground, sometimes following individuals, sounds that seemed to defy the known physics of machinery or animals. The source of the sound was never found, yet the fear it generated was intense. Your tapping is localized, metallic, and feels deeply rooted in the ground beneath the passenger. You desperately need to confirm what is causing the tapping. You lean your head slightly to the left, trying to angle your ear closer to the seat frame, pretending to stretch your neck. This is a monumental effort. As you do this, the wet breathing suddenly seems to inhale deeply, a prolonged, sucking sound that makes the fine hairs on your left cheek feel cold. The tapping pauses. You freeze. Scholarly debate time. Researchers disagree on whether the anecdotal evidence of synchronicity, meaningful coincidences, is simply confirmation bias or a sign of a deeper, non-linear connection between psychological states and external physical events. The passenger's breathing and the tapping are reacting to your body language and panic in a way that feels deliberately synchronized, violating all rules of coincidence. You hear a small shink sound, a faint, almost musical ring of metal on metal, and the tapping begins again. This time, it's slightly louder. You risk a slow glance down, trying to look at the floor of the bus just under the corner of the seat. The floor is covered in the standard dark industrial-grade rubber, slightly stained. You can't see anything. The sound is completely enclosed within the plastic shell of the seat. You try to use dark humor one more time to break the tension, but it's becoming hollow. Why did the skeleton go to the party alone? Because he didn't have anybody to go with. Also, all his friends were stuck in the seat frame of a late-night bus. A Lendiove night bus. The bus begins to slow. You see the faint, flashing amber lights of the turn signal in the front. Another stop. This one is scheduled, but you have passed all the major population points. The stops now are just isolated, low-lit shelters on the edges of the city's concrete sprawl. You anticipate the brief, glorious rush of cold air and the chance that the passenger will finally leave. The bus groans to a halt. The air brakes hiss. The doors open. The passenger behind you remains perfectly still. The wet breathing pauses. The tapping, however, does not stop. It continues its rhythmic tap-tap-tap, as if the cessation of external motion has only made its internal motion more pronounced. The tapping is not leaving the bus. And then, the unexpected happens. The driver, without closing the doors, says something quiet into his headset, a quick, mumbled phrase that you can't catch. And then, he turns off the bus, not the engine, just the main interior lights. The fluorescents die with a faint electrical pop, plunging the bus into near-total darkness, save for the emergency brake light and the green glow of the ticket reader. You are alone, in the dark, with the passenger and the rhythmic tapping. The darkness is absolute, a thick, swallowing blanket that seems to absorb all sound except for the immediate, close-range horror. The bus is dead silent, the engine now idling at a barely perceptible rumble. You are blinded, disoriented, your primary sense of sight replaced by the suffocating intimacy of touch and sound. And then, the bus moves. It doesn't accelerate. It makes a slight, shuddering turn off the main road, the tires crunching lightly on loose gravel. You are no longer at a scheduled bus stop. The vehicle has pulled over at a non-designated, unlit spot, a dirt access road, or a desolate service entrance to one of the dark, hulking warehouses you passed minutes ago. The sudden halt sends a minor shock wave through the frame, and it's followed by a sound that punches the air from your lungs. The passenger shifts, not a minor adjustment, but a clear, heavy slide and thud from the seat immediately behind you. It's the sound of a great weight moving quickly and then settling again, followed by a slight metallic groan from the seat springs. The absolute rigidity of the past hour is shattered. Your anxiety tightens into a physical knot in your throat. Why stop here? Why turn off the lights? Why the shift? You try to rationalize the driver's actions, a brief rest stop, a required check of the tires, a quick bio break. But in this pitch blackness, pulled off onto an unseen road, every rational explanation is smothered by the sheer terror of the unknown. You recall the mainstream horror of the Zodiac Killer, a case whose fear persists not just because of the murders, but because the killer would often send coded, boastful letters to the press, enjoying the psychological torture of an entire region. The driver and the passenger, in their synchronized actions, the darkening of the bus, the unexplained halt, feel like they are sending you a message, a cryptic, terrifying code of complicity. In the silence after the shift, the rhythmic tapping that was confined to the seat frame now seems to have moved. It's still a light, bone-on plastic sound, but it's now coming from a different angle, lower down, near the floor and the aisle between the seats. The metallic glint you saw earlier must have been the object, and the sudden halt caused it to roll out. You think of the obscure horror tidbit of the Men in Black phenomena in ufology, not the modern comic figures, but the original unsettling concept of anonymous, identical men who show up to suppress information, often driving large, featureless black cars. The true creep factor is that they often exhibit inhuman physical characteristics and stiff mechanical movements, like the passenger's rigidity. They appear, they enforce, and they vanish. This entire bus feels like a mobile MIB operation, and you are the information they've come to collect. You listen for the sound of the driver's door opening, the sign of a temporary break. Nothing, just the low, expectant thrum of the idling engine and the wet breathing, which is back now, deeper and more aggressive than before, like an animal settling in for a meal. You try to conjure a joke, a tiny anchor in the absurd. My friend told me that the best time to see ghosts is when the bus pulls over on an abandoned road in pitch darkness. I told him, that's just the bus driver's side hustle, haunted tours, one way only. You need to know what that shift entailed. What did the passenger reveal when their rigidity broke? You can barely make out the outline of the seats in the deep gloom, but the area directly behind you is a solid, impenetrable block of black. Scholarly debate phrasing time. Researchers still argue whether the historical accounts of poltergeist activity, noisy ghosts, are genuine manifestations of a localized, destructive psychic energy, or purely the result of unconscious psychokinetic activity generated by an anxious adolescent witness. You are currently the primary witness, and the localized psychic energy, your sheer, raw terror, is absolutely generating an external physical event in the form of the rhythmic tapping. You can't just sit here. The non-stop, non-scheduled stop is a declaration that the rules of the journey have been suspended. The silence, the darkness, and the rhythmic sound of something hard rolling around on the floor, something that was likely contained inside the passenger space, is an explicit invitation to panic. You reach slowly, cautiously down toward the floor, trying to trace the shape of the seat frame with your fingers, getting closer to the source of the tapping. You need to identify the object. Even a small, mundane detail, a dropped coin, a bottle cap could shatter the spell of horror and bring you back to reality. But your hand hovers, paralyzed by the fear that it will brush against the passenger's foot, or worse, whatever is attached to the source of the wet breathing. You realize you have a chance right now, a brief window while the bus is stopped, to pull the emergency cord and make a run for it. But the bus has slowed so gently that the cord is out of reach, high above your head. You have to move your entire body to reach it, and you know any sudden movement will be catastrophic. The tapping continues, louder now, as if the object has rolled closer to your feet. You brace yourself, focusing on the sheer, chilling absurdity of your situation. You are being hunted, or at least psychologically tortured, by an unnaturally rigid passenger, and the only soundtrack is the sound of something small and hard rolling on the floor. You're frozen, hands braced against the seat in front of you, listening to the tiny rolling echo of the object on the rubber floor. It seems to have settled. The tapping has ceased, replaced by a low, intermittent rattle whenever the bus engine idles unevenly. The terror is no longer external. It has been internalized, a cold, heavy lump sitting squarely in your stomach. And then you hear it. The passenger is whispering. It's an extremely low, rasping sound, barely audible over the engine's low thrum. The whisper is so close it sounds like it's coming from inside the hollow cavity of your seat back. You can't make out the words immediately. It's just a broken, sibilant chain of sound. You strain your ears, trying to locate the source in the oppressive darkness. The passenger hasn't moved again, hasn't shifted. The whisper seems to emanate from the same rigid posture. And then, as you focus your entire being on the sound, you begin to distinguish the structure of the phrases. They are not random words, they are not a conversation. The whispers are repetitive, slow, and strangely familiar. And then the chilling realization washes over you. The words are about you. The passenger is articulating your deeply suppressed internal worries. The whispers are referencing things only you could possibly know. Private anxieties, small failures you've buried, fears you haven't spoken aloud to anyone. That awful, selfish thing you thought in the middle of the night about your friend. You are so incredibly alone, aren't you? The phrases are not accusatory, they are observational, delivered in a dry, rasping tone that sounds simultaneously intimate and completely devoid of emotion. It's a chilling mimicry, a verbal manifestation of your own shadow self. You feel completely exposed, your entire inner life stripped bare and articulated inches from your ear. This is the ultimate invasion, far worse than the proximity, worse than the wet breathing. This is the mainstream horror of psychological warfare, the terror of having your own weaknesses weaponized against you. It's like the concept behind the tulpas in Tibetan Buddhism, thought forms or entities that can be created purely through mental concentration. This passenger feels like a tulpa, constructed not by its own mind, but by the negative detritus of yours. You remember an obscure tidbit about the Philip experiment, where a group of Canadian parapsychologists attempted to manufacture a ghost, Philip, through sheer collective belief and historical narrative. They managed to generate noises and taps, the rhythmic tapping you just heard. But the crucial part is that the entity only ever communicated information that the researchers already knew. The ghost was merely an echo of their own knowledge. The passenger's whispers are the ultimate proof of this principle. They are only speaking the deepest secrets of your own weary mind. You try to stand up, to break the psychological hold, but your limbs feel like lead. The darkness and the intimacy of the whispered words are a physical constraint. Scholarly debate, phrasing time. Researchers still debate whether certain forms of auditory hallucination experienced during periods of extreme stress or sleep deprivation are the brain's attempt to process suppressed information or an indication of an external, subconscious information transfer. You are caught in the middle of this debate, desperately trying to decide if you are having a breakdown or if the passenger is somehow reading your mind and weaponizing the contents. You think of another joke, a desperate attempt to regain control. My deepest secret is that I secretly enjoy bad puns. The other one is that I might be riding a bus with the living embodiment of my student loan debt. The whispers continue, cycling through your anxieties, occasionally punctuated by that sickening, wet intake of breath. The air behind you seems to grow colder with each word. You can't stay here. You need light. You need distance. But how do you move when the words coming from behind you are the script of your own inner fear? You have to change the subject. You have to give the passenger something new to whisper about. You decide to try and project a single, overwhelming, random thought, a total non sequitur, to see if the whispers shift. You concentrate all your remaining mental energy on thinking about a brightly colored object, a giant inflatable pink flamingo hovering in a blue sky. You focus on the contrast, the absurdity, the joyful, blinding pink. The wet breathing pauses, the whispers stop. You feel a momentary, terrifying vacuum of sound behind you. Then the voice returns, even lower, more rasping, and far more mocking. The terrible, empty hope of pink. The passenger saw the pink flamingo. They heard the thought. The attempt failed. The passenger is not just whispering your secrets. They are listening to your attempts at escape. The air behind you drops further in temperature. It is no longer just cold. It is localized Arctic air, piercing and sharp, and it feels targeted. You realize the psychological terror of the mind reading is being immediately followed by a profound physical intrusion. The cold is next. The cold is not a draft. It is a localized, aggressive chill that feels like it's being poured directly onto the back of your head and shoulders. You feel the change immediately, an intense, localized drop in temperature that sends a piercing shiver through your entire core, even as the bus's cheap heating system continues to whine and whir, trying its best to maintain a stale, mediocre warmth. The cold is a circle, radiating from the passenger, extending perhaps 6 inches past the front of the seat. Your knees pressed against the seat in front of you are warm, your hands resting on your thighs are warm, but the space immediately surrounding your torso and head is suddenly, dramatically freezing. This chilling phenomenon is a classic element of mainstream supernatural horror, the idea that a non-physical presence can draw the ambient heat from a room to manifest. You think of the Bath school disaster, the true, horrifying crime story of a man who bombed a school in 1927, killing many children, and then drove away before blowing himself up. The horror isn't the explosion, it's the cold, calculated, and localized malice of a single individual. The cold emanating from behind you feels like that kind of calculated malice, a physical manifestation of the passenger's intent. The wet breathing, which had paused when the cold began, now returns. But it sounds different, thicker, almost vaporous, as if the air it's processing is sub-zero, FF squish frost. You try to wrap your arms around yourself, pulling your jacket closer, but the cold seems to penetrate clothing, sinking right into the bone marrow. It's an internal chill, not an external one. You remember the obscure tidbit of the fear of mirrors, isoptrophobia, which in some fringe psychological theories is less about the fear of the mirror itself, and more about the fear of seeing what's behind you, a recognition that the reflection could hold an uninvited second presence. Your fear of the mirror earlier was justified, because the passenger is bringing a profound physical change to the space only they occupy. The sheer impossibility of the cold in a small, enclosed, heated space forces you to confront the reality that this is not a person. You are not riding with a stranger. You are riding with a condition, a phenomenon, an atmospheric anomaly wearing a dark coat. The passenger's whispers, which were about your emotional history, now take on a new, physical dimension. The cold truth, isn't it? The biting realization that you are fundamentally alone. The cold is making the truth palpable. You force yourself to think of a joke, any joke, to create a moment of psychological heat. I told the bus driver, "I think my seat is broken. It's leaking Arctic air." He said, "That's not a leak, sir. That's our new emotional support cryptid. He only accepts payment in existential dread and body heat." You feel a hysterical, shaky giggle bubbling up, quickly suppressed. Scholarly debate, phrasing time. Researchers still disagree on whether the anecdotal sensation of a cold spot, often reported at alleged haunting sites, is a measurable thermodynamic event or a purely psychosomatic response triggered by the expectation of a supernatural encounter. This cold is too sharp, too precise, too localized to be psychosomatic. Your skin is crawling, literally shrinking away from the source of the chill. You know you can't endure this. The cold is quickly moving from uncomfortable to genuinely painful, a burning sensation against your chilled skin. The need to move, to stand, to break the line of sight and presence becomes an overwhelming physical imperative. You realize you must appeal to the only other known human presence on the bus, the driver. The driver who stopped on the desolate road, the driver who turned off the lights, the driver who has been utterly, frighteningly silent throughout this entire ordeal. You begin to turn your head slowly, intending to make eye contact with the driver's reflection in the front windshield, or perhaps turn fully to call out to him. You have to ask him to move, to turn on the lights, to acknowledge the impossible anomaly that is sitting behind you. As you start the movement, easing your shoulder away from the cold circle, the wet breathing ceases entirely. The tapping does not begin. There is only the low thrum of the engine, the whining of the heat, and the oppressive, localized chill. The passenger is waiting. You turn your head, eyes straining in the dark, looking for the reassuring shape of the man in the uniform, the anchor to sanity in this rolling coffin. You search for the back of his head, the glow of his dashboard lights, the comforting profile of a tired working man. You finally find his face in the light filtering in from the side window, and what you see is far worse than any specter. You find the driver's face, illuminated by the faint green and amber glow of the dashboard instruments, and you realize, with a crushing finality, that appealing to him is impossible. His eyes are fixed and glassy. He's staring straight ahead, not at the road, but through the road, as if paralyzed or seeing a destination that exists only in his mind. The light catches his pupils, and they don't seem to be focusing on anything in the physical world. His face is pale, drawn, and utterly expressionless, a mask of absolute, terrifying vacancy. His hands are resting on the wheel in a grip that looks more like a rigid extension of the plastic than a deliberate hold. He hasn't flinched, he hasn't moved. He is an automaton, an empty shell operating the controls. You call out his name, or rather, you try to. A dry, pathetic croak escapes your throat. "Sir, driver, could you turn the lights back on?" There is no response, no flicker of the eyes, no slight change in the rigid posture. He is as much a statue as the passenger behind you. Only this one is steering 1,000 tons of steel down a dark, abandoned road. This silence, this non-response, is a mainstream horror classic. The complicit bystander, or the authority figure who has been neutralized. It's the terror of the Amityville Horror. The father, supposedly possessed, sitting rigid and silent in his house, allowing the evil to unfold. You realize that in the script of this night, the driver is not your lifeline. He is the silent, essential gatekeeper. The wet breathing behind you restarts immediately. A soft, triumphant "fee" squish, as if the passenger was waiting for your attempt to reach out and is now celebrating its predictable failure. You turn back, sliding down in your seat, trying to put distance between your head and the cold breathing thing. You are completely alone. Two non-human entities, one driving, one haunting, and you, the terrified, trapped audience. Do you remember an obscure tidbit about the black triangle UFOs often reported in the UK and Belgium? Silent, massive, V-shaped craft that glide over cities. The most unnerving detail is the reports that these craft are sometimes piloted not by aliens, but by human-looking silent figures who seem to be operating the vehicle with an uncanny, rigid precision, displaying no emotion or response to the world outside. The driver's glazed, fixed eyes mirror this exactly. He's not driving the bus. He's piloting a massive, dark triangle through your nightmare. Scholarly debate phrasing time. Researchers still disagree on whether the human condition of catatonia is a purely neurobiological disorder involving motor and behavioral disturbances, or if it has deep psychological roots relating to extreme withdrawal from a perceived hostile reality. The driver and the passenger, in their synchronized rigidity, feel like two different expressions of a shared catatonic state, and you are the hostile reality they are choosing to ignore. You manage a shaky, dark joke, a desperate internal monologue, I told the bus driver. "I think I'm being haunted by the guy behind me." He said, "That's fine." He pays full fare. "Also, I'm technically dead, so I'm required to look through you, not at you." You desperately look down, back to the floor. The tapping has been replaced by the subtle, low, intermittent rattle. You strain your eyes in the darkness, trying to see the object that rolled out from under the passenger seat, the metallic glint. It's too dark. You have to move your hand. You have to physically touch the ground. You need one solid, identifiable piece of the real world. You lower your hand slowly, millimeter by millimeter, running your fingers across the grooved rubber floor. It is cold, dusty, and slightly sticky. You move your fingers slowly backward, closer to the source of the rattle, ignoring the wet breathing that is now right against your ear. Your fingers brush against something. It is small, it is smooth, it is cold, and incredibly heavy for its size. You close your fingers around it, pulling it quickly into the sanctuary of your lap. It has a definite, unsettling shape. The instant your fingers close on the object, the wet breathing stops. The localized cold sensation immediately retracts, and the silence returns, profound and absolute, heavier than the bus itself. You've done it. You've touched something. The rolling relic is now in your hand. The direct, unavoidable confrontation is about to begin. You feel the shape of the object, and you know you must raise it to the dim light of the dashboard to see exactly what you have taken from the passenger space. The object is now in your lap, tucked under the curve of your hand. It's an anchor, a piece of tactile reality in a world of phantom chills and whispering anxieties. You lift it slowly, turning it in the faint glow filtering from the dashboard. It is a small, dark object, smooth, uniformly colored, like polished obsidian or very dark river stone. It is not metallic. The glint you saw earlier must have been a reflection on the polished surface, or perhaps the metallic rim of whatever it was contained in. But it is the shape that paralyzes you. It is slightly ovular, perfectly smooth, and heavier than any rock its size should be. You trace the edges with your thumb, and the terrifying immediate conclusion is that the shape is unmistakably biological. It is too uniform, too dense, and possesses a delicate, slight curvature that suggests a specific, contained purpose. It feels like a tooth, or perhaps a small, heavy piece of vertebrae. You are holding a rolling relic of bone, something that was either inside the passenger or was deliberately being carried and used to create the light tapping sound. The mainstream horror here is the body snatchers trope, the chilling concept that something non-human is inhabiting a human form, but they can't quite hide all the evidence. The wet breathing, the rigidity, and now this piece of heavy, polished bone. These are the flaws in the disguise, the physical remnants of whatever the passenger truly is. The silence behind you is the most terrifying thing of all. No breathing, no sound. Just the absolute expectant stillness of the passenger who knows you have their object. The confrontation is no longer indirect, it's physical, tangible, and unavoidable. You realize you must get off the bus. Now, you can't put the object back, you can't hold it. The weight of the bone feels like the physical weight of your own guilt and fear. You recall the obscure tidbit of the Hinterkaifeck murders in Germany, an unsolved crime from the 1920s where an entire family and their maid were murdered with a pickaxe. The chilling part is the evidence that the killer had been living in the house for days, possibly weeks, before the murders, unseen, eating their food, sleeping in their attic. The sheer silent proximity of the lurking killer, the ultimate trespasser, mirrors the passenger. The bone in your hand feels like a piece of the pickaxe, a warning of imminent, violent closure. You look down at the floor, and your eye catches something else. A very faint, almost impossible to see track, a thin, almost invisible line of moisture leading from the passenger's seat, now pooling slightly where the object had rested. The passenger is damp, perhaps dripping, and the bone was resting in that moisture. You try one last piece of dark humor, a final act of mental defiance. Why don't cannibals eat clowns? Because they taste funny. Also, I think the passenger behind me might be an embalmer, given the bone dust and the rigidity. I should ask for a business card. You slide your fingers along the ceiling, finding the emergency signal cord. It's cold and covered in a fine layer of grime, but you have the purchase you need. You yank it down hard. A loud, sharp bing sound assaults the silence, immediately followed by a low, mechanical chime. The bus begins to slow. The driver's glazed eyes, visible in the reflection, do not flicker, but the bus obeys. It's slowing for the next stop. The bus will open its doors. Scholarly debate phrasing time. Researchers still disagree on whether the fundamental human drive to seek novelty and information is a critical survival mechanism or a self-destructive urge to confront the unknown, often leading to unnecessary risk. You just pulled the cord, an act of sheer self-destructive risk driven by the need for novelty and information, the bone in your hand. The bus groans to a halt, the air brakes hiss. The doors open with a sharp, hydraulic sigh. You are at the next scheduled stop, a dark patch of pavement next to a massive, empty field. There are no streetlights, only the distant, sickly yellow glow of a single farmstead. You scramble out of your seat, leaping into the aisle, and bolt toward the open doors. You don't look back. You jump down onto the cold, damp pavement, the heavy, polished bone still clutched tightly in your hand. You take 3 running steps before you allow yourself to stop, turn, and look back at the bus. The driver's face is still fixed and glazed, and in the window of the seat you just vacated, the passenger is visible, framed perfectly in the dim light. They are still rigid, still covered in the dark coat, and still utterly, terrifyingly still. They haven't moved to follow you. They haven't stood up. They are merely seated, looking out at the dark field where you are now standing. The bus accelerates immediately, tires spraying a fine mist of water and gravel. It is gone in seconds, the red taillights shrinking rapidly down the long, empty road, leaving you alone in the oppressive, moonless blackness. You stand in the wet grass beside the desolate pavement, clutching the bone relic, watching the red taillights of the bus disappear into the heavy curtain of the night. The bus is gone, and the silence that replaces the engine's drone is immense. A thick, suffocating emptiness that feels even more isolating than the bus itself. You are alone on a silent, moonless stretch of road. The air is cold and carries the smell of wet earth and distant fertilizer. You throw the polished bone hard into the dark field, listening for the sound of it hitting the ground. It lands with a heavy, wet thud that confirms its unnatural density, and then the silence returns, unbroken. You don't want the relic anymore. You just want the night to be normal. You feel a wave of hysterical relief, quickly followed by the crushing realization that you are stranded miles from civilization. You check your phone, no signal. Your battery is at 4%. This is the kind of mainstream horror where the protagonist survives the initial threat, only to realize they are now in the middle of a secondary infrastructural nightmare. It's like the beginning of every slasher movie, only instead of a dilapidated cabin, you have a dead cell phone and a long, dark walk. I told the GPS, "Take me home." It replied, "Best I can do is a terrifying, isolated clearing where your anxieties become sentient." You try to walk, setting off down the road in the direction the bus was heading. You need to keep moving, to keep the blood pumping, to maintain the illusion of control. Your steps echo unnervingly on the asphalt, each footfall seeming too loud in the overwhelming silence. You look over your shoulder repeatedly, expecting to see the passenger standing right behind you in the field, rising from the wet dirt. But there is nothing, only the dark, silent expanse. You recall an obscure tidbit about the shadow people phenomenon. Interdimensional beings, often described as moving rapidly in your peripheral vision, only to vanish when you look directly at them. The passenger's stillness on the bus, the ultimate lack of peripheral motion, was terrifying because it defied this rule. But now, in the open air, you feel that classic peripheral creepiness, the overwhelming sense that something is pacing you in the shadows of the tree line. You walk faster, trying to create a solid, rhythmic cadence that the silence can't break. The sound of the wind is a low, moaning whisper in the high-tension wires overhead. You tell yourself that the passenger is gone, that the bus is miles away, that the rigidity and the wet breathing were confined to that metal prison. But you can't shake the image of that rigid figure framed perfectly in the bus window, watching you jump into the night. They didn't move because they didn't need to. Scholarly debate phrasing time. Researchers still disagree on whether the human psychological reaction to intense fear, the fight, flight, or freeze response, is a purely instinctual survival tool, or a learned, culturally mediated response based on the narratives of danger we consume. You've chosen flight, a frantic, adrenaline-fueled sprint into the next phase of the unknown. You look down the long stretch of the road, which disappears into a fog bank that has suddenly materialized a few hundred yards ahead. The fog looks thick and unnatural, a white wall that seems to pulse faintly with the distant, diffused glow of the city's light pollution. You are walking directly into the unknown. You try one last piece of dark humor to anchor yourself. "I went to a psychic to ask about my future." She just sighed and said, "Your future is an empty road, a dark fog bank, and the distinct sound of heavy boots getting closer." And then it happens. It is a sound that cuts through the silence, a sound that is both familiar and utterly, profoundly terrifying. The distinct, heavy, relentless rhythm of footsteps. They are coming from behind you. The footsteps are unmistakable. They are heavy, deliberate, and moving at a rapid, measured pace. You freeze, a cold, sickening wave of confirmation washing over you. The passenger didn't need to get off the bus immediately. They were simply waiting for the bus to put enough distance between you and the only remaining human authority, the glazed, rigid driver. You start running. It's a clumsy, panicked run on the cold, uneven asphalt, your coat flapping, your breath catching in your throat. You don't look back. You don't need to. The sound of the pursuit is a hammer blow, perfectly timed to your frantic steps. The rhythm of the footsteps is what truly chills you. It is a slow, heavy, measured cadence, not the rushed, panting gait of a desperate chase, but the tireless, mechanical pace of something that knows it will catch you eventually. Thud, 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 relentless. You think of the mainstream horror of the Slender Man mythos, the terrifying element of the entity that pursues its victims with a slow, inexorable inevitability. It's the absence of effort, the calm, terrifying certainty of the hunter. The passenger is not exerting himself. He is simply correcting the mistake of your escape. You push your limits, running until your lungs burn with the icy night air. You glance to your left, looking for any structure, any sign of shelter or human habitation. You see a low, squat building set back from the road, an old, abandoned garage or maybe a storage facility. It's surrounded by a high chain-link fence, but you spot a section where the fence has been deliberately cut and peeled back, creating a narrow, dark opening. A desperate invitation. You veer off the road, scrambling through the gap in the fence, the wire tearing at your coat. You run across the overgrown, weedy lot toward the main structure, your feet sliding on the slick, wet pavement. The footsteps follow, turning off the road, the sound of boots crunching on the gravel where you just ran. They are close, too close. You find a dark recess between two massive steel loading bay doors, a perfect, cramped, pitch-black space for cover. You squeeze into the doorway, pressing your back against the cold, rusting metal, trying to melt into the shadows. You hold your breath, your heart slamming against your ribs like a trapped bird. The footsteps stop. Not abruptly, but with a slight, deliberate pause that sounds like a final, controlled arrival. They are right outside your hiding spot, just beyond the corner of the loading bay. This is a deliberate silence, the hunter waiting for the prey to give away its position. The terror is paralyzing. You recall an obscure tidbit about the vanishing hitchhiker urban legend, where the ghost is sometimes not a hitchhiker at all, but a phantom vehicle that follows people home, only visible in the rearview mirror, finally manifesting at the doorstep. The passenger has completed this horrifying cycle, started as an uncomfortable ghost on a moving vehicle, and has now materialized as the inevitable, relentless footsteps at your door. Scholarly debate phrasing time. Researchers still debate whether the evolutionary response of playing dead or freezing in prey animals is a viable survival strategy or a purely autonomic malfunction of the nervous system. You have frozen, a primal response to the immediate, overwhelming threat, desperately hoping the passenger will pass by or assume you vanished. You dare to risk a thought, a dark, internal joke. I knew I shouldn't have worn my lucky pair of shoes tonight. They have excellent tread, which is why the sound of my running is currently being used to correct the passenger's navigational system. The seconds stretch into an unbearable eternity. The air is so still, you can hear the faint, high-pitched ping of the cooling metal of the building. And then, from the other side of a loading bay door, you hear it. Not a footstep, not a whisper. You hear the wet breathing. It's the FT squish sound, heavy and damp, and it is right there, pressed against the steel door. The passenger knows exactly where you are. They are not waiting for you to move. They are simply standing there, breathing, allowing the sound to be your final confirmation. And as you listen to the rhythmic, sickening dampness of the breath, you realize that the pace of the breathing is identical to the pace of the footsteps you just heard. The same speed, the same heavy, dragging rhythm. The footsteps were the breathing. The heavy boots were simply replicating the sound of air being pulled through a half-clogged, wet passage. You realize the true, horrifying link between the two phases of the encounter. You are trapped, flattened against the cold steel, listening to the rhythmic replication of the wet breathing right outside your flimsy hiding spot. The fifth squish that terrified you on the bus is now the sound of the relentless, pursuing footsteps, and the two have merged into a single, terrifying declaration. The passenger is not getting tired, and they are not losing your trail. You realize this is the core of the psychological torture. The passenger is using the very mechanism of life breath as the instrument of your chase. It's a chilling inversion of nature, a horrifying, mainstream, supernatural concept. You try to move your hand to your mouth, to cover your gasping breath, but you are paralyzed. The sound is so close, you feel the low-frequency vibration of the exhalation through the thin steel door. It sounds like something enormous, something pulled from the deep ocean and struggling to breathe terrestrial air. You recall the obscure tidbit about the disappearance of the Moore lighthouse keepers in the early 1900s. 3 men vanished without a trace, the only physical evidence being a large, overturned chair and a single entry in the logbook about a terrible storm that never actually appeared in weather records. The terror isn't the vanishing, it's the strange, out-of-place objects and records that defy the known environment. The passenger's dampness, rigidity, and the wet breathing are your overturned chair and fake storm entry, physical evidence that defies the reality of the heated bus and the cold night. You think of the dark joke that you desperately need right now. Why did the serial killer bring a ladder? To take his terror to new heights. Or, just to look over the loading bay door to confirm I'm hiding here like an idiot. The breathing stops again. The abrupt silence is even worse than the sound. It's the silence of a predator waiting for the slightest mistake. You know they are still there. They haven't left. You realize that every movement you make now will be an explicit invitation. You can't wait them out. This is a game of attrition, and the passenger, whatever they are, has infinite patience. You slowly, carefully press the tips of your fingers against the corner of the door, allowing them to barely peek past the edge into the open air. You can't see the passenger, but you can see the faint reflection of the distant streetlights on the wet, dark ground outside. You feel a profound sense of psychological exhaustion, the kind that breaks down all resistance. You are tired of being afraid. You are tired of running. You are tired of being the prey. Scholarly debate, phrasing time. Researchers still disagree on whether the historical accounts of spirit possession are a genuine metaphysical occurrence or a form of extreme dissociative identity disorder fueled by religious or cultural expectations. The passenger feels like the living, breathing manifestation of a possession, an entity that has taken over a rigid host and is using it to perform the simplest, most effective act of haunting, terrifying proximity. You withdraw your fingers and lean your head back against the cold steel, deciding that the only way to end this is to confront it directly. You can't run anymore. You can't hide anymore. You need to look. You need to see the eyes, the face, the mouth that is generating that wet, sickening sound. You need to force the final, unavoidable confrontation. You need to know what you've been running from. You slowly, agonizingly begin to edge yourself out of the doorway. It takes an immense effort of will, forcing your body to move against the paralyzing inertia of terror. You move away from the sanctuary of the shadows, stepping into the sparse, low light of the abandoned lot. You stand upright, exposed, hands hanging loosely at your sides. You turn your entire body, slowly, deliberately, forcing your gaze to focus on the corner of the loading bay door, the place where the wet breathing last emanated. You stand in the exposed light, the cold air hitting your face, and force your eyes to the corner where the passenger is waiting. You are ready to look, ready to face the face of fear. The passenger steps out. It is the same figure from the bus. Tall, rigid, the dark, heavy coat seems to absorb all light, making their shape nothing more than an absence in the gloom. The head is still slightly bowed, but as they step into the faint, polluted light from the city, the passenger raises their head. You finally see the face. It is not a stranger. It is not a monster with sharpened teeth or empty sockets. It is a face that is perfectly, horrifyingly familiar. It is your face. But it is not a perfect replica. It is the grotesque manifestation of your own shadow. Your features are there, the slope of your nose, the line of your jaw, the faint curve of your mouth. The skin is unnaturally pale, almost translucent, stretched tightly over the bone. The eyes are yours, but they are sunk deep into the sockets and ringed with shadows, empty of the spark of life. The mouth, which should be capable of speaking, is slightly ajar, revealing teeth that are too long, too sharp, and slightly stained. The wet, rhythmic sound is coming from this face, the air being pulled in through a mouth that seems too eager, too unnatural, to breathe. The passenger is the physical manifestation of your own exhaustion, your paranoia, your buried anxiety. It is the part of you that knows your deepest secrets, that wanted you to stay on the bus in the dark, rigid, and unmoving, because it is the only way it can sustain itself. The mainstream horror here is the fear of the self. The idea that the greatest monster we face is the one staring back from the mirror. This is the ultimate confrontation, the recognition that your greatest fear rode the bus with you, tracked you across the fields and cornered you in the darkness, all because you invited it with your loneliness and your overwhelming dread. The passenger doesn't speak. It doesn't need to. It simply raises one hand, a slow, unnatural movement from within the heavy coat. The hand is thin and pale, and the fingers are long, ending in nails that are too dark and too sharp. The hand reaches out toward you. You realize the implication of the confrontation. You cannot run from yourself. You cannot escape your shadow. The only way to survive is to submit, to let the shadow merge back into the host. You recall an obscure tidbit about sleep paralysis demons, the shadow figures that people often report seeing while trapped between wakefulness and sleep. The chilling detail is that these figures often physically mirror the patient's anxiety and are perceived as sitting on the chest, preventing movement and breathing. The passenger behind you was a sleep paralysis demon, sitting on the chest of your consciousness, only now you are fully awake and the demon is real. You try to move, to flee, but the catatonic rigidity that held the driver and the passenger now grips you. You are locked in place, staring at the monstrous, exhausted reflection of yourself. You manage one last internal joke, a dry, terrible whisper. I finally get it. The passenger who sat behind me on an empty bus was just my existential dread trying to hitch a ride home. He just wanted to tell me my life was a disaster, but he had terrible social skills. Scholarly debate phrasing time. Researchers still disagree on whether the psychological drive towards self-sabotage is a maladaptive defense mechanism rooted in a fear of success, or a necessary cyclical process of destruction required for ultimate psychological rebirth. The passenger is your self-sabotage, and the hand reaching out is the mechanism of your destruction, or perhaps your rebirth. The passenger takes one step forward. The wet breathing, the to squish, is loud now, filling the entire empty space of the lot. The sound is not terrifying anymore, it is just loud. You close your eyes, accepting the inevitable proximity, ready for the touch, ready for the embrace of your own internalized fear. The cold air envelops you again, sharp and biting. You wait for the touch to finish the night. The cold is there, just touching the edge of your consciousness, a thin line of icy realization running down your spine. You're not moving. You can't move. The fear has turned into something soft and heavy, like thick velvet settled over your limbs. Just breathe, now. The sound of the wet breathing is starting to fade. It's no longer aggressive, no longer a relentless rhythm of pursuit. It's becoming indistinct, merging with the background hum of the night. It's becoming the sound of the wind sighing over the steel roof of the abandoned building. It's the sound of the world outside, turning, shifting, and settling back down. You open your eyes, and the darkness is softer now. It's not the oppressive, hungry blackness of the bus. It's the gentle, familiar dark of a quiet night. You look around the empty lot, the shadows retreating back into the corners. The passenger is gone. The rigid, pale reflection of yourself has dissolved into the shadows, melting away from the light of your momentary recognition. The chase is over. The journey has ended. It's always like this, isn't it? The biggest fears, the ones that feel so terrifyingly real, are the ones that only exist when you are alone, vulnerable, and exhausted. They ride the bus with you. They sit too close. They whisper your secrets. They borrow your face. But they cannot stand the light, and they cannot stand the silence once the fear has run its course. That's all they are, the accumulated anxieties of a long day, given a coat and a set of heavy, breathing boots. You had to jump off the bus. You had to run. You had to confront the terrible, frozen image of your own shadow in the dark. And now, the space is empty again. You survived the panic. You survived the chase. You survived yourself. The cold is receding. You can feel the warmth returning to your fingers, the slow, rhythmic beat of your own heart replacing the frantic hammering. You can go home now. Or maybe you were home all along, and the bus was just a momentary lapse, a dreamlike detour through the geography of your own tired mind. The exhaustion is heavy now, a sweet, irresistible weight. Let your shoulders slump, let your eyes drift closed. Let the low hum of the night, the fan, the distant traffic, the sound of your own quiet, steady breath take over. You're safe. You're quiet. You're almost asleep. It's over.